Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of Shadows That Bind. A twist of fate changes everything when Shikamaru's sister, Hotaru Nara, befriends a lonely Naruto during their academy days. With her genius guidance, Naruto overcomes his early shortfalls, and the Nara clan practically adopts him into their fold, shaping him into a much more strategic shinobi. But destiny has more in store. During a training trip after becoming a Genin, Naruto crosses paths with Karin Uzumaki, who is desperately fleeing the land of grass. Brought together by their shared Uzumaki blood, a new bond is formed. Caught between his childhood connection with Hotaru and a sudden, deep tie to Karin, Naruto finds himself in the middle of a complex love triangle. Two paths, two kunoichi. Which will he choose? This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Dark Knight 1994, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 20. Hotaru dropped from the trees in a silent blur of motion. She landed beside Naruto without a sound, knees bending, sandals whispering against the dirt. Her shadow reached out before she even straightened, sliding, stretching, and merged with Naruto's the moment she touched the ground. A quiet claim, a quiet warning. Naruto blinked at her sudden appearance. Hotaru didn't look at him. Her eyes were already locked on the two women standing in the clearing. One older, elegant, warm smile, dangerous chakra tucked behind polite eyes. One younger, Aya's daughter, Reika, blue-eyed and smirking as she studied the trio like a puzzle she wanted to solve. Hotaru took them both in at once, her expression unreadable and her shadow tightening protectively around Naruto's heels. Karin hadn't arrived yet. Shikamaru was still on the far side of the training field. It was just her, Naruto, and two strangers whose chakra didn't match anything in Konoha. Naruto shifted awkwardly beside her. "Hotaru?" he whispered. She didn't answer. Her eyes flicked between Aya and Reika, measuring distance, intent, and threat in 3 heartbeats. Aya tilted her head, smiling kindly, too kindly. "Ah, you must be Hotaru," she said warmly. "Naruto speaks of you." Hotaru didn't blink. Reika snickered softly behind her hand. "She's protective. Cute." Hotaru's shadow sharpened, darkening the ground. Naruto swallowed. Hotaru finally spoke, quiet, steady, eyes still locked on Aya. "Who are you?" Aya's smile grew. "Family." Hotaru's fingers curled. Her shadow curled tighter. Hotaru's shadow coiled tighter around Naruto's. The clearing held its breath. Then, a second weight hit the earth beside her. Thud. Shikamaru dropped from the branches, landing in a lazy crouch at Hotaru's right shoulder. He didn't bother brushing off the leaves stuck in his hair. His bow staff hung loosely from one hand, but his chakra was already sharpening. "Troublesome," he muttered, eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. His gaze flicked over the two women. First Reika, who perked up like she'd found a new toy. Then Aya, whose calm, warm smile didn't fool him for a second. Shikamaru straightened, stepping subtly between them and his sister. "Hotaru?" he asked quietly, eyes not leaving the strangers. "You good?" Hotaru nodded once, shadow tightening further around Naruto. Naruto exhaled in relief. "Shikamaru. Save it," Shikamaru muttered. "I can see the chakra pressure from a mile away." Reika giggled. "You're sharp." "Troublesome," he repeated. His staff tapped once against the ground, not a threat, just a warning that he would turn it into one if needed. Aya smiled warmly at him. "You must be Shikamaru. Such quick instincts." Shikamaru didn't smile back. "That's so," he said flatly. Hotaru's eyes stayed locked on Aya. Shikamaru scanned everything else. Angles, exits, shadows, chakra signatures. Between the two siblings, Naruto was boxed in with silent protection on both sides. Reika leaned toward Naruto, whispering, "Are they always like this?" "Yes," Naruto muttered. "Always." Aya's gentle smile remained, but her eyes flicked between the Nara siblings, recognizing perfectly well that together, they were already forming a shield around Naruto. And they were not moving. Not without a reason. Not without a fight, if it came to that. Shikamaru's staff stayed grounded but ready. Hotaru's shadow wrapped Naruto like a second skin. Reika just watched, entertained. Aya lifted both hands slowly, not in surrender, but in reassurance. "Calm yourselves," she said softly. "I didn't come here to harm any of you." Hotaru didn't ease. Shikamaru didn't blink. Aya's eyes softened. "In fact," she continued, voice low and warm, "the only reason Naruto is standing here, breathing, is because I stopped someone else from hurting him." Naruto stiffened. Hotaru's head whipped toward him. Shikamaru's grip tightened on his staff. "What?" Hotaru breathed. Aya looked directly at her. "There was an ice user," she said. "A boy with senbon. Fast, silent, precise. He meant to strangle Naruto from behind." Naruto's eyes widened. "Haku?" Aya nodded slowly. "Yes, that one." Hotaru's shadow surged in a violent shiver. Shikamaru swore under his breath. "Troublesome, and dangerous." Aya continued, tone even, "I arrived before he could touch my nephew. He never laid a single finger on him. I didn't allow it." Hotaru stepped closer to Naruto, jaw clenched. Her chakra rippled protectively. Shikamaru angled his staff slightly toward Aya, not accusing, but not trusting either. Aya sighed softly. "I know my presence unsettles you. I know my actions earlier complicate things." Her gaze warned, "But I do not hurt family. And I do not let others hurt them either." Reika chimed in, playful but honest. "She kinda broke his wrist." "Mom doesn't play around." Hotaru swallowed hard. Naruto looked between them all, then spoke quietly. "She saved me." Aya nodded, eyes gentle now. "And I will again if needed." Shikamaru didn't lower his weapon, but the tension behind his eyes eased by a fraction. Hotaru's shadow loosened around Naruto, just slightly. Aya noticed, smiled softly. "Thank you," she said, "for protecting him so fiercely. Both of you." Hotaru's cheeks warmed. Shikamaru huffed. Naruto just scratched the back of his head, confused and flustered. Hotaru finally exhaled, tension draining just enough for her shadow to slide back beneath her feet. Shikamaru twirled his staff once, settling it across his shoulders. "All right," he said, glancing at his sister. "Let's move. Sensei will want everyone back at the bridge builder's house before dark." Hotaru nodded. Her hand brushed Naruto's sleeve, light, instinctive, and her shadow flickered around his heel one last time before receding. "Stay close," she murmured to him. Naruto nodded, cheeks warm. Aya and Reika followed without protest, though Aya's gaze was always on Naruto, soft and weighing, protective in a way Hotaru didn't know how to interpret yet. Reika walked beside Naruto with a small smirk. Karin arrived late, saw the group moving, and shot Hotaru a questioning glare. Hotaru only shook her head slightly, signaling, "Not here. Not now." Karin fell into step on Naruto's other side. So Naruto ended up walking between three girls and trailed by one smirking ant. Shikamaru led the way, lazy posture hiding sharp awareness. Hotaru walked just half a step behind Naruto, shadow brushing the edges of his. Karin walked on his right, her chakra flaring subtly in case anyone tried something. Reika hummed beside them, amused at the silent tug-of-war of proximity. Aya drifted at the back, letting the younger ones take point, her presence warm but unmistakably dangerous. As they moved through the forest path, Hotaru glanced at Shikamaru. "You feel it too?" she whispered. Shikamaru sighed through his teeth. "Yeah, this whole situation is troublesome." Hotaru's eyes flicked to Naruto, then back to Aya. "But she did save him," she whispered. Shikamaru shrugged. "Doesn't make her harmless." Naruto looked between them, confused but trusting. They stepped out of the tree line, the familiar, slightly creaky outline of Tazuna's home coming into view down the small dirt path. Hotaru slowed her pace, positioning herself at Naruto's side as they approached the porch. "We'll talk to Akira-sensei first," she said softly. Shikamaru nodded. "Yeah, no surprises." Aya smiled faintly behind them as she watched the Nara siblings subtly flank Naruto with trained efficiency. Such good instincts, she murmured, proud and amused. He chose well. Hotaru's ear twitched at that, shadow curling protectively around her ankle again. They stepped onto the bridge builder's porch together. Akira stepped onto the porch the moment she sensed her team return, silver hair catching the lantern glow. Relief flickered, only for a heartbeat, before her eyes locked onto the two unfamiliar signatures behind them. Then she saw Aya, her entire posture change. Her shoulders tightened, her jaw set. One hand slid instinctively toward the tanto at her lower back. Hotaru felt it and subtly shifted Naruto behind her. Shikamaru moved to the opposite side, boxing him in with the habit of someone who has done this 100 times. Aya only smiled warmly. Akira didn't smile back. You, Akira said quietly, voice edged like a blade. You're the one who sent shinobi to abduct my student. The air tightened. Karin's eyes widened. Reika stepped slightly behind her mother, though not out of fear, more curiosity. Tsunami froze in the doorway, sensing tension too thick to ignore. Aya simply folded her hands in front of her, posture composed, almost serene. Yes, she said with gentle honesty. I did. Karin hissed under her breath. Hotaru's shadow surged beneath her feet. Shikamaru scowled. Naruto swallowed hard. But Akira didn't flinch, didn't look away, didn't pretend to feel anything lighter than fury simmering under restraint. You sent armed shinobi after a genin, Akira said softly. After my genin. Aya nodded once. I did. And I would again, under different circumstances. The temperature dropped. Hotaru felt it. Karin felt it. Even Reika blinked at the shift in Akira's chakra. Akira stepped off the porch, boots landing firmly in the dirt. If you think I'll allow someone who endangered him to stand in front of my squad. Aya raised a hand, not to defend, but to interrupt. And when your precious genin was about to be strangled by Haku, Aya said softly, I was the one who protected him. Akira's breath caught. You expect that to make this better? She growled. Yes, Aya said calmly, because it is the truth. Naruto stepped forward, voice shaky but firm. Sensei, she did save me. Akira didn't take her eyes off Aya. You came to steal him. Aya dipped her head, not ashamed, not arrogant, just brutally honest. I came to reclaim family, she corrected. But when I found him in danger, my intentions changed. Akira's fingers twitched on her weapon. Changed to what? She asked coldly. Aya's eyes softened in a way that was disarmingly genuine. To ensuring he lives long enough to choose for himself. The clearing went silent. Akira stared at her for a long, tense moment. Then, slowly, she released her weapon. Only a fraction, only for now. But her voice stayed low and lethal. This conversation isn't over. Aya inclined her head. I wouldn't expect it to be. Hotaru let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. Shikamaru muttered, troublesome. Karin exhaled shakily. Naruto just looked between his aunt and his sensei, caught in a war he didn't start. Inside Tazuna's house, dinner. Tsunami ushered everyone in before the neighbors could start whispering. Reika slipped right in with Team 15 like she'd known them for years. Naruto took his usual seat. Hotaru took the one directly beside him, shadow curling subtly around his ankles. Karin sat on his other side, arms folded but curious. Reika plopped down across from them, chin in her hands, grinning. Tsunami served bowls of warm broth and rice. Reika immediately leaned across the table and poked Naruto's cheek. So, she said brightly, which one of these two pretty girls is your girlfriend? Both Hotaru and Karin nearly choked. Naruto went red to the ears. Shikamaru thumped down at the far end with a long-suffering sigh. Troublesome girl, he muttered. Reika winked at him. You'll warm up to me. Hotaru glared. Karin scowled. Naruto wished he could sink into the floor. Reika just enjoyed the chaos. Tsunami watched the interaction with a smile, relieved the tension was at least mostly playful. Meanwhile, outside the house, Akira and Aya stood beneath the quiet eaves of the porch. The door slid shut behind them, muffling the noise of young voices and clattering bowls. Akira crossed her arms, posture rigid. Talk, she said. Aya breathed in slowly, the lantern light catching the soft gold in her eyes. My motives, Aya began, are simple. Akira snorted. Nothing about you is simple. Aya's smile was small, sad, but honest. I lost Minato, she said. I lost my brother. And I lost the right to be part of his son's life the day I chose exile. Akira's eyes narrowed. That does not give you the right to take him. No, Aya agreed quietly. But it gives me the responsibility to protect him. Akira said nothing. Aya continued, voice steady. Konoha loves the idea of the fourth Hokage. But it has never properly protected his son. Her gaze sharpened. You know this. You've seen it. Akira's jaw tightened, but she didn't argue. She couldn't. Aya stepped closer, tone lowering. I came for Naruto because he is my blood. Because there are factions hunting him. Because Haku was not the first, and he will not be the last. Akira swallowed. You believe someone in the village wants him harmed. Aya's expression darkened. I know someone does. Wind rustled the trees. Both Kunoichi stayed silent for a moment. Then Aya continued. My first plan was foolish. To send shinobi to retrieve him quietly. I regret that. Akira's eyebrows rose. Regret? That's new. Aya chuckled softly. I can admit when I miscalculate. Her eyes softened again, warm, maternal, deeply human. When I saw Naruto that night, alone, trembling, a stranger's hand around his throat. Her voice tightened for the first time. I no longer cared about plans. Or retrieval. Or politics. She closed her eyes. I cared only about keeping him alive. Akira exhaled slowly. The anger didn't vanish, but she understood now. So what do you want? Akira asked. Aya opened her eyes. A chance, she said simply. To stay. To protect him. To teach him. As family. Akira studied her for a long, heavy moment. Then, she nodded once. But if you ever lie to me again, Akira said softly, I will not hesitate. Aya bowed her head. And if you ever fail him, she replied just as quietly, I won't either. For the first time, they found common ground. A single shared truth. They would both kill for him. And they would both die for him. The night air was cool. Tezuna's lantern flickered between them, casting shadows across Akira's silver hair and Aya's calm, unreadable eyes. Aya was quiet for a moment. Then she asked the question that had been pressing against her heart since she laid eyes on Naruto again. Akira, she said softly, why does my nephew not know about his father? Akira's breath hitched. She wasn't expecting that. Aya continued before Akira could form an excuse. He looked at me with trust, Aya whispered. He accepts me as family because his heart is soft and open, but he has no idea what blood runs in his veins. Akira's jaw clenched. It's complicated. No, Aya said gently, shaking her head. It is not. Someone chose to hide Minato from him. She stepped closer, voice lowering. Why? Akira swallowed once, voice tight. Hokage orders. Aya sighed, pain and frustration mixing behind her eyes. I suspected as much. Here isn't always meant well, but meaning well does not make him correct. Akira didn't argue. She couldn't. She'd thought the same for years. Then Aya's expression sharpened slightly. Does he know his father's jutsu? She asked. Akira blinked. What? Aya's tone hardened. Does Naruto know the Rasengan? The Flying Thunder God? The sealing arts Minato mastered? Akira looked away. No. Aya's voice went cold. None of them? Akira shook her head. Nothing. For the first time that evening, Aya's warmth cracked into something sharp. Minato's only child, she whispered, and they left him to struggle alone. Akira didn't deny it. Aya closed her eyes, chest rising and falling with slow, controlled breathing. It explains much, she murmured. His raw power, but lack of refinement. His courage, but no guidance. Her eyes opened again, gold, bright, fierce. I asked you earlier what I wanted. She stepped forward, stopping only a breath away. This is what I want, Akira. For Naruto to know who he is. For him to know who his father was. And for him to learn the legacy that was stolen from him. Akira met her gaze, steady and unflinching. And you think you can teach him? Aya smiled softly. Not arrogant, determined. I was Minato's sister, she said. I taught him half of what he knew. Akira's eyes widened, just slightly. Aya continued, voice like silk over steel. And I will not allow Naruto to walk blind in the shadow of a man he does not yet know he carries within him. Akira exhaled slowly. This complication was becoming less of a threat, and more of an inevitability. Aya folded her arms lightly, eyes still bright with the fierce protectiveness she held for Naruto. Akira drew a long breath, finally speaking with the weight of someone who had been carrying too much alone. You asked why Naruto doesn't know his father, Akira said. Why he hasn't learned Minato's techniques. Aya nodded, waiting. Akira looked out toward the dark tree line. Because if I taught him what Minato knew, or even hinted at his lineage, every eye in Konoha would be on him. And not all those eyes would be kind. Aya's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Akira continued, but I haven't abandoned him. I haven't left him to struggle. Her voice softened. Far from it. Aya studied her closely, sensing the shift in tone. Akira met her gaze again, steady and unflinching. I've been training him, personally. Jutsu, chakra control, taijutsu, weapon work, everything he needs to survive. Aya's brows lifted in genuine surprise. You've taken responsibility for him, she murmured. Akira nodded once. And more than that, Naruto isn't alone anymore. Aya tilted her head slightly. Explain. Akira exhaled. He's living with the Nara clan. Aya blinked. The Nara. Akira smiled faintly, tired but proud. With Hotaru. Aya's eyes widened for the first time. Hotaru Nara, she repeated slowly. The girl whose shadow merges with his without hesitation. Akira nodded. Aya let out a soft, incredulous laugh. So that is why she looked ready to slit my throat when I stepped near him. Akira chuckled under her breath. Hotaru is protective. She's chosen him. The clan supports it. Aya leaned against the porch railing, processing this. And they gave him a room? In their compound? A room? Akira snorted. 5 new outfits. Daily meals. A mother who treats him like her own. A father who sees his potential. A brother who guards him in silence. Aya went still. Akira finished quietly. He has a family, Aya. A real one. Aya closed her eyes for a moment, breathing out a long, steadying sigh. Relief, sorrow, acceptance all twisting together. Good, she whispered. At least he has that. Akira nodded. But there's more, she added. Hotaru isn't just protecting him emotionally. Aya lifted an eyebrow. Akira continued, voice low. The Nara elders recognize Naruto's potential. They're already weaving him into clan structure. Training him, watching over him. Aya took a moment, then said simply, Minato would have been grateful for them. Akira didn't disagree. Aya straightened, eyes meeting Akira's with renewed clarity. So he is cared for, she said. Sheltered, believed in, a beat, but he is still untrained in who he is. Akira didn't argue. Aya's voice softened. That is why I am here. Not to steal him from you. Not to uproot him. Her gaze hardened again, but to prepare him. For his father's shadow. For his enemies. For the world he must one day walk through. Akira leaned back against the post, staring out into the night. Then teach him, she said quietly. But not alone. Not in secret. Aya smiled, warm, tired, and relieved. Together, then? Akira nodded. For his sake. Reika sat cross-legged on the tatami, sipping broth, eyes flicking from Naruto to the 2 kunoichi pressed on either side of him. And she noticed everything. Hotaru sat tied against Naruto's left, her knee brushing his, shadow quietly coiled beneath both their feet. Karin sat just as close on his right, one long leg woven between Naruto's, casual but unmistakably deliberate. And the blonde? Naruto just kept eating like nothing at all was happening. Not flustered, not panicking, not blushing to the ears. Just eating his rice like 2 girls weren't anchored around him like he was the center of their orbit. Reika hid a grin behind her bowl. Oh, she thought, he's rare. Most boys would be choking on their food. Most boys would be red-faced, sweating, stuttering, or trying to escape. But Naruto? He simply accepted their closeness without complaint, without awkwardness, without the clueless panic that would have sent most guys scrambling under the table. Hotaru leaned in slightly to whisper something. Karin smirked and nudged him with her knee. Naruto answered both calmly, like this was normal. Reika's brows rose. He doesn't shy away. He doesn't crumble. He doesn't get overwhelmed. She took another sip. No wonder mom likes him. Shikamaru sat across the table, watching the 3 of them with a deadpan look that said, this is going to be so troublesome. Reika smirked. Oh, lighten up, she whispered toward him. Your sister and the redhead are just confident. Shikamaru gave her a side eye. You have no idea. Reika turned her eyes back to Naruto, wedged comfortably between 2 kunoichi who clearly weren't leaving him anytime soon. Rare, she thought again. And worth protecting, just like mom said. Hotaru's shadow twitched under the table. Karin nudged Naruto again with her leg. Naruto kept eating peacefully, completely unaware of the small storms orbiting him. Reika smiled. This is going to be fun. Naruto finally finished a bowl of rice and set his chopsticks down with a relieved sigh. Hotaru shifted closer, her shoulder almost brushing his. Karin leaned in too, chin resting on her hand, her legs still woven between Naruto's without apology. Rika smirked from across the table. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Hotaru spoke first, voice soft, steady, but edged with tension she hadn't shaken since the forest. "You okay?" she asked Naruto. "After everything today?" Naruto blinked. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" Hotaru stared at him. "You almost got taken." Again. Naruto scratched his cheek. "Well, yeah, but I'm still here, right?" Karin exhaled sharply, pushing her glasses up with a finger. "That's not the point, idiot." She leaned forward, voice low. "People are coming after you. Strong ones. You can't just shrug that off." Naruto frowned, confused but trying to listen. Hotaru nodded, her shadow flickering gently under the table. "Karin's right. You need to be careful. You can't just wander anywhere alone." A pause. Especially with all this family stuff suddenly happening. Naruto's brows knitted. "But Aya is nice. She saved me." Karin sighed. "No one's saying she's not. But she also sent shinobi after you." Hotaru added, eyes soft but serious, "and she's still hiding things. She's not telling us everything yet." Naruto looked down at the table, thinking. "So, you two don't trust her?" Hotaru responded instantly. "I trust us." Karin nodded. "Exactly. Team 15 first." Naruto looked up, touched by the certainty in their voices. Hotaru leaned in a bit more. "We've been with you since day one," she whispered. "We know how you think. How you fight. We're not letting anyone just appear out of nowhere and take over." Karin smirked. "Especially someone who thinks blood alone gives her a claim." Hotaru shot her a sideways look. Karin shrugged, unapologetic. Naruto flushed slightly. "Hotaru." "Karin, I know. I trust you too." Hotaru's expression softened, eyes warming, shadow curling around his ankle in reflexive comfort. Karin tapped Naruto's knee with her own. "Good, because we're not letting anything happen to you." Naruto scratched the back of his neck. "You two really worry about me, huh?" Hotaru and Karin simultaneously. "Yes." Rika muffled a laugh. Shikamaru muttered, "Troublesome romance arcs." Hotaru ignored both. She looked directly at Naruto, voice warm but fierce. "You belong with us. With the Nara. With Team 15. Nothing is taking you away from that." Karin smirked, chin lifting proudly. "And if it tries, we'll fight it together." Naruto blinked, then smiled. "Thanks, really." Hotaru relaxed. Karin nodded, pleased. Naruto relaxed for half a second. Which, apparently, was exactly the opening Karin had been waiting for. She shifted her weight, sliding her other leg under the low table, smooth, bold, deliberate, until both of her legs were now loosely hooked around Naruto's right leg and ankle. Naruto froze mid-breath. Karin leaned her elbow on the table, chin in her palm, eyes half-lidded behind her glasses. "So," she said casually, voice purring around the edges, "about this whole protecting Naruto thing. Maybe we should coordinate our efforts better, Hotaru." Hotaru's eyes narrowed instantly. "Coordinate?" she repeated. Karin smiled, bright and sharp. "Well, yeah, we're both already so close to him." Her leg tightened around Naruto's. "Might as well work together." Naruto squeaked very quietly. Rika nearly fell over from silent laughter. Shikamaru groaned into his bowl. Hotaru did not flinch. Her shadow extended under the table like a whisper, brushing up Naruto's left side, curling around his ankle in a subtle counter-claim. Then she leaned in, just slightly, but enough that her shoulder pressed firmly into Naruto's. "If we're coordinating," Hotaru said softly, "I choose where he stays." Karin arched a brow. "Oh? And where's that?" Hotaru's smile was small and serene. "With us. With the Nara." Karin hummed, her legs tightening around Naruto's again. "Well, I'm not against sharing." Hotaru's cheeks only warmed a fraction. "As equals." Karin's lips parted in faint surprise. But Hotaru wasn't done. She placed her hand on Naruto's forearm, light touch but intentional. "And I won't fall behind," she whispered, eyes locked on Karin. Karin leaned forward too, lips curving. "Good," she murmured. "I hate easy victories." Naruto, meanwhile, was turning a bright shade of red, sitting between two kunoichi actively staking claims on him like it was a sport. Rika whispered to Shikamaru, "Is it always like this?" Shikamaru stared into the distance like a man seeing visions of future headaches. Yes, he said flatly. Every day. Naruto tried to speak. G-girls? Maybe. Karin pressed her knee into his thigh. Hotaru's shadow curled up his back. They both spoke at the same time. Eat your dinner, Naruto. Naruto obeyed immediately. Reika muffled another laugh. The dishes were being cleared when the air went still. Aya Namikaze stood from her place at the table with a softness that didn't match the lethal precision in the way she moved. Silver-edged chakras shimmered faintly along her sleeve as she approached Akira, who rose just enough to meet her halfway. Hotaru's shadow twitched, then settled. Karin's fingers flexed once around her cup. Reika watched silently from beside Naruto, her eyes flicking between her mother and the Jonin sensei. Aya stopped an arm's length away from Akira. No hostility, no tension, just a calm, measured presence that pressed on the room like a seal master's thumb. Akira Kurosawa, Aya said, voice low, warm, ancient in the way only true clan blood could sound. I want something clear between us. Akira didn't flinch. I'm listening. Aya inclined her head, graceful, deliberate. I mean no harm to your students, she said. Not to the Nara girl, not to the Uzumaki child, not to the redhead, and certainly not to him. Her eyes slid to Naruto for a heartbeat, softening with something like awe. My daughter and I came to Wave C for him, yes. But not to steal him. Not to control him. Not to drag him into some forgotten claim. Hotaru's fingers tightened around Naruto's sleeve. Karin's eyes narrowed, calculating. Shikamaru exhaled slowly. Aya continued, turning back to Akira. I swear this to you as Aya Namikaze, Air Blood, Seal Master, and Mother. She placed 2 fingers to her chest, an old clan sign of vow. We are kin. We protect our own. We do not harm them. Akira studied her, unblinking. Silver hair shifting as a faint breeze slipped through the window. What do you want from Naruto? Akira asked finally, calm, but sharp as a blade in a sheath. Aya smiled. Not smug. Not predatory. Something older. Sadder. Hopeful. I want him to know he is not alone. A breath. A beat. Silence. Even Naruto swallowed, something flickering behind his eyes. Hurt he didn't understand, recognition he didn't expect. Reika stepped closer to him unconsciously, her hand brushing his. She means it, she whispered. She really does. Aya straightened. If you wish me to leave him in your care, I will. If you wish me to teach him nothing, I will. But harm? Her expression sharpened, steel beneath silk. I will never bring harm to Minato's son. Not even by mistake. Akira nodded once. A soldier's acceptance. Then we understand each other. The tension, quiet, invisible, heavy, finally eased. Hotaru exhaled. Karin rolled her shoulders. Reika smiled faintly. Naruto blinked up at Aya. Thank you, he said, uncertain but genuine. Aya bowed her head to him, with the respect of a clan elder greeting an equal. Anytime, child of my blood, she said softly. The tension had barely settled when Aya turned slightly, gaze drifting toward the window, toward the dark stretch of the sea where Gato's ships lurked like teeth under the waves. Her voice lowered. There is another matter, she said. One I would speak of before this night grows any older. Akira straightened. Hotaru's shadow curled tighter around Naruto's leg. Karin's eyes sharpened instantly, predator fast. Even Reika looked uneasy, glancing at her mother. Aya folded her arms, expression sharpening into something dangerous. Gato, she said, your mission's obstacle, your employer's tormentor, the man who believes he owns this entire country. Akira's jaw ticked. You know of him. Aya's lips curled. Not quite a smile, not friendly. I know everything he has done, she said quietly. The bribed officials, the enslaved workers, the mercenary bands he's hired, the assassins he keeps in the shadows. His ships are stocked with weapons and forbidden seals he has no right possessing. Hotaru's eyes flicked to Naruto, protective, fierce. Karin's fingers dug into her cup until it creaked. Aya stepped closer, her chakra humming like a storm behind a thin door. My people maintain old information channels, she continued. Long before my daughter and I traveled to Wave, we knew of Gato's rot. We knew he was planning something violent. We knew he hid wealth and stolen jutsu in that mansion of his. Akira's expression shifted, interest, calculation, and something colder. Why tell us? She asked. Aya's gaze slid once more to Naruto, not pitying, not greedy. Respectful, heavy with meaning. Because you are fighting with one hand tied, she said simply. And because Minato's child should not face a war built by cowards alone. Silence pressed into the room like a seal stamp. Then Aya spoke, voice low and certain. I offer assistance. Akira arched a brow. Assistance, in what form? Aya tilted her head slightly, eyes glinting. In raiding Gato's mansion, she said. Tonight, tomorrow, whenever you choose. I can grant you a distraction, provide ceiling support, or ensure his mercenaries never reach the battlefield. The air trembled. Hotaru looked stunned for a heartbeat, then fiercely ready. Karin leaned forward, eager, a dangerous smirk forming. Shikamaru muttered, troublesome, but useful. Reika's eyes shone with a sharp, youthful pride. Mom can do it. She really can. Naruto swallowed, gaze lifting to Aya. You'd help, for real? Aya breathed out softly. Of course. A clan does not abandon its kin. Her gaze sharpened like steel pulled from a sheath. And Gato is long overdue for consequences. Akira considered that, slowly, seriously, weighing risk and reward. Finally she nodded once. We'll discuss the operation. Aya smiled, thin, lethal, satisfied. Good, she said, because I already have a map. Aya spread the map of Gato's estate across the table, seals glowing faintly under her fingertips. Patrol lines, hidden entrances, and chakra-laced storage rooms pulsed softly in the dim light. Hotaru leaned over the markings, eyes narrowing. Naruto watched silently, trying to absorb every detail. Reika stood straight beside him, chin high. Mom's seals are perfect. If she marks a path as safe, it is. Aya smiled lightly. Truth. Akira rubbed the bridge of her nose. Fine. For the infiltration, we need a small, fast team. Naruto and Hotaru go together. Hotaru nodded instantly, shadow curling around Naruto's ankle in agreement. Naruto swallowed and nodded back. Reika stepped forward before anyone else could speak. And I'm going too. Akira blinked. Reika. She's right. Aya cut in smoothly. She can disable my seals if you're separated. And she's trained for silent movement. Hotaru didn't argue, just watched Reika carefully. Akira exhaled. Alright, Naruto, Hotaru, Reika, you three are inner compound. Karin and I will be Overwatch. Karin huffed but nodded. As long as Naruto doesn't get himself killed. Naruto flushed. Aya reached for another seal marker. When a soft thud of shinobi sandals whispered outside the doorway. A controlled step. Familiar chakra. A moment later, Kakashi stepped inside. He opened his mouth to speak. Then he saw her. Aya Namikaze turned toward him, black hair spilling over her shoulder like a shadow. Her expression calm, sharp, unmistakable. The resemblance hit instantly. The eyes, the posture, the chakra signature Kakashi hadn't felt since the fourth Hokage's last day alive. Kakashi's single visible eye widened. His breath caught. You, Aya raised a brow. I assume you recognize the family resemblance. Kakashi stared, utterly undone. Minato-sensei's sister. Aya gave a soft nod. Alive, and fully aware of who that boy is. Her gaze slid to Naruto. Kakashi followed it, then nearly staggered. Akira stepped forward, clearing her throat. I'll explain later. Right now, we're preparing a raid on Gato's mansion. Kakashi blinked, slow and shell-shocked. You're raiding what? Reika popped up behind Naruto. I'm going too. Kakashi stared at her, then Aya, then Naruto, completely overwhelmed. He lifted a hand weakly. This is a lot. Aya placed a hand on her hip. You'll adjust. Namikaze blood doesn't stay quiet forever. Hotaru tightened her grip on Naruto's sleeve. Reika smiled brightly. Karin smirked. Naruto looked between all of them, lost but trying. Kakashi stared at the boy again. Minato's son, surrounded by a Nara, an Uzumaki, a chain user, a Namikaze heir, and a Genin raised by Anbu. He sighed behind the mask. Minato-sensei, your son is going to give me a heart attack. Night crept across the island like ink poured over stone. The surf was quiet. The air smelled of mist and salt. Shinobi sandals whispered against the dirt path as the strike team assembled outside Tazuna's house, silent shadows ready to move. Akira stood at the front, arms crossed, silver hair shifting in the faint wind. Aya Namikaze finished adjusting the seal tags along her sleeves, each one humming with restrained power. Her daughter, Reika, stood beside Naruto and Hotaru, practically vibrating with nervous excitement. Kakashi lingered near the edge of the group, still rattled by the revelation, but already slipping into combat mode. Akira raised her voice just enough for the team to hear. Orders are simple. Everyone looked up. We take Gato alive. Hotaru nodded instantly. Karin clicked her tongue but didn't argue. Reika pumped her fist quietly. Naruto blinked. Alive? Why? Akira tapped a scroll against her palm. Because this isn't just a rescue mission anymore. The Hokage requested intelligence on Gato's operations. The man knows names, routes, contacts, and bribe lists. Killing him ends the threat. Bringing him back ends the network. Aya stepped forward. And he possesses things that belong to my clan. Seals, scrolls, and one artifact he should not have been able to touch. Kakashi scratched the back of his head. Figures. Gato never stole small. Akira continued, voice sharp. Second directive. We retrieve funds from his vault. Not all of it, just proof we neutralized his power source. Tezuna's family gets the majority. The rest is turned over to the Hokage. Karin nodded. I can smell ink-soaked money and blood-printed seals from across a street. I'll find the vault. Reika grinned. I can get the lock open. Hotaru's shadow smoothed across the ground. I'll pin Gato if he tries to run. Naruto adjusted his tanto, electricity buzzing along the grip for a moment. We're taking him alive. Got it. Akira gave a single approving nod. Good. Move. Crescent moon. The infiltration begins. They slipped into the forest path, silent, fast, coordinated. Akira and Karin took the forward left ridge, scanning for chakra signatures. Hotaru stayed at Naruto's right, shadow brushing his sandals softly, protective and automatic. Reika stayed at Naruto's left, energetic but focused, eyes bright in the dark. Aya and Kakashi moved in the rear, two veteran predators watching the team with sharpened instincts, ready to collapse on any threat. Aya whispered, once you reach the compound walls, I'll disable the perimeter seals. Reika will take point. Naruto, stay between the girls. Naruto nodded. Reika beamed. Hotaru didn't move her shadow an inch from him. Akira flashed through a series of signs, quick, smooth, practiced. 3, 2, 1. The mansion came into view across the water, torches flickering weakly along the walls. Gato's estate looked less like a residence and more like a bloated tick feeding on the land. Akira murmured. This is it. Remember the orders. Aya's voice followed, sharper. Take Gato alive. And bring back my clan's stolen seals. Kakashi added with a sigh. And try not to set anything on fire. Minato-sensei's kid has me nervous enough. Naruto whispered. Why do people keep saying that? Hotaru squeezed his arm. Reika stifled a laugh. Akira raised her hand. Move. And the raid began. The outer wall loomed ahead, dark stone, cracked by salt wind, patrolled by men who had no idea what true shinobi looked like. Akira signaled the approach with 2 fingers. Hotaru's shadow slipped ahead like smoke. Reika pressed close to Naruto, breath steady, excitement tightly coiled inside her. Naruto crouched low, hand on his tanto, just waiting. Aya pressed a palm to the wall's base. A seal flared once, blue, quiet, invisible from a distance, and the chakra barrier dissolved like sand through fingers. Open, she whispered. Akira nodded. Go. The 3 genin flowed through the gap. Crescent moon inside the walls. Grass whispered beneath shinobi sandals. 2 guards leaned against crates near the garden path, bored and half-drunk. Hotaru moved first, her hand flicking. Their shadows snapped upward, seizing the men by their ankles and wrists before they even felt fear. A strangled grunt, cut off. Reika flashed forward and clamped a tag over one mouth. The seal glowed. Silence tag. Complete muffling effect. Naruto stepped in last. His tanto slid from its sheath in a single controlled motion. No hesitation, no wasted energy. He drove it cleanly into the first guard's ribs. The man jerked. No sound came, not with Reika's seal, and Naruto held him upright as he slid the blade free. Hotaru dispatched the second guard, quick, efficient, shadow binding around the throat before tightening sharply. Both bodies dropped softly into the grass. Naruto stared at his blade. Still slick, still warm. Hotaru touched his arm gently. It needed doing. Reika nodded beside him. And you did it clean. Naruto swallowed once and wiped the blade on the guard's sleeve, jaw set. Let's keep moving. Crescent moon the mansion back door. The back entrance sat half hidden beneath a crooked veranda. Two more bandits guarded the door, whispering about girls, gambling, and how they hated night shifts. They never saw the three shapes drop from the roof above them. Reika drove a kunai into one throat, fast, brutal. Hotaru's shadow pinned the second before he could inhale to scream. Naruto stepped in again, blade flashing across the man's chest. 1, 2 strokes. Precise enough to sever breath before pain. He stood over the body for a moment, breathing slow. Hotaru squeezed his shoulder. Reika grinned fiercely. Naruto nodded once, focused. Let's go. Small diamond inside the mansion. The hallway was dim, lit by oil lamps that flickered in the draft. More men patrolled, lazy, poorly trained, unaware. Perfect targets. They moved like ghosts. Hotaru's shadow dragged one into the darkness, muffling thrashing limbs. Reika slipped in behind another, cutting his spine before he could turn. Naruto stabbed upward beneath a third man's ribs, blade sliding between organs the way Akira taught him. Quiet, efficient, professional. They left three bodies cooling behind them as they moved deeper, toward the corridors where Gato's vault and private quarters waited. Reika whispered, "Vault is 2 hallways down." Mom marked it. Hotaru whispered back, "Naruto stays between us." Naruto rolled his eyes, but didn't argue. Every step further into the mansion smelled like rust, sweat, and power waiting to be broken. The mansion split into 2 wings, upper floors rising to the left, storage halls and inner chambers falling to the right. Akira lifted 2 fingers. "Aya, with me." Aya's smile was faint, dangerous. "I thought you'd never ask." Their sandals whispered over the wooden staircase, controlled steps, silent, deadly. Karin followed briefly before peeling off to a balcony vantage point where she could watch everything with her chakra sense. Hotaru tugged Naruto gently toward the right corridor. Reika darted ahead, eager but careful. Akira's voice carried softly down the hall. "Hotaru." "Naruto." "Reika." "Straight corridor. Second left. Vaults are 3 doors down. Take what we came for. Stay alive." Hotaru nodded. "Understood." Naruto lowered into a ready crouch. "Right." Reika flashed a grin. "Let's rob a crime lord." Then the team split. Upper floors, Aya and Akira. 2 guards patrolled the landing. They heard nothing, saw nothing, until Aya flicked a seal tag forward with a lazy motion. It burst midair. Silent paralysis flare. Both men froze where they stood, eyes wide, limbs locked. Akira stepped past them, sliding her blade across each neck in a clean, practiced motion. Aya exhaled, impressed. "You're efficient." Akira shrugged. "They'd kill my students without blinking." They moved deeper. A door opened at the far end. A mercenary stepped out, blinking groggily, then spotted them. Before he could yell, Aya's fingers danced through an ancient pattern. A seal circle bloomed beneath his feet. He vanished into it, pulled into ink like a page folding in on itself. Akira raised a brow. "Where did you send him?" Aya smirked. "A storage scroll. We'll deal with him later." "You and I," Akira murmured, "are going to get along dangerously well." Aya's chuckle was low and sharp. Likewise. They continued clearing rooms, swift, ruthless, precise. Lower corridors, Naruto, Hotaru, Reika. Reika led them down the dim hallway, stepping over fallen lamps and abandoned crates. "Vault should be just ahead," she whispered. Mom marked it with a blue seal behind the wall panel. Hotaru stayed close to Naruto, shadow pooling protectively around both their feet. Naruto scanned the hall. 2 chakra signatures ahead, moving slow. Reika smirked. Not for long. They rounded the corner. 2 guards stood outside an iron-banded door. Hotaru struck first. Her shadow snapped forward, pinning the first guard's legs and yanking him off balance. Naruto stepped in, stabbing upward into his ribs before his head hit the ground. Reika ducked under the second guard's swing and sliced his Achilles tendon. He collapsed with a grunt. Hotaru's shadow wrapped around his throat. A sharp twist. Silence. Naruto breathed out slowly, adjusting but steady. Reika wiped her kunai. Vault secured. Hotaru ran her hand along the edge of the door. Sealed. Reika grinned, pulling out a brush and a pouch of silver blue powder. "Good thing Mom taught me how to break her work." Naruto stepped back, guarding the hall. Do it. Reika pressed the powder along the seams. A faint hum, then a soft click. The vault unlocked. Reika pushed it open, proud. Told you. Hotaru peered inside and froze. Naruto's breath caught. Because Gato's vault wasn't just money and gold. It held scroll racks, sealed crates, forbidden jutsu containers, and several Uzumaki-style sealing cylinders marked with Aya's clan sigil. Naruto whispered, "He stole all this?" Hotaru touched his shoulder gently. "Let's recover what we can." Reika stepped inside with a lantern. "Welcome to Gato's hoard." The vault smelled of paper, dust, and stolen wealth. Lantern light flickered off gold bars, stacked Ryo bundles, and walls of sealed containers. Reika stepped aside so Naruto and Hotaru could enter first. Hotaru knelt beside the Uzumaki cylinders, tracing the red, spiraling sigils with careful fingers. "These belong with Aya," she said firmly. "Namikaze or Uzumaki, it's still her clan. And Naruto's family." Naruto nodded. "Yeah, we'll bring them all." Karin dropped soundlessly from the balcony doorway overhead, landing inside the vault with the ease of someone used to slipping through shadows. "Akira sent me down," she said, red hair falling over one shoulder. "She wants me to help secure the seals and evaluate everything else." Reika folded her arms, smirking. Translation. Karin gets to loot the vault with Naruto. Karin didn't deny it. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. "We just need the Uzumaki stuff and..." Hotaru cut him off, voice cool, practical, and just a tiny bit wicked. "Shinobi are sneaky, Naruto." She tapped a crate of gold bars with her toe. "And sometimes things get misplaced." Reika snorted, covering her grin. "Accidentally falling into a backpack, huh?" Karin's eyes glimmered with interest. "I mean, Gato stole all of this anyway. Technically, none of it legally exists." Naruto blinked at them. "So you're saying..." Hotaru slid a hand along the shelves, her tone deceptively calm. "I'm saying the Hokage will get his proof. Tazuna will get the money he needs. Aya will get her clan scrolls. Akira will get her mission success." She turned to Naruto, shadow curling protectively around his feet. "And you deserve repayment for being hunted, targeted, and dragged into this man's mess." Naruto opened his mouth to protest. Hotaru stepped closer, poking his chest once. "Don't argue. You're shinobi. You bled for this. Your blade is still wet from it." Naruto swallowed, gaze dropping. Karin touched his arm gently. "And honestly," she murmured, "you're sharing the Uzumaki scrolls with Aya anyway. The gold won't bother her." Reika added, "Mom would probably encourage it." Naruto looked between the three girls. "Fine, but only a little." Hotaru smiled, soft, proud, entirely smug. "That's all I was suggesting." Karin already had 2 scrolls tucked under her arm and was evaluating a crate of Ryo bundles. Reika cracked open a chest of silver coins. "Ooh, pretty." Naruto sighed, resigned. Okay, just don't overdo it." Hotaru smirked. "We're shinobi. Overdoing doesn't exist." Reika giggled. Karin smirked. Naruto groaned. But he still knelt beside them and began stacking the Uzumaki scrolls carefully into the reinforced pack Hotaru had prepared earlier. The hidden vault. Naruto had just finished stacking the last of the Uzumaki scrolls into the reinforced pack when Reika paused mid-search. Her hand hovered near the back wall. "Wait." Hotaru straightened. "What is it?" Reika pressed her palm flat against a panel of wood that didn't match the rest, too smooth, too new. Her fingers traced a faint groove only someone trained in sealing work would recognize. "Mom's seal," she whispered. "A hidden one." Karin's eyes sharpened instantly. "Show me." Reika stepped aside. Karin crouched, tracing the faint blue swirl embedded in the wood. "Uzumaki-style concealment tag, but modified. This isn't part of Gato's original vault." Naruto blinked. "So somebody added it?" Reika nodded. "Mom hid something in here a long time ago. Before Gato ever bought this mansion." Hotaru moved up behind Naruto, shadow curling in anticipation. "Open it." Reika pulled out her brush and a pinch of silver blue dust. "This might sting." She swept a symbol across the seal. It flared once. A low grinding sound echoed through the room. The back wall shifted. The hidden panel slid aside. And behind it, a second vault door gleamed under the lantern light. This one wasn't dusty, wasn't neglected. It was full. Utterly, obscenely full. Stacks of gold bars, crates packed with coins, Bags of Ryo bundled and stamped with foreign trade seals. Even gemstone-studded lockboxes stacked in neat rows. Karin inhaled sharply. This is hundreds of millions of Ryo. Reika whispered. Mom hid the seal. But this is Gato's secret stash. The one he didn't report. The one no ledger shows. Hotaru crossed her arms, tone flat and unimpressed. So the vault we just looted was the public vault. Naruto stared, speechless. That wasn't the real one? Karin shook her head slowly. Oh no. Gato was a snake, but even I didn't realize he hid this much. Reika stepped inside, eyes wide as lantern light shimmered off gold. This would bankrupt every criminal he works with. Hotaru tapped a crate with her sandal. And pay for half a country. Naruto stepped in, jaw clenched, realization hitting him like a kunai. This is how he controlled Wave. Hotaru nodded once. And this is how he dies. Reika smirked, hands already on a small chest. Karin looked between Hotaru and Naruto. We definitely can't take all this. Hotaru shrugged. Of course not, that would be suspicious. But, she pointed casually at 3 medium-sized Ryo bags. Those could be misplaced. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. You 3 are going to get me in trouble. Reika patted his shoulder. No, we're going to get you paid. Karin added, and Aya won't care. The Uzumaki scrolls are the real prize. Hotaru gave Naruto a look both soft and firm. And you deserve compensation, Naruto. After everything. Naruto exhaled, cheeks warming but eyes determined. Fine, we take a little, but just enough that no one questions it. Agreed, Hotaru said. Agreed, Reika echoed. Karin already had a bag open. I'll take inventory. They worked in quiet, methodical presence, shinobi efficiency, practiced hands, and just enough moral flexibility to call themselves ninja. And as they loaded only a carefully chosen fraction of the secret vault, a faint tremor rippled through the mansion floor. Hotaru froze. Reika looked up. Karin's eyes narrowed. Naruto whispered. Someone else is here. Karin dropped to one knee inside the hidden vault and pulled a reinforced sealing bag from her hip pouch. Not flimsy. Not standard. A high-grade Uzumaki storage seal stitched into the fabric itself. All right, she muttered, snapping the bag open. Let's make this fast. She pressed her palm to the ground. A red sealing array spiraled outward in a smooth ripple of chakra. Gold bars lifted first, weightless under the sealing pull, floating neatly into the bag one by one. Then stacks of Ryo bundled in tight paper seals. Then loose coins, swirling like metallic dust in a controlled vortex. Reika watched, impressed. That bag is incredible. Karin flicked a strand of red hair out of her face. Yeah, well, these seals aren't free, she muttered. And I swear if one of these gold bars chips my nails. Hotaru blinked. Your nails? Karin scowled down at her hand. My last manicure was 2 days ago. Gold scratches. Do you know how hard it is to fix scratches? Do you know what chakra polish costs? Naruto blinked at her. You get chakra manicures? Karin didn't even pause the sealing array. Of course I do. I'm a kunoichi, not a barbarian. A gold coin clinked off her fingertip. She stopped, stared at her nail, glared at it like it had personally betrayed her. Oh, perfect, perfect. Now I have to redo the whole set. Hotaru coughed into her hand to hide a smile. Reika snorted openly. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. It looks fine to me? Karin shot him a deadpan look. Naruto, sweetheart, you can't even tell when your shirt is backwards. Hotaru's shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. But Karin resumed sealing, muttering under her breath. Gold dust everywhere, gonna need a scrub brush, It gets under the cuticles. More gold and cash disappeared into the bag in clean, practiced movements. Hotaru crouched beside Naruto, whispering. She's going to complain the whole night, isn't she? Naruto nodded. Probably. Reika chimed in. Mom says it's her charm. Karin didn't look up. My charm is that I'm getting us all rich. Meanwhile, you 3 just stand there looking cute. Hotaru's eye twitched. Reika grinned. Naruto's face flushed bright red. Karin sealed the last bar with a sharp flick of chakra. There. Done. Let's move before something explodes. As if on cue, a deep rumble shook the mansion again. Hotaru's eyes snapped to the hall. Reika's breath hitched. Naruto tightened his grip on his tanto. Karin stood, sealing bag over her shoulder, nails forgotten. Okay, she muttered. That wasn't me. The four moved silently through the dim hallway. Naruto, Hotaru, Karin, and Reika Namikaze, Aya's daughter, leading the push toward the vaults. Dust drifted. The wooden floor groaned. Somewhere deeper in the mansion, a man screamed. Karin's eyes narrowed. Someone else is in here. Reika lifted her tanto. Not bandits. Something colder. Hotaru froze mid-step. Naruto. A figure dropped from above like a falling blade. A silver fox mask hit the floor in front of them, head tilted, body motionless. A hunter nin. Before anyone breathed, the temperature collapsed. A sharp, crystalline crack echoed behind them. Then in front. Then beneath their feet. Ice erupted. A dome of frozen chakra slammed down around the four of them, sealing them into a perfect circular prison. Frost webbed across the walls, creeping upward fast enough for them to watch it grow. Naruto instinctively pulled Reika behind him. Karin's chains snapped into the air. Hotaru's shadow surged outward, slamming against the ice and stopping dead. Not a crack, not a waver. The hunter nin's voice drifted through the ice. Low, calm, icy. Uzumaki Naruto. Nara Hotaru. Uzumaki Karin. Namikaze Reika. Reika stiffened. He knows our names. Karin snarled, that's not wave. That's information from someone else. The mask tilted. You four are not permitted to reach the vaults. Your mission ends here. Naruto stepped forward, lightning cracking faintly down his arm. Hotaru grabbed him. Don't, he's prepared for you. The ice thickened, growing spikes inward, like teeth slowly closing. Reika's grip on her tanto tightened. Mother said this place would be dangerous, but this is assassination-level technique. Karin hissed through her teeth. Great. Ice mirrors, ice domes. What's next? Snow dragons? The hunter's hand rose. The dome sharpened. Hotaru exhaled slowly, shadow curling tighter around Naruto's ankle. Naruto, when he attacks, I'll break his line of sight. You hit the wall with lightning. Naruto nodded, eyes narrowing. Reika steadied herself. Karin smirked. Finally. Something fun. The hunter nin's voice cut through the ice again. Let's begin. And the dome contracted. The ice dome settled into place with a dull, echoing hum, like a heartbeat made of frost. Naruto shifted forward instinctively, lightning crawling faintly over his fingers. The hunter nin raised one hand. The ice stopped contracting. For a moment, everything went still. Then his voice drifted through the frozen barrier, calm, controlled, almost gentle. If you four remain where you are, there will be no need for fighting. Hotaru's eyes narrowed. Her shadow steadied at her feet like a coiled animal waiting for a reason. Karin clicked her tongue. Oh, sure, we'll just wait here politely while you decide if we live or die. Sounds completely reasonable. Reika's grip on her tanto tightened as she stepped closer to Naruto's side. Mother warned me about shinobi who talk like that. Naruto planted his foot, jaw clenching. We're not stopping. Not for Gato. Not for you. The hunter's mask tilted slightly. I was not speaking to you, Uzumaki. Hotaru tensed instantly, stepping between him and the hunter nin. The masked man continued, voice low, as if reciting orders. My mission is simple. Prevent entry to the vaults. No killing. Unless forced. Karin scoffed. So we just sit here? In your giant freezer? Until what? Gato runs away. A faint swirl of snow drifted from the hunter's hand. You misunderstand. If you stay put, I let you live. If you move, you die. Reika let out a slow, disbelieving laugh. Yeah, that's not happening. Naruto cracked his knuckles, lightning flickering brighter. We're getting to that vault. One way or another. Hotaru's voice dropped to a whisper only the three could hear. He's not lying about avoiding kills. But he will if we push him. Karin leaned in close, eyes sharp. Then we push him carefully. The hunter nin raised his hand again, and the dome began to hum with chakra, shimmering like a living thing. Last warning. His tone didn't change. His resolve did. Stay, or shatter. Naruto stepped forward. Hotaru's shadow rose. Reika lowered her stance. Karin smirked. We choose option 3, she said, chains rattling behind her. We break you first. The air tightened. Frost crawled across the floor in branching veins, reaching for their sandals. The hunter nin lifted his hand, and the dome responded, chakra pulsing like a heartbeat. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto flexed his fingers, lightning flickering up his arm. Hotaru's shadow rose behind him in a sharp, angular bloom. Reika slid her foot back, eyes narrowing to slits. Karin smirked, Uzumaki chains rattling faintly behind her like steel serpents. The hunter nin exhaled. So be it. He vanished. A blur of white and cold. A shockwave of ice erupted beneath their feet. Naruto moves first. Lightning arced up Naruto's arm as he slammed his palm into the ice floor. Crack. A spiderweb fracture shot across the dome, bright and violent. The hunter reappeared directly behind him. Hotaru's shadow snapped up, forming a wall. Clang. An ice blade hit the shadow barrier and skidded, leaving a frost-burned line. Hotaru hissed, shadow tightening into spikes. Naruto, left. Naruto pivoted, lightning exploding outward in a spinning arc. The hunter flickered back, jacket singed by the blast. Hotaru counterattacks. Hotaru's shadow streaked across the floor like ink, darting under the hunter's feet. He jumped, but her shadow curved unnaturally, whipping upward and clipping his ankle. A gasp of chakra escaped him. Reika blinked. She angled it, through the ice reflections. Hotaru smirked, sweat forming at her temple. Shadows not as limited as people think. Reika rushes in. Reika's tanto flashed. A burst, blue lightning speed without the lightning. She shot forward so fast the frost under her sandals cracked, the namikaze technique flaring in her legs. The hunter barely raised his arm in time. Clash. Reika's blade met a rapidly formed ice dagger, sparks scattering across the dome. The hunter twisted, shoving her off balance. Reika rotated mid-air, flipping back into a crouch. Try that again, she snapped, eyes fierce. I dare you. Karin enters the fight. Chains erupted from Karin's back in a sweeping arc. Let's make this simple. They lashed outward, spiraling around the hunter like a golden cage. He froze the air around himself instantly, a ring of frost that slowed the chains mid-flight. But not enough. 2 chains broke through, snagging his arm and shoulder. The hunter hissed, the first sound of frustration. He raised his free hand and SHOOM. A blast of ice spikes shot toward Karin. Reika dove, slamming into Karin and pulling her clear as ice spears shattered against the dome wall. Karin rolled, breath sharp. Thanks. Reika smirked. Don't mention it. Hunter breaks loose. The faintest ripple of chakra pulsed from the hunter's chest. The ice on the walls responded like a living creature. Crack. WHOOM. A surge of jagged ice burst outward from the dome walls in all directions. Naruto grabbed Hotaru and spun her behind him as lightning erupted from his arm, vaporizing a wave of spikes. Karin's chains crossed in front of her like a shield. Reika ducked under a spear of ice that sliced off a lock of her hair. The hunter stepped forward, mask unreadable. You are skilled, but this dome is mine. Ice began forming in the air above him, swirling, jagged mirrors. Hotaru's breath caught. Naruto, he's forming an ice technique like, Naruto grit his teeth. Yeah, just like Haku. Lightning crawled over his entire body, pupils narrowing. Then we break it the same way. The upper mansion creaked under their sandals as Akira and Aya Namikaze moved through the shattered hallway, clearing room after room with ruthless efficiency. The air still burned from Akira's most recent lightning strike, smoke curled from the walls. Aya wiped her blade clean with 2 quick flicks, her golden eyes narrowing. Too quiet, she muttered. Akira said nothing, but her chakra sharpened. She felt it first. A low rumble, deep enough to vibrate the shattered lanterns hanging from the rafters. Aya tilted her head. That wasn't the kids. Akira's hand lifted, stopping her. The rumble grew. A slow, dragging sound beneath it, like steel scraping stone. Then, BOOM. A massive shockwave blasted down the far end of the hall, splintering a doorframe and sending dust and debris rolling through the corridor. Aya's lips curled into a knowing smirk. He's here. Out of the smoke stepped a tall silhouette. Broad shoulders. A massive sword wrapped in bandages. A cleaver fit for slaughter. The figure dragged the blade, sparks snapping from the floor. Momochi Zabuza. Unmistakable. Akira shifted her stance immediately, hand rising as lightning coiled around her fingertips. Aya clicked her tongue. Guess Kakashi stirred up the hornet's nest after all. Zabuza's single visible eye narrowed at them. He rolled his neck once, casual, unbothered, like 2 elite kunoichi didn't block his path. You 2 aren't the ones I came for, he growled. But if you're in my way, Aya cut him off, raising a finger. Zabuza, darling, please. She smiled. A sharp, dangerous smile. We're trying to rescue a child. Zabuza scoffed. No you're not. You're raiding a crime lord. Akira stepped forward, silver hair brushing her cheek as lightning bloomed across her arm, bright enough to cast long shadows. Kakashi's team is outside with the boy. If he's in danger, we will carve through anything between us and him. Zabuza's blade lifted. So will I. For a breath, the three shinobi stood in a perfect standoff. The air thick with killing intent, the walls trembling from the force of their chakra. Aya raised an eyebrow. So we're all here for the same blonde menace? Akira didn't blink. Zabuza didn't blink either. And then, boom, another tremor shook the mansion. Aya's head snapped toward the floor beneath them. That one was the kids. Akira clenched her jaw. They're fighting someone strong. Zabuza tilted his head, expression hardening. The ice user. Akira's eyes widened. Haku. Zabuza didn't answer verbally. He simply lowered into a stance, full killing intent unleashed. Aya flipped her blade in her hand. Guess we take the big one, she murmured. Akira's lightning surged up her arm. Reinforce the kids once we break him. Zabuza exhaled once. Calm. Focused. Try not to die, he muttered. I need you alive after I kill Kakashi. Chapter 21. The mansion shook. Dust rained from the ceiling. Floorboards groaned under the pressure of three monstrous chakras colliding at once. Aya Namikaze stepped through the haze first, blade angled low, golden eyes narrowing on the hulking silhouette ahead. Akira Kurosawa moved beside her, lightning crawling over her arm in sharp, violent pulses. Her silver hair lifted as the static built around her body. And in front of them, dragging that massive cleaver across the ruined floor, Momochi Zabuza emerged from the smoke, a killing aura thick enough to choke on. The demon of the mist. He exhaled once, slow and even, fog curling from his mask. Didn't expect babysitters, Zabuza growled, lifting the Kabikirabocho with one arm. Akira, Aya, and Kakashi descended the shattered staircase fast, sandals cracking over splintered boards. Zabuza's unconscious form lay slung over Kakashi's shoulder, his cleaver carried casually in Kakashi's free hand. As they neared the vault level, they heard screaming, a high-pitched, panicked, pathetic scream. Then, CRAAAASH. A heavy body flew out from a side room, smashing straight through the half-broken door and rolling across the hallway like a sack of meat. A fat, short man. Greasy hair, expensive robes, pudgy hands. Sprawled on the floor, gasping and wheezing. Gato. The crime lord himself. His face twisted in absolute terror. Please, please, I'll pay anything, don't kill me. Kakashi blinked once. Aya raised an eyebrow. Akira smiled dangerously. But none of them had caused it. Someone else stepped through the doorway. Golden chains snaked out first. Vibrating, whipping, spiteful. Sparking against the floor like snakes too angry to hold still. Then Karin emerged. Her glasses were cracked. Her hair stuck to her face with sweat and fury. Her chakra flared like wildfire. And she was absolutely enraged. You, she snarled, pointing at the screaming crime lord, tried to run while Naruto was hurt? The chains lashed the ground beside Gato's head, cracking the wood. He screamed again. Aya let out a low whistle. She is not in a good mood. Akira muttered, understatement. Kakashi took one step toward Gato. And Karin snapped her head toward him, chains tightening. Leave him to me. Naruto's down. Hotaru's barely awake, and Reika's holding the entire hallway alone. This rat doesn't get to breathe easy while they're hurting. Her voice was cold, deadly, almost feral. Gato whimpered, scrambling backward on hands and knees. Please, please, keep her away from me. Karin didn't even look at him. She looked back over her shoulder, toward the vault chamber behind her. Her voice softened, only slightly. Aya, Akira, Kakashi. Her eyes were fierce, but shaking. Hurry. Naruto's out cold. Hotaru won't let go of him. Reika's trying to keep them both stable. Akira's blood ran cold. Aya's smile vanished. Kakashi nodded sharply. Right. Keep Gato there. Don't kill him. Karin's chains reared threateningly above Gato like a dozen golden serpents. No promises. Gato screamed again. Akira and Aya didn't wait. They sprinted past her, Kakashi right behind. And Karin stood guard in the hallway, golden chains crackling and ready, fury in every breath. But you're in my damn way. Aya clicked her tongue, smiling with venomous warmth. Relax, darling. We'll only hurt you a little. Zabuza grunted. You sound like Kakashi. I hate that. Akira slid forward half a step, lightning sharpening into a spear along her forearm. You've already fought Kakashi today. You're tired. You're bleeding. Stand aside. Zabuza's single visible eye narrowed with amusement. Girl, if you think I need both arms to cut someone in half, you're welcome to step closer and find out. Lightning cracked violently down Akira's arm. Aya's chakra surged like a gathering storm, seals whipping to life across her sleeves. The floorboards beneath them snapped. The hallway wasn't big enough for the three monsters in it. Then, Zabuza vanished. Not a step. A blur. A flicker of pure killing instinct. Aya pivoted instantly, blade flashing up. Clang. Zabuza's cleaver slammed into her sword, the shockwave blowing the corridor doors off their hinges. Akira was already moving. Lightning roared across her arm as she thrust. Lightning palm, piercing current. Zabuza twisted, cleaver sweeping up just in time. Boom! The blast of lightning tore a crater through the wall behind him. Zabuza grimaced, boots digging into the shredded floorboards as the electricity burned through his shoulder. Aya lunged in without hesitation. Steel met steel again, sparks raining around them. You're protecting kids, she taunted between strikes. Didn't expect that from a hired blade. Zabuza pushed her back with brute force. I'm protecting my own kid first. Akira's eyes widened. Haku. Zabuza's jaw tightened. If Kakashi's little blonde demon or your clan brats touch him, I'll take this whole mansion down on top of you. Aya tilted her head. You might want to worry less about us, and more about what Haku is doing. Zabuza froze. Just for a fraction of a second. But Akira saw it. Because below them, through the floorboards, the chakra signature swirling was unmistakable. Naruto. Hotaru. Karin. Aya's daughter. And another chakra. Sharp, cold, crystal clear. Haku. Zabuza's killing intent spiked so violently the walls shook. Aya's smile sharpened. Akira's stance lowered. We're ending this now, Akira said. Zabuza lifted his blade, mist swirling at his feet. Damn right we are. The demon of the mist surged forward. Akira met him with lightning. Aya followed with a storm. The hallway shuddered under the force of their clash. Dust drifted through the fractured beams above. Akira shifted left, Aya right, both preparing to sprint toward the stairs that led to the lower floors. Zabuza moved faster. A blur of muscle and steel. With one sweeping arc, the Kabikirabocho tore through the air, carving a horizontal crescent that split the hallway wall and sent wooden debris exploding outward. Akira and Aya froze mid-step. Zabuza planted the massive blade point down, blocking the entire corridor. His voice dropped to a lethal growl. No one passes me. Aya flicked her eyes toward the staircase. We don't have time for this, Zabuza. Your boy's in the middle of. Zabuza cut her off with a snarl. You think I don't know? His killing intent detonated like a shockwave. The air thickened. Dust swirled. Even the boards under their sandals groaned. Akira grit her teeth. You're injured, you're outnumbered, and you're desperate. Move. Zabuza twisted his grip around the blade, lifting it effortlessly onto his shoulder. His single visible eye glinted like a predator's. If you want to get to Haku, you'll walk through me. Akira stepped forward, lightning building along her arm in a violent crackle. Aya's seals glowed faintly across her forearm. Zabuza, Aya said, tone dropping. You're wasting time. If we get to Haku first, we can stop him before. Zabuza didn't let her finish. He slammed his foot forward, cracking the floor as he lunged. I said, no one passes. The cleaver came down in a brutal arc. Aya blocked with both hands, her sword trembling under the impact. Akira darted in at his flank. Zabuza whipped the blade sideways, forcing her to leap back as the metal swept inches from her throat. He pivoted, clearing the entire hallway with one massive, sweeping strike. Boom! The walls shook. A door flew off its hinges. A section of railing collapsed to the floor below. Akira landed beside Aya, eyes sharp. He's not going to let us reach the kids. Aya adjusted her grip, expression turning feral. No, he's stalling us. Zabuza growled, dragging the cleaver across the floor again. Stalling? No. He lifted the blade. I'm buying Haku time to finish his mission. Akira's chakra surged like a thunderstorm. Aya's seals flared along her sleeves. And Zabuza roared, "Try me." The demon of the mist charged. Lightning exploded, ceiling tags ripped the air, and the upper mansion erupted into chaos. The air inside the dome turned sharp enough to sting their lungs. Crystalline shards floated upward as the hunter Nin raised both hands, chakras swirling like a cold vortex. At his fingertips, ice mirrors began to take shape, thin, reflective, deadly. Reika's expression tightened. He's accelerating. Whatever's happening upstairs is pushing him. Karin's chains rattled, forming a protective arc behind her. That idiot Zabuza must be fighting Aya and Akira. Figures. Naruto stepped forward, lightning dancing faintly up his arm. His breath fogged in front of him. He's going to trap us in something like Haku's demonic mirrors. We can't let him finish. Hotaru's eyes narrowed dangerously, her shadow stretching toward Naruto's sandal, coiling around his foot like a tether. I'll keep you anchored. If he tries to isolate you, he'll have to take me too. The hunter Nin's voice came through the ice again, calm, detached, almost mournful. If you had simply stayed put, you would not have to suffer this. Karin scoffed. Oh please, I'm already suffering listening to you. Reika's grip tightened on her tanto. Get ready, he's releasing it. Naruto lowered into a stance Shikaku drilled into him months ago, center of gravity low, arms loose, senses wide. Hotaru, when he copies himself, I know. I'll track the real one's shadow. Reika, follow Karin's chains. Already on it. Karin smirked. And I'll aim for his spine. Teamwork. The hunter Nin's chakra spiked. The mirrors snapped into place. 6 of them, perfectly spherical alignment, encircling all 4 from every angle. Naruto felt his heartbeat hammer. Hotaru felt the shadows distort unnaturally. Reika felt the air pressure drop. Karin tasted the frost in her teeth. Then, foom, the hunter appeared inside one mirror. Then the next. Then the next. 3 reflections. 5, 9, a dozen Hiku-like silhouettes, each holding a blade of ice. Reika swallowed hard. This is worse than the stories. Naruto didn't blink. We're breaking it. Hotaru's shadow rose. Karin's chains flared. Reika stepped forward. The hunter Nin's murmur echoed through the mirrors. Very well. Try. And the first blade of ice streaked toward Naruto's throat. The mirrors shimmered. Naruto felt something. A shift. A faint change in air pressure. Hotaru sensed it first. Nar. Too late. A flicker of white cut across the dome. Thwip thwip thwip. A spray of ice senbon shot from 3 mirrors at once in a perfect triangulated pattern. Hotaru stepped forward, shadow rising. And Hiku exploited it. A needle hit the pressure point at her shoulder. Another behind her knee. A third at the base of her spine. Her breath hitched. Naruto. Then she collapsed to her knees, eyes wide with shock, shadow flickering violently. Naruto shouted, reaching for her. Hotaru. Karin reacts first. Karin's chains snapped outward, forming a spinning web in front of them as more needles rained from the mirrors. She gritted her teeth, arms shaking under the barrage. Damn it, there's too many. A cluster of needles slipped past her chains. Naruto didn't think. He threw himself forward, taking the hit across his side, shoulder, and arm. Thunk thunk thunk. Needles bit into his skin. Warm blood splattered across the ice. Naruto. Karin screamed. His face tightened, but he didn't fall. Hotaru tried to rise, body trembling. Naruto, don't. He planted himself between her and the mirrors, breath sharp but steady. I'm fine. I've taken worse. But his vision blurred for a moment. The cold was seeping in through the wounds. The hunter's voice drifted across the mirrors, soft, regretful. I warned you. Reika fights back. Reika's eyes burned with fury. Her chakras surged, hot, bright, volatile. She inhaled sharply. Kaden, great fire breath. She exhaled, a burst of flame washing across the mirrors. The heat struck the dome, steam exploding outward. Several mirrors rippled, frost melting. One cracked. Hiku flickered through another mirror, avoiding the main burst, but the flame forced him to slow. Karin blinked through the steam. Nice shot, princess. Reika didn't answer. Her eyes were locked on Haku's movements. Inside the mirror light, Hiku hesitated. Just briefly, as the fire disrupted the formation. Naruto staggered once, then planted his foot again, lightning crawling weakly across his arm. Hotaru forced one leg under herself, breath shuddering. Karin wrapped chains around Naruto's torso, pulling him half behind her. Reika stepped forward again. You're not hurting them anymore. The hunter nin's many reflections tilted their heads. Then stop me. And the mirrors began to move again. Rotating, tightening, sharpening. The real strike was coming. Hotaru tried to push herself up. Fingers trembling, shadow flickering. But the needles at her pressure points pulsed cold through her spine. Na-ru? Her voice thinned, breath catching. Karin whipped around in panic. Hotaru, stay with me. Another wave of senbon cut across the dome. Thwip thwip. Karin threw herself over Hotaru, chains erupting around both girls in a half-sphere of red chakra steel. Needles slammed into the chains and ricocheted. But it wasn't enough. Hotaru's eyes fluttered once, twice, and then her head slumped to the side. Her shadow collapsed into a limp pool beneath her. She was out. Completely. Karin's face twisted, fear melting into rage. Naruto. She's not waking up. Reika froze mid-step, eyes wide. Even Hiku hesitated inside the mirrors. Naruto turned, slowly, breathing sharp and uneven from the needles stuck in his arm, shoulder, and ribs. He looked at Hotaru, the limp form beneath Karin, hair spread across the frost. He felt something in his chest snap. A pulse beat behind his eyes. Once, twice, and then, his pupils changed. A crimson glow flared across the ice, reflecting off every mirror surface. Reika gasped. Karin felt her chakra quiver. Even Hiku stiffened inside the mirror light. Naruto's eyes burned into shape. The Kitsunegan, the cross-shaped, slit-centered dojutsu ignited, boiling with raw, instinctive fury. Red light spilled across the dome walls. The temperature shifted. The ice hummed like it suddenly knew fear. Naruto's voice dropped to a low growl, quiet but shaking the air. You touched her. Lightning burst across his arm, stronger than before, crackling violently enough to scorch the frost at his feet. Reika whispered, stunned. His chakra, it's spiking. Karin tightened her grip around Hotaru, eyes locked on Naruto. Then end this, Naruto. Inside one of the mirrors, Haku's reflection faltered. The real Hiku whispered under his breath. So that's the power Zabuza sensed. Naruto raised his head, Kitsunegan glowing like molten crimson. Breath curling like smoke, hands already forming seals. I'll break your entire jutsu. The mirrors began to tremble. And the real fight was about to start. The mirrors vibrated with Haku's chakra. The air thinned. Frost coiled upward in spirals. But Naruto didn't wait for the next attack. He didn't speak. He didn't blink. He charged. Lightning detonated across his body, exploding outward in a burst that cracked the ice under his sandals. Crack, boom. Reika staggered back from the shockwave. Karin shielded Hotaru instinctively as Naruto tore forward, chakra ripping the air apart. Haku's eyes widened inside the nearest mirror. He flickered. 1 mirror. 2. 3. Naruto still found him. The Kitsunegan traced the faint distortion of the real body, the subtle chakra core that the reflections couldn't hide. His eyes tracked the movement with perfect predator focus. He vanished. A blur of green fabric and lightning. Sparks scattered behind him in a streak. Reika's jaw dropped. That speed, what? Karin clenched her fist. That's not normal lightning chakra. That's his eyes guiding him. Naruto reappeared directly in front of the true Hiku. Lightning condensed into his palm. Lightning palm. Hiku tried to dodge. Too slow. Burst strike. Boom. Naruto's palm slammed into the mirror, shattering it from the center outward in a violent explosion of sparks and ice. Shards flew across the dome, scattering like glowing blue glass. Hiku tumbled out of the collapsing mirror, cloak torn, arm numb from the shock. He hit the floor, skidding across the frost. He tried to rise. Naruto was already on him. Lightning whipped around Naruto's arm like a living coil, burning bright enough to illuminate the entire dome. Hiku gasped. His mask cracked down the center. The boy behind the mask stared up in disbelief. You tracked me, inside the mirrors? Naruto's voice was a low, feral growl. You hurt Hotaru. Hiku clenched his jaw, sliding back into a defensive stance. Reika sprinted forward, adding pressure from the flank. Karin's chains curled, ready to strike. Hiku realized it too late, he was surrounded. Naruto lifted his arm again, lightning intensifying. The dome shook. Hiku whispered, Zabuza, forgive me? Naruto lunged. The fight was no longer even. It was a hunt. Haku hit the floor hard, breath sharp as frost scattered around him. Naruto didn't slow. Lightning crawled up his arms, brighter and harsher than anything they'd seen from him before. His eyes burned crimson, not red like Sharingan, not normal chakra strain, but something wild and unnatural swirling through his pupils. But none of them knew what they were looking at. Karin sees it first. As Naruto blurred forward, Karin caught a glimpse through the swinging arc of her chains. A slit-like shape, a cross pattern, a glow too bright to be simple chakra. Wait. Naruto's eyes, she breathed, startled. She blinked. The glow snapped out of view as Naruto moved again. That wasn't normal lightning overload, she whispered. But she didn't understand it. Not yet. Naruto closes the distance. Naruto's sandals cracked the frost beneath him as he exploded forward, the red glow in his eyes sharpening his focus until everything but Haku disappeared. Haku barely dodged as another lightning-coated strike hit the ground beside him. Boom! Shards of ice blasted upward. Reika shielded her face. What kind of chakra surge is that? She shouted over the echoing crack. Karin shook her head. I don't know. But she'd seen something, and she couldn't shake the feeling. That Naruto wasn't just faster. He was reading something. Haku realizes something is wrong. Haku flickered to another mirror, or tried to. Naruto tracked him the instant his chakras shifted. Like he already knew. Haku's breath hitched. Fear, genuine, flickered behind his cracked mask. He shouldn't be able to follow me, no one without a Sharingan should. But whatever was in Naruto's eyes was neither Sharingan nor anything Haku recognized. Naruto strikes. Lightning burst down Naruto's arm as he reached Haku again. Haku crossed his arms and braced. Naruto's palm struck. Crack. A mirror shattered behind Haku from the shockwave alone, chunks of ice flying in every direction. Haku skidded backward, cloak ripped, arm numb. Reika stared. Naruto, what? How are you doing that? Naruto didn't answer. He didn't even seem to hear her. His breathing was deep, controlled, feral. Eyes glowing that same bright, dangerous red. Karin swallowed hard. Naruto, your eyes? He didn't look back. He just stepped forward again, lightning humming with killing intent. Haku's fear grows. Haku stumbled to another mirror, but even his movements weren't clean now. This wasn't a normal opponent. This wasn't a normal technique. Haku whispered, voice cracking. What are you? Naruto raised his head, crimson glow piercing through the frost-heavy air. Not understanding his eyes, not knowing they had changed. Just pure, burning anger. I'm the one stopping you. The mirrors trembled, the dome creaked, and Haku realized he was losing. Naruto took another step toward Haku, lightning crawling violently across his arm, crimson glow burning behind his lashes. Frost cracked beneath his sandals. Karin moved to rush after him, but froze at a faint sound behind her. A breath, a tremor, a whisper of chakra. Karin whipped around. Hotaru. Hotaru's eyes opened, weak, unfocused, her lashes fluttering as she forced her body upright with trembling elbows. Ruto? Her voice barely formed the word. Reika spun toward her. How is she awake? Those needles should've, but Karin knew. Her chakra, she whispered. It's fighting back. Because Hotaru's chakra wasn't stable. It was flaring. Small, soft pulses at first. Then stronger still. Her shadow trembled on the frost, then stretched. Slowly, instinctively, toward the only chakra signature it trusted. Toward Naruto. The shadow touched his ankle. And linked. A clean, sharp thread of black connecting Hotaru to him. Reika gasped. She's syncing with him, while unconscious? Karin's eyes widened. No, she's responding. To his chakra spike. The spike that came with his unknown eyes. Naruto stops mid-step. The moment Hotaru's shadow touched him, Naruto froze. Lightning flickered, then steadied. His breath hitched. He turned, confused. Hotaru. Her shadow pulsed again, stronger this time, as if calling to him. Hotaru lifted her hand weakly toward him. To stop, heal, hurt, you? Her words slurred, but the intent hit him harder than any senbon. Naruto's crimson-lit eyes softened for a heartbeat. Karin leaned over her, keeping one chain shield raised. Don't push yourself. Your body's still shutting down. Hotaru shook her head weakly, trying to rise. Her legs failed. Reika caught her by the shoulders. Hotaru's voice wavered but steadied with pure will. I'm with you. Naruto? Her shadow flared wide, connecting deeper into Naruto's chakra, anchoring him, grounding him, pulling him back from the edge of pure fury. Naruto inhaled sharply. The red in his eyes flickered. Not fading, but sharpening, focusing. He looked at Haku again. His voice came out steady, lethal, controlled. You're not touching her again. Lightning roared up his arm. Hotaru clung to Reika's sleeve, whispering, terrified. His eyes, what is happening to him? Karin, staring at Naruto's glowing pupils, shook her head slowly. I don't know, but whatever it is, it woke up for you. The mirrors trembled. Haku stepped backward, and Naruto surged forward, more focused and deadly than before. Because Hotaru was awake and watching, Haku staggered back, breath ragged, cloak torn, mirrors flickering unstable around him. Hotaru's shadow link steadied Naruto's chakra, sharpening his movements, guiding his fury into focus instead of frenzy. Haku saw it, saw the glow in Naruto's eyes, saw Hotaru awake behind him, trembling but conscious, saw Karin guarding her, Reika ready to counter, saw the truth. He had lost, but desperation clung to him like frost. He lifted one arm, shaking, summoning a thin needle of ice with the last dregs of his chakra. His voice cracked. I can't fail Zabuza. And he lunged. Weak, slow, last ditch. Naruto didn't dodge. He didn't need to. Lightning flashed over his arm, his eyes burning crimson, and he stepped through the attack. His fist drew back. The dome seemed to hold its breath. Crack. Naruto's punch connected square with Haku's mask. The impact shattered ice, bone, and mirror all at once. The sound echoing like thunder inside the dome. Haku's head snapped sideways. His body spun once, air leaving his lungs in a harsh gasp. Then he hit the ground in a motionless heap. Unconscious, the remaining mirrors flickered, dimmed, and collapsed in a cascade of ice shards. Naruto collapses. Naruto stood there for 1 second. Just one, lightning fading, breath sharp, eyes pulsing red, blood running down his arm from the needles. Then his knees buckled. Naruto. Karin cried. Reika dropped Hotaru's arm, ready to catch him. But she didn't get the chance. Hotaru moved, weak, shaking, barely standing, but she reached him. Her hands grabbed his shirt, dragging him into her as she fell to her knees with him. Her forehead pressed to his shoulder. Her voice broke. Don't you ever scare me like that. Naruto tried to smile, breathing uneven. Hotaru, you're awake? She nodded shakily, tears streaking down her cheeks. You idiot, you stood in front of every needle? You? Her words dissolved into a choked breath. Karin knelt beside them, eyes wide. His chakra just tanked, he's crashing hard. Reika stood guard over all three, Tanto raised, voice low. Haku's down, the dome's broken, but the upstairs fight, Zabuza, Aya, Akira. Hotaru pulled Naruto closer, her shadow curling around both of them protectively. He protected me, now I'll protect him. Naruto managed a faint, exhausted whisper. Hotaru. I'm okay, promise. But his strength was gone. He sagged fully into her arms. Hotaru held him tighter, refusing to let him fall. Hotaru tightened her grip around Naruto, her fingers digging into the fabric of his shirt as she lowered both of them carefully onto the frost-covered ground. His breath came in short, uneven bursts. Lightning flickered weakly across his skin, then faded. Karin leaned close, panic rising. We're losing him, his chakras dropping fast. But Hotaru wasn't listening. Not to Karin, not to Reika, not to the cracking dome around them. Her eyes were locked entirely on Naruto's face. More specifically, on his eyes. They were still open, barely. Glowing faintly. That strange red cross slit pattern pulsing like a dying ember. Hotaru froze. What was that? She whispered, voice trembling. Naruto blinked once, unfocused. The red glow dimmed, then changed. The crimson bled outward. The slit relaxed. The cross shape dissolved, and his familiar, ocean blue eyes slowly returned. For a moment, Hotaru forgot how to breathe. Karin gasped behind her. Reika's grip on her tanto slackened. Hotaru lifted a trembling hand, brushing her fingers against Naruto's cheek. Naruto, your eyes? Her voice cracked. That wasn't genjutsu, that wasn't normal chakra. I've never seen, but Naruto didn't answer. His eyelids fluttered, and then fully shut. His body slumped in her arms, all strength gone. Hotaru's heart dropped. Naruto, Naruto, please. She pressed her forehead to his, her voice breaking into a whisper. Don't leave me, not like this. The dome vibrated as more ice cracked overhead. Reika stepped closer, blade protecting both. Karin bit her lip, eyes glistening with worry. Hotaru, he's not gone. He just burned out everything he had. That spike, whatever his eyes were doing, it drained him completely. Hotaru tightened her hold around him, her shadow wrapping around Naruto protectively. Her voice was small, but he changed back, before he fell asleep. Reika nodded slowly. That means, whatever that was, it didn't stay. Hotaru shut her eyes, breathing in his scent, her tears sliding into the fabric of his shirt. Naruto, don't scare me like that, ever again? Outside, the final ice mirrors shattered. And deep above them, Zabuza felt Haku collapse. And Aya and Akira felt Naruto's chakra plummet. The whole mansion reacted. But inside the storm of breaking ice and collapsing chakra, Hotaru held Naruto's sleeping form like she'd never let go. The entire mansion trembled as the last of Haku's ice mirrors shattered below. Aya felt it first, a sharp drop in pressure, a pulse of chakra collapsing. Akira felt the second wave, Naruto's chakra crashing. Both women froze for half a heartbeat. Zabuza noticed. His lone visible eye narrowed dangerously. Haku, he growled. Before either Kunoichi could recover, the demon of the mist surged forward with raw, savage fury, cleaver sweeping in a brutal arc. Clang! Aya blocked with both hands, sliding backward as splinters exploded around her. Akira dashed in, lightning erupting down her arm. Zabuza intercepted, dragging his blade through the shockwave, forcing Akira back with sheer brute strength. He was slowing, bleeding, breathing hard, but he was still Zabuza. Still a monster. Aya flipped over his next strike, blade flashing as she sliced across his ribs. Blood sprayed. Zabuza snarled but didn't slow. He caught Akira by the wrist, his grip like iron. You too, he growled, voice shaking with rage, kept me from him. Akira ripped free in a burst of lightning. Aya dropped into a swirling seal stance. Both women lunged in perfect sync. And a voice spoke from behind them, Zabuza. Enough. Zabuza's eyes snapped wide. Akira and Aya turned at the same time. Hitaki Kakashi stood behind Zabuza, the Sharingan spinning lazily beneath his lifted headband. Kakashi flickered. Thwack! His fist slammed into the back of Zabuza's neck with surgical precision. Zabuza stiffened, eyes rolling back. Boom! The demon of the mist crashed face first into the floorboards, unconscious, cleaver clattering from his grip. The hallway fell silent. Aya exhaled sharply. Akira let her lightning fade. Kakashi crouched beside Zabuza, checking his pulse. He's alive, Kakashi said quietly. He'll wake up later. Aya crossed her arms, blowing a puff of hair from her face. Took you long enough. Kakashi sighed behind his mask. In my defense, he's very fast and very angry. Akira stepped forward, chest heaving. Kakashi. Her voice was tight, urgent. The kids. Their chakra, Naruto's, Hotaru's. Kakashi raised his head, the Sharingan pulsing once. I felt it. Naruto's unconscious. Hotaru is barely standing. Haku is down. Aya spun toward the stairs. No time to talk then. Akira was already moving. Kakashi picked up Zabuza's cleaver with one hand and followed, voice sharp. Let's go. They need us now. Akira, Aya, and Kakashi descended the shattered staircase fast, sandals cracking over splintered boards. Zabuza's unconscious form lay slung over Kakashi's shoulder, his cleaver carried casually in Kakashi's free hand. As they neared the vault level, they heard screaming, a high-pitched, panicked, pathetic scream. Then, CRAAAASH. A heavy body flew out from a side room, smashing straight through the half-broken door and rolling across the hallway like a sack of meat. A fat, short man. Greasy hair, expensive robes, pudgy hands. Sprawled on the floor, gasping and wheezing. Gato. The crime lord himself. His face twisted in absolute terror. Please, please, I'll pay anything, don't kill me. Kakashi blinked once. Aya raised an eyebrow. Akira smiled dangerously. But none of them had caused it. Someone else stepped through the doorway. Golden chains snaked out first. Vibrating, whipping, spiteful. Sparking against the floor like snakes too angry to hold still. Then Karin emerged. Her glasses were cracked. Her hair stuck to her face with sweat and fury. Her chakra flared like wildfire. And she was absolutely enraged. "You," she snarled, pointing at the screaming crime lord, "tried to run while Naruto was hurt?" The chains lashed the ground beside Gato's head, cracking the wood. He screamed again. Aya let out a low whistle. She is not in a good mood. Akira muttered, understatement. Kakashi took one step toward Gato. And Karin snapped her head toward him, chains tightening. "Leave him to me. Naruto's down, Hotaru's barely awake, and Reika's holding the entire hallway alone. This rat doesn't get to breathe easy while they're hurting." Her voice was cold, deadly, almost feral. Gato whimpered, scrambling backward on hands and knees. "Please, please, keep her away from me." Karin didn't even look at him. She looked back over her shoulder, toward the vault chamber behind her. Her voice softened, only slightly. "Aya, Akira, Kakashi." Her eyes were fierce, but shaking. "Hurry. Naruto's out cold. Hotaru won't let go of him. Reika's trying to keep them both stable." Akira's blood ran cold. Aya's smile vanished. Kakashi nodded sharply. "Right. Keep Gato there. Don't kill him." Karin's chains reared threateningly above Gato like a dozen golden serpents. "No promises." Gato screamed again. Akira and Aya didn't wait. They sprinted past her, Kakashi right behind. And Karin stood guard in the hallway, golden chains crackling and ready, fury in every breath. Akira sprinted through the busted doorway first. Aya right behind her. Kakashi following with Zabuza slung over his shoulder like dead weight. The once pristine lower hallway was ruined. Ice shards everywhere. Cracked floor. Steam rising from melted mirrors. Frost clinging to every wall. And lying near the center, half buried in shattered ice, was the unconscious hunter Nin. His mask was broken, his breathing shallow, his arm twisted awkwardly from Naruto's earlier strike. Aya slowed only enough to kneel beside him, her palm lit with sealing chakra. "Hold still," she muttered, "even though he wasn't conscious, this is going to sting later." She slapped a seal onto his chest. FWUMP. A ripple of chakra spread, locking his chakra system into paralysis. Akira glanced at her sharply. "You didn't have to seal him that hard." Aya rose, dusting off her hands. "He went after my daughter." Akira didn't argue. Kakashi crouched next to Haku, already scanning the boy with a professional eye. "He's alive," Kakashi murmured. "Barely." Naruto pulled his punches at the last second. Aya arched an eyebrow. "That boy's too soft." Akira didn't respond, because she was already sensing the chakra ahead. Weak, fluctuating, familiar. She rushed deeper into the ruined hall, Aya and Kakashi close behind. They find them. At the center of the collapsed dome, Hotaru knelt on the frost-covered floor, arms wrapped around Naruto's limp body. Her shadow curled protectively around them both, trembling with strain. Her face was pressed to his neck, eyes full of fear she refused to show anyone else. Reika stood guard in front of them, tanto bloody from ice shards, chest heaving. She turned the instant they entered. "Aunt Aya, Akira-sensei, Kakashi." Her voice cracked, half relief, half panic. He collapsed right after the fight. Hotaru woke up but she can barely stand. Hotaru didn't look up. She held Naruto tighter, as if someone might take him away. Akira's heart clenched. Aya went straight to her daughter, kneeling beside Hotaru and brushing hair from her face. "Honey, let me see him." Hotaru finally looked up, eyes glassy, breath shaky. Still holding Naruto like a lifeline. Her voice was small. He can't wake up." "Aya, he's not waking up." Akira stepped closer, kneeling at Naruto's other side. "Naruto." She touched his cheek gently. "Kid, come on, look at me." He didn't stir. Hotaru's shadow surged protectively, forcing Akira's hand back. Akira froze, then softened her tone. "Hotaru, I'm trying to help him." Hotaru's lip trembled, but she nodded weakly, letting her shadow ease. Kakashi approached, crouching over Naruto with calm, trained movements. He pressed 2 fingers to Naruto's neck. "He's alive," Kakashi said quietly. Hotaru's breath hitched, but his chakra coils are strained, overloaded. Something pushed him too far. Aya glanced at Akira. "You saw it too, didn't you?" Akira nodded slowly. Yes. His eyes. Hotaru stiffened. Her voice broke. They turned red, then blue again. I don't understand. Reika whispered, it wasn't Sharingan. Or anything I've ever seen. Kakashi folded Naruto's arm gently across his chest. We'll figure that out later. Right now, getting him stable comes first. Aya placed a steadying hand on Hotaru's back. Sweetheart, let us help him. He's going to be okay. Hotaru shook her head weakly. Then finally, slowly, she loosened her hold just enough for Akira to slide closer. Akira lifted Naruto carefully, supporting his head and shoulders. Hotaru never let go of him fully. Her hand stayed on his chest, shadow still linked to his ankle. Aya sighed softly. That girl's not letting him out of arm's reach for the next week. Akira glanced at Hotaru. Good. Kakashi straightened. Let's move them. Gato's secured. Zabuza's down. Haku's alive. We're done here. Aya nodded. Take the kids home. And together, they lifted the unconscious Hokage's son and the trembling girl who refused to leave his side, and began the long walk out of Gato's ruined mansion. The battered group moved carefully through the ruined lower hallway, stepping over shattered ice, splintered boards, and the scorched remains of Haku's broken mirrors. Akira carried Naruto with steady, practiced arms, his head resting against her shoulder, his hair falling over his closed eyes. Hotaru walked pressed against Akira's side, one hand gripping Naruto's shirt, refusing to let go even for a heartbeat. Her shadow trailed around Naruto's sandal like a protective tether, trembling with exhaustion. Reika stayed in front, blade drawn, eyes alert for any last remnants of bandits. Aya followed with calm fury radiating off her. Kakashi moved behind them with Zabuza slung over one shoulder and Haku carried gently over the other. And then, Karin appeared, dragging, quite literally, Gato, by his ankle. The fat man kicked and screamed with every yank, robes bunched up around his stomach like a frightened child. Please, stop, my leg, she's breaking my leg. Karin didn't even look at him. Her glasses were cracked, golden chains swirling around her like angry spirits. Her chakras simmered hot with residual fury. She jerked Gato forward like tossing a bag of trash. You tried to run while Naruto was hurt, she hissed, each word dripping venom, so you get dragged. Aya smirked at the sight. Good girl. Reika let out a snort. Mother, that's not appropriate. Aya shrugged. He deserves worse. Akira raised an eyebrow. Karin, what's in the other scroll? Karin held up a thick sealing scroll with one hand, proud and furious at the same time. The secret vault, she said, chin lifting. Gold bars, Ryo stacks, coins, everything that rat hid from the country. Reika's eyes widened. How did you seal all that? Karin smirked. Uzumaki heritage, sweetheart. We don't leave treasure behind. Aya barked out a laugh. Akira allowed a small smile. Gato wailed louder. Please, let me go. Let me go. The money's mine. Karin yanked him forward so hard his scream cut off into a squeak. No, she said flatly. It belongs to the wave people now. And Naruto. Hotaru, exhausted but conscious, muttered weakly. Naruto will share with Aya. And Karin, sneaky shinobi. Akira looked down at her in surprise. You're awake enough to make jokes? Hotaru clung tighter to Naruto's shirt, cheeks burning. No. Reika glanced back at the trio and shook her head with an amused sigh. Karin, slow down. You're going to rip the man's foot off. Karin didn't slow. If it comes off, it comes off. Gato wailed. Aya put a hand on Karin's shoulder as they approached the exit. Keep dragging him, sweetie. But left foot, not right. He's heavy. Karin nodded. Got it. Gato screamed again. Outside the mansion, the doors burst open as the group stepped into the fading daylight. The misty air felt warm after the freezing dome. Team 7, Sakura and Sai, stared wide-eyed as the battered, furious, exhausted group emerged carrying unconscious bodies, sealed treasure, and one screaming crime lord. Sakura gasped. Kakashi-sensei, what happened? Kakashi shrugged. Long story. Ask Akira. Akira didn't look back. Ask Karin. Karin dragged Gato across the dirt. Ask him. Gato sobbed. Help me. Help. They're demons. Karin kicked him lightly in the ribs. Stop whining. Hotaru rested her cheek against Naruto's shoulder, eyes half closed, still clinging to him protectively. Reika exhaled shakily, finally able to relax. Aya leaned toward Akira and whispered, "We should do missions together more often." Akira snorted, "Over my dead body." The whole battered, mismatched, victorious group began the long walk toward Tezuna's home. Naruto unconscious in Akira's arms. Hotaru holding onto him. Karin dragging a crying crime lord. Reika guarding the flank. Aya smirking. Kakashi following with Zabuza and Haku. The dirt path crackled under their sandals as the squad made their way back toward Tezuna's coastal home. Evening mist rolled in from the sea, cooling the bruised, exhausted shinobi. Naruto still lay unconscious in Akira's arms. Hotaru hadn't moved from her place at his side, one hand gripping his shirt, her shadow still barely threaded around his sandal. Reika kept pace ahead, alert but visibly drained. Aya walked with a deadly calm behind them. Karin dragged Gato across every rock and root she could find. Kakashi followed with Zabuza and Haku slung over his shoulders. It was chaos. Organized chaos. Team 15 chaos. They reached the house. Before they even knocked, Tsunami threw the front door open. Her eyes widened instantly. Oh my goddess, Naruto. Hotaru. What happened? Tezuna rushed out right behind her, hand trembling with shock as he took in the sight. Checkmark Naruto unconscious. Checkmark Hotaru holding him. Checkmark Karin dragging a screaming Gato. Checkmark Kakashi carrying both Zabuza and a broken Haku. Checkmark Akira's lightning burns across her arms. Checkmark Reika's fire-scorched clothing. Checkmark Aya's smiling like she enjoyed all of this. Tezuna blinked. Son of a. This is why I asked for a C rank. Aya deadpanned, you got your money's worth. Karin kicked Gato lightly in the side. He'll give you money. Lots of it. Gato shrieked. Kill them, they're monsters. Tsunami ran straight to Akira, reaching for Naruto. Is he? Oh god, is he? Akira shook her head gently. He's alive. Exhausted. Drained. But alive. Hotaru lifted her head, voice barely above a whisper. He protected us. Tsunami cupped Hotaru's cheek softly. Oh, sweetheart, you're freezing. Reika stepped forward. We need to get them inside. Naruto needs bed rest and chakra stabilizing. Tezuna nodded quickly, clearing the doorway. Inside, inside. Everyone, come in. Inside the house. Warmth hit them instantly. Hotaru sighed shakily, her body sagging now that the cold air was gone. Akira carried Naruto straight to the nearest bed, Tsunami's bed, because it was the softest and closest. Hotaru climbed onto the mattress beside him without hesitation, staying in physical contact. Karin set the sealed vault scroll down on the table with a thud, dusted off her hands, and pointed at Gato. He goes downstairs. Tie him to something heavy. Tezuna grinned savagely. Already ahead of you. Kakashi gently laid Haku and Zabuza onto the floor, binding their wrists and ankles. Aya walked past Karin and patted her head proudly. You dragged that man like a sack of onions. I'm proud. Karin flushed, mumbling, he deserved it. Akira knelt beside Naruto, fingers glowing faintly with diagnostic chakra. Hotaru leaned against Naruto's chest, eyes full of worry. Akira-sensei, is he hurt? Akira softened just a fraction. Not injured, just burnt out. Her voice lowered, and something spiked his chakra in a way I've never seen. Karin's eyes flicked toward Naruto's closed eyelids. You mean his eyes earlier? Akira nodded. We'll discuss that later. Aya folded her arms, glancing toward Reika. Reika, explain what happened. Reika swallowed, then began recounting everything, from the ice dome to the mirrors to Naruto's sudden surge of power. Hotaru listened, trembling, her grip on Naruto tightening with each detail. Tsunami stood near the door, hand over her mouth, tears in her eyes as she listened. When Reika finished, Aya exhaled slowly. That boy, she murmured, shaking her head, is going to change the world. Akira glanced at Naruto, expression soft but fierce. And we're going to make sure he survives doing it. Hotaru whispered into Naruto's hair. I'm here. I'm not leaving. Karin rolled her eyes but smiled. Reika huffed in agreement. Aya smirked. Akira placed a hand on Hotaru's back. And inside that warm, crowded home, with Gato tied up downstairs and Zabuza unconscious on the floor. Team 15, finally, breathed. Naruto lay unconscious on the bed, breathing shallow but steady. Hotaru was curled against his right side, one hand fisted softly in his shirt, her forehead resting against his shoulder. She had stopped trembling, barely, but exhaustion weighed on her eyelids. Akira finished her second diagnostic sweep, exhaling in relief. He's stable. Chakra strain only. Nothing lethal. Hotaru nodded weakly. Thank goodness? Reika stood guard at the foot of the bed, arms crossed, watching the doorway out of habit. Aya patted her daughter's head, proud but quiet. Kakashi checked the bindings on Zabuza and Haku one last time in the corner. Tsunami flitted around anxiously, bringing blankets, clean cloths, tea, anything she could carry. And Karin watched Naruto for a long moment, golden eyes reading his pulse, his chakra rhythm, his expression. She kept silent, at least until she finished her own checks. Checkmark confirmed Naruto was breathing evenly. Checkmark confirmed Hotaru wasn't bleeding. Checkmark confirmed no further ice needles remained. Checkmark confirmed Akira and Aya's seals were correct. Only then did she move. Karin approached the opposite side of the bed. Hotaru noticed, blinking tiredly. Karin? Karin climbed onto the mattress without hesitation. Careful, deliberate, and settled on Naruto's left side, mirroring Hotaru's position. Hotaru's eyes widened faintly. Karin, what are you? Karin crossed her arms and lay down half-propped, glare sharp but voice soft. I'm staying right here until he wakes up. Hotaru blinked, surprised. Reika sighed with a smirk. Of course you are. Karin shot her a look. He jumped in front of needles for all of us. He nearly burned his coils out. I'm not leaving him alone. Her voice cracked, just barely. And I'm not letting you handle this alone, Hotaru. You look like you're about to pass out on his chest. Hotaru flushed, cheeks warm. I can stay awake. Karin snorted. Sure, and I'm the Hokage. Hotaru let out a soft, exhausted laugh. Then she leaned slightly more into Naruto, seeking warmth. Karin did the same, resting one hand lightly over his heart. Not possessive, just grounding, checking for steady rhythm the way a sensor would. Naruto now lay between them. Hotaru on his right, shadow curled protectively around both. Karin on his left, one hand monitoring his heartbeat, the other brushing frost from his hair. Akira watched for a moment, then smirked. Well, he certainly isn't lacking support. Aya chuckled under her breath. He's going to wake up very confused. Reika rolled her eyes. Or smug. Hotaru whispered, half asleep, he better not. Karin muttered. If he smirks, I'll smack him back unconscious. But she smiled softly as she said it. Naruto lay safe, protected, cocooned by the two girls who refused to leave him. For the first time since the fight, the room felt calm. The house finally settled. Team 7 held watch outside, Kakashi on the roof, Sakura by the door, Sai's ink birds perched like silent guardians. Inside Tsunami's dim bedroom, lantern light flickered softly across the three resting on the bed. Naruto, unconscious, breathing steady. Hotaru, curled against his right side, her hand resting on his chest. Karin, lying on his left, one arm draped over his abdomen protectively. For a while, neither girl spoke. The silence felt warm, grounding after the chaos. Finally, Hotaru opened her eyes and whispered, Karin? Karin turned her head slightly. Yeah? Hotaru looked across Naruto's chest, meeting Karin's gaze without fear or tension, just honesty. We nearly lost him. Karin swallowed, voice quiet. Yeah, but he's still here. Hotaru's fingers tightened lightly on Naruto's shirt. We both care for him. Karin didn't hesitate. I love him too. Hotaru's breath caught, not in surprise but in relief. Because she felt the same. She nodded softly. I know. There was a pause. A fragile, important moment. Then Hotaru reached across Naruto's chest, her hand brushing Karin's. Not challenging, not defensive, inviting. Then let's not be rivals, Hotaru whispered. Not competitors, not enemies. Karin stared at her, then slowly entwined her fingers with Hotaru's. Equals? She asked, voice low, hopeful despite herself. Hotaru nodded, eyes warm. Equals. Partners. Both of us by his side, together. Karin exhaled, the tension leaving her shoulders. Together, she echoed. I can live with that. No, she corrected herself, squeezing Hotaru's hand, I want that. Hotaru smiled, genuine, soft, trusting. Karin smiled back. Then both girls shifted closer to Naruto, resting their heads against him from each side, their hands still linked across his torso. No jealousy, no fear, No rivalry. Only commitment. Only unity. Naruto was theirs, and they were his. Equal. Balanced. Partners. The room warmed. Hotaru whispered, eyes closing, "We'll protect him. Both of us." Karin rested her forehead against Naruto's shoulder. "As equals," she murmured. "Always." Outside, the mist curled around Tazuna's house. Inside, for the first time since the battle, everything felt right. Chapter 22. Night came softly. Naruto lay on his back, breath slow and even, warmth pressed into both his sides. Hotaru rested against his left, one arm draped across his chest, her shadow thin and lazy now. No longer a weapon, just a presence. On his right, Karin was sprawled half on top of him, cheek buried against his shoulder, mouth slightly open. She snored, not loud, just enough to be unmistakable. Hotaru huffed silently, lips twitching despite herself. She shifted a fraction closer, fitting herself into Naruto's side with practiced ease. Ours, she thought, calm and certain. Her eyes stayed open, watching the dark ceiling. The future unspooled quietly in her mind: missions, politics, clan dinners, arguments, laughter. Trouble, power, responsibility. Naruto standing at the center of it all, stubborn and unyielding as ever, with her shadow always at his back. Karin snorted in her sleep and tightened her grip, mumbling something incoherent. Hotaru allowed herself a small smile. Whatever came next, they would face it together. And anyone who tried to take him would learn exactly why that was a mistake. Gato was finished. The worst of it was already behind them. Blood washed from the docks, ledgers seized, men scattered or dead. The threads were tightening, neat and inevitable. Soon it would all be over. And truthfully, she couldn't wait to go home. Hotaru shifted closer, slow and careful so she wouldn't wake him. Her legs slid over Naruto's hips, claiming the space with quiet certainty. His warmth seeped into her, familiar, anchoring. He didn't stir, only breathed, deep and steady, completely unaware. Idiot, she thought fondly. Her shadow adjusted with her, curling loosely around the three of them like a blanket rather than a chain. Karin snored again, soft and ridiculous, fingers still tangled in Naruto's shirt. Hotaru rested her chin lightly against his chest. Home meant the Nara compound. Morning light through paper doors. Yoshino's knowing smiles. Shikaku's sharp questions. Shikamaru pretending not to notice anything while noticing everything. It meant safety. Her grip tightened just a little. Soon, she promised herself. The Namikaze offered Akira a respectful bow. Until next time, he said simply. We'll return to the village soon enough. Akira inclined her head in return, measured and formal, watching as they turned away and disappeared down the path. She didn't move until the sound of their steps faded completely. Only then did her gaze drift back. To the room. To the bed. Naruto lay unconscious, blonde hair a pale spill against the pillow, chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. On either side of him, Hotaru and Karin were close, too close to be coincidence, too deliberate to be accident. Akira's eyes narrowed, not in disapproval. In calculation. Two young women. Different tempers. Different methods. The same conclusion. Both would burn the world down without hesitation if it meant keeping that boy safe. Troublesome, she thought faintly. And yet, understandable. She turned away at last, cloak shifting softly, already considering the ripples this would cause, in clans, in loyalties, in futures not yet written. The boy slept on, unaware of how fiercely he was guarded. Naruto woke to warmth. And lips. Soft pressure brushed his left cheek, then his right, close enough together that his brain short-circuited before his eyes even opened. When he did manage to blink awake, Hotaru was right there, hovering just close enough to be intentional. On his other side, Karin was still half asleep, and clearly responsible for the second kiss. Naruto froze. Hey, he blurted, face going hot all at once. Hotaru drew back just slightly, watching his reaction with quiet amusement. Karin yawned, eyes fluttering open, then grinned when she realized what she'd done. Morning, she murmured, completely unrepentant. Naruto sat up too fast, ears burning. From the other room, a familiar lazy voice drifted in. Breakfast's ready. Shikamaru leaned against the doorway, hands in his pockets, eyes already half-lidded like he'd seen worse before breakfast. If you don't come eat now, he added, Tazuna's gonna start asking why you're still in bed. And I really don't want to explain that. Hotaru slipped out of the covers smoothly, shadow folding back beneath her feet. Karin stretched, cracking her back, still far too pleased with herself. Naruto stared at the wall, mortified. Shikamaru took one look at his face, sighed, and turned away. Troublesome. They gathered in the main room as one. Tatami mats scuffed from too many boots. The smell of rice and fish still lingering in the air. Everyone settled where space allowed, easy now that the danger had passed. Naruto sat where he'd been guided without question. Karin to his right, pressed close, knee touching his thigh. Hotaru to his left, calm and composed, shadow resting beneath all three of them like an unseen thread. Shikamaru took the far side beside Hotaru, legs folded, chin in his palm, eyes already bored. Naruto sat stiffly between them, hands in his lap, unsure where to look. Tazuna cleared his throat. He stood at the head of the room, weathered hands braced on his knees, eyes bright with something fierce and grateful. "Wave owes you its freedom," he said, voice rough but steady. "Because of you." His gaze settled on Naruto. "This bridge, it won't just be a bridge anymore." He straightened, pride swelling in his chest. "From today on, it'll be called the Great Naruto Bridge. So no one forgets who stood up when Wave had nothing left." The room went quiet. Naruto's eyes widened. What?" He sputtered, half rising before Hotaru's hand settled firmly on his thigh. "Sit," she murmured, amused and steady. Karin beamed outright, leaning in closer. "Told you," she whispered smugly. Shikamaru cracked one eye open, glanced at Naruto's panicked expression, then sighed. "Troublesome," he muttered, but there was no real bite in it. Naruto swallowed, face burning, heart pounding as the weight of it all finally settled in. A bridge, a name, a future that had just gotten a lot bigger. The door slid open with a rough scrape. Conversation stilled. Zabuza stepped in, broad shoulders filling the frame, sword strapped across his back. Haku was in his arms, light, pale, wrapped in bandages, breathing shallow but steady. Zabuza's grip was careful in a way he'd never admit to. "Don't get jumpy," he rasped. "I'm not here for round two." Tazuna stiffened anyway. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed, watchful. Zabuza snorted. "Relax. I'm leaving Wave." His gaze swept the room once, then stopped on Naruto. The blonde froze. Zabuza's mouth twitched beneath the bandages. Not quite a smile, but close enough to be unsettling. "I'm taking the kid back to Mist," he said. "Loose ends to cut, debts to settle." Haku stirred faintly at the sound of his voice. Zabuza adjusted his hold, then looked back at Naruto. "And you," he added, tone rough but oddly sincere, "I'll do you a favor." Naruto blinked. "Huh?" Zabuza's eye glinted. "Anyone asks about you over there," he said, "they'll hear your trouble. The kind people don't go looking for." Hotaru's shadow stirred. Karin leaned closer, eyes sharp. Zabuza huffed a low laugh. "Consider it repayment." He turned toward the door without another word. As he stepped out, Zabuza paused just long enough to add, "Try not to die, kid." Then he was gone, mist swallowing him whole, leaving behind a room that felt very quiet, and a blonde who'd just earned an enemy's respect. Kakashi met Akira's gaze across the room. One nod. That was all it took. Akira straightened, cloak settling around her shoulders as she turned to her shinobi. Her voice was calm, measured, the kind that didn't need to be loud to be obeyed. "Pack up," she ordered. "We move out immediately. Return to the leaf." Hotaru rose at once, shadow withdrawing fully now, expression composed. Karin followed with a stretch and a yawn, already adjusting her gear. Shikamaru pushed himself to his feet with a sigh, hands sliding back into his pockets. Naruto stood last, still trying to process everything. Akira's eyes flicked to Kakashi again, this time colder. "I'll be filing a full report," she said evenly. "Wave, Gato, Zabuza Momochi, the bridge." A pause, and the decision to put undertrained Genin on the front line without proper preparation. Kakashi didn't argue. His visible eyes softened slightly, accepting the weight of it. "As you should," he replied. Akira nodded once, satisfied, not cruel, just exacting. She turned toward the door, already thinking ahead. Hokage Tower. Council ears. Questions that would be asked whether anyone liked it or not. Behind her, her team fell in step. Naruto glanced back once at the quiet house, the bridge visible through the window in the distance. Then he followed. Wave was behind them. The consequences were coming with them to the leaf. Hours later, the gates of the Leaf finally rose before them. Dust on their sandals, travel-worn cloaks, the familiar weight of home settling in their chests as they passed beneath the towering wood and stone. Akira halted just inside the gate. "That's all," she said calmly. "You're dismissed. Get cleaned up, get fed. I'll handle the reports." There was no lecture, no praise, just certainty. Shikamaru stretched, already half gone. Finally, he muttered, peeling off toward the Nara district. Hotaru turned without hesitation, fingers brushing Naruto's wrist. Karin fell in on his other side, pouch clinking softly with every step. Naruto blinked. Where are we going?" "The bank," Karin said brightly. "To deposit what you liberated," Hotaru added dryly. The Leaf's financial district was quieter than the market, stone buildings warded and watched. Inside, cool air and paper smells replaced dust and blood. A clerk looked up, then paused when they stated the amount. Gold bars, coin seals, account names. Naruto stood awkwardly as it was all counted and recorded, eyes wide as numbers far larger than anything he'd ever seen were written neatly beside his name. "That's mine?" he asked weakly. Hotaru nodded once. "It is." Karin grinned. "Congratulations. You're officially not poor anymore." The seal snapped shut with a final press. Naruto stared at it like it might explode. Outside, sunlight caught the rooftops of the village. The danger was behind them. The money was secured. And for the first time since Wave, things felt settled. Hotaru glanced at him, expression thoughtful. Karin leaned closer, pleased. And Naruto Uzumaki took his first step into a future that no longer involved scraping by alone. Akira entered the Hokage's office alone. The door closed softly behind her, sealing out the noise of the village. Sunlight slanted through the windows, dust motes drifting lazily in the air. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from his desk, pipe already set aside. "You're back sooner than expected," he said calmly. "Wave?" "Resolved," Akira replied. "Gato is dead. His network collapsed. The bridge will be completed without interference." Hiruzen nodded slowly. "Zabuza Momochi?" "Alive," she said. "Departed for mist with Haku. No further hostility." The Hokage's eyes sharpened with interest, then softened again. "And Kakashi?" Akira paused. "Only a breath. He survived," she said evenly. "As did his students." Hiruzen studied her face, clearly noting what wasn't said. He didn't press, not yet. "I see." He folded his hands. "You've already submitted the preliminary report?" "I will, within the hour." She inclined her head. "However, I do have a recommendation." Hiruzen gestured for her to continue. "The genin involved in Wave," Akira said carefully, "should not be entered into the Chunin exams this cycle." Hiruzen's brows lifted slightly. "That's a strong stance. They were exposed to live combat against missing nin and organized crime," she continued. "They survived, but survival isn't readiness. Pushing them forward now would be irresponsible." A long silence followed. Finally, Hiruzen exhaled a thin stream of smoke. "You're protecting them." "I'm preventing mistakes," Akira corrected calmly. He gave a faint, knowing smile. "Very well. I'll consider it seriously." Then his gaze sharpened again. "And your team?" he asked. "How did they fare?" Akira's expression shifted, just slightly. "They adapted," she said. "They followed orders. They protected each other." A pause. "And Naruto Uzumaki?" "He exceeded expectations," Akira replied without hesitation. Hiruzen's eyes lingered on her a moment longer than necessary. "I thought he might." Akira inclined her head once more. The conversation was over, at least for now. As she turned to leave, Hiruzen watched her go, already piecing together the gaps she had deliberately left unspoken. Some truths, he knew, would surface soon enough. Karin's apartment smelled faintly of ink, herbs, and old paper, lived in, cluttered, comfortable. Shoes were kicked aside without ceremony. Naruto hesitated only a second before following Hotaru in, instinctively settling where she guided him. "Sit," Karin said, already moving toward the small kitchenette. "You look like you're about to apologize to the furniture." Naruto sat. Karin started the kettle, humming under her breath, clearly pleased with herself. "Coffee?" she called over her shoulder. "I need it after Wave. And after bank clerks." Hotaru folded her arms, unimpressed. "You're enjoying this too much." Karin laughed. "Absolutely." She reached for the cups as Hotaru continued, tone casual, almost dismissive. And for the record, Hotaru added, Naruto wasn't poor before any of this. He had 250,000 ryo saved already. The wave deposit was just extra. The kettle hadn't even finished heating. Karin froze, one hand still on the cup, the other hovering mid-reach. He had what? She said slowly. Naruto blinked. Is that a lot? Karin turned around inch by inch, red eyes locking onto him like he'd just confessed to being a missing nin kingpin. 250,000 ryo, she repeated flatly. Hotaru nodded. Yes. Karin stared at Naruto. Naruto stared back, suddenly unsure if he'd broken some unspoken law of the universe. You, Karin said carefully, were sleeping in a barely furnished apartment, eating instant ramen, and sitting on that much money? Naruto scratched his cheek. I was saving it? There was a long, dangerous silence. Then Karin dropped her head onto the counter with a dull thunk. I take back every joke I've ever made about you being broke, she muttered. You're not poor. You're just catastrophically bad at living. Hotaru allowed herself the faintest smirk. Naruto sank a little lower on the cushion. Sorry? Karin lifted her head, eyes sharp but not unkind. Oh no, she said. You're not sorry. You're fixing this. She turned the kettle back on like she was declaring war. And we're starting with proper meals. Hotaru tilted her head, clearly amused now. He hasn't been living there, she pointed out calmly. Or eating ramen. Not for a few months. Karin paused mid-pour. What? Hotaru's lips curved. He moved into the Nara compound. A beat. Then Karin laughed, sharp and delighted, nearly sloshing coffee over the rim. Of course he did. Of course you took him home. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. Yoshino-san cooks real food, he mumbled. And Shikaku makes me sit properly. And Shikamaru complains but still passes me the salt. Karin snorted. Unbelievable. Hotaru settled beside Naruto, shoulder brushing his. So no, she added lightly, he wasn't hoarding money while starving. He was saving it while being fed and supervised. Karin slid the mugs onto the table and dropped into a chair, shaking her head with a grin. Wow, she said, you really upgraded your life without telling anyone. Naruto blinked. I did? Hotaru and Karin answered at the same time. Yes. They talked while the coffee cooled. Wave came apart in pieces. Gato's men, the ambushes, the bridge. Zabuza carrying Haku away like something precious instead of a weapon. Naruto listened more than he spoke, chiming in only when asked, still wrapping his head around the fact that it was over. Hotaru spoke calmly, analytically, already sorting the mission into lessons learned and mistakes corrected. Karin filled in the gaps with sharp observations, grinning whenever she caught Naruto underselling himself. You nearly burned out your chakra network, Karin said lightly, sipping her coffee. Again, Naruto winced. I was fine. You passed out. Temporarily fine. Hotaru huffed, amused despite herself. For a moment, it was just that. 3 shinobi decompressing, safe, warm, alive. Then Karin leaned back in her chair, eyes glinting. Well, she said, tone suddenly dangerous, now that we're rich, alive, and not being hunted. She wiggled her eyebrows exaggeratedly. How about a double date? Naruto choked on his coffee. What? Hotaru shot Karin a flat look. You're impossible. Karin only grinned wider. You didn't say no. Hotaru glanced at Naruto, still coughing, ears red, then back at Karin. Define date. Food, Karin said immediately. Real food. Somewhere public. Somewhere I can watch him panic. Naruto groaned. Why would that be part of it? Because it's adorable. Hotaru's lips twitched despite herself. Troublesome, she murmured, then added, after a beat, fine. 1. Naruto froze. Wait, what? Karin slammed her cup down victoriously. Yes. Naruto looked between them, completely outmatched. Do I get a say? Hotaru and Karin smiled at him. No, they said together. Outfits came first. Karin sprawled across the chair, ticking options off on her fingers. No armor. No mission gear. Something that says I'm cute and dangerous but also here to eat. Hotaru leaned back against the counter, arms folded. Comfortable. Clean. Practical. Karin squinted at her. You just described pajamas. They work, Hotaru replied calmly. Naruto sat between them, eyes flicking back and forth. I have normal clothes, he offered. Mostly. Karin hummed thoughtfully. We'll assess. Then came the important part. Food, Karin declared. I want something good. Not ramen. No offense. Naruto shook his head quickly. None taken. Hotaru considered. Quiet. Not crowded. Naruto hesitated, then lifted a finger. There's a new sushi place near the West Canal. Small. Family run. I helped the owner carry crates last week. Both girls turned to look at him. You did what? Karin asked. He shrugged. They gave me free samples. Karin's eyes lit up. You know secret food spots? Hotaru's gaze softened just a fraction. That sounds acceptable. Naruto relaxed, encouraged. They have good eel. And this thing with lemon and salt. Say no more, Karin said, already on her feet. We're going there. She pointed at Naruto. You. Casual. Clean. No orange. I don't even own. Good. Hotaru rose smoothly, shadow flicking at her heels. Then it settled. Naruto smiled despite himself. A date. Sushi. And somehow, this felt harder than fighting missing Nin. He liked that a little too much. Hotaru rose first, already reaching for her cloak. We'll go to the Nara compound, she said. Shower. Change. Naruto nodded quickly, relieved to have a task. I won't take long. Karin waved them off from the couch. Take your time. I want him flustered, not feral. Hotaru gave her a flat look. Karin grinned. Outside, the afternoon sun warmed the stone as Hotaru led Naruto away, fingers brushing his wrist just long enough to make sure he followed. He stayed close without thinking, already slipping back into that familiar, quiet orbit she kept around him. Behind them, Karin locked the door and turned toward her room, humming. She opened her wardrobe and stared at it like a battlefield. No missions, she muttered. No armor. No intimidation, too much. Her hand paused. Black dress. Simple. Clean lines. Sleeveless, falling neatly to her knees. Practical enough to move in, flattering enough to make a point. She held it up, considering, then smirked. He's dead. Shoes next. She crouched, pulling out a pair of high heels, open-toed, straps snug around the ankle, bare skin visible where it mattered. Not flashy, just deliberate. Karin straightened, imagining Naruto's expression. Perfect. She set everything out carefully, already pleased, red eyes bright with anticipation as the kettle finished cooling behind her. Tonight wasn't a mission, but she planned to win anyway. Hotaru took the shower first. Steam curled around the small tiled room, warm water washing away salt, blood, and tension she hadn't fully acknowledged until it was gone. She stood under it a moment longer than necessary, eyes closed, breathing slow. Wave is finished, she reminded herself. She stepped out, towel wrapped securely, hair damp against her back as she crossed into the room. Naruto slipped past her a second later, ears pink, eyes very carefully on the floor as he headed in. The water started again. Hotaru moved to her bag and laid out her clothes with deliberate care. The dress was forest green, simple, clean lines, hanging just below her knees. Practical enough to move in, elegant enough to matter. She held it up, considering her reflection in the mirror. Then she looked down at the shoes. Sandals. Flat. Familiar. Quiet confidence. High heels. Taller. Sharper. A statement. She frowned faintly, weighing it the same way she weighed missions and shadows. This isn't a battlefield, she thought. But it is a message. From the bathroom, water shut off. Naruto's chakra shifted, relaxed, steady, safe. Hotaru exhaled softly. She set the heels aside, then paused. After a second's consideration, she placed them neatly next to the sandals instead of discarding them. Decision postponed. When Naruto emerged, hair damp, shirt clinging slightly, she glanced up. He froze. You look fine, she said calmly, before he could spiral. His face heated instantly anyway. Hotaru turned back to the mirror, slipping the green dress over her shoulders, watching his reflection out of the corner of her eye. Shoes could wait. She had his attention already. Hotaru reached down and picked up the sandals. Flat, familiar, quietly confident. She slipped them on without hesitation, tying the straps with practiced ease. No need to loom, no need to perform. This wasn't about being seen, it was about being certain. Behind her, Naruto finished dressing. The outfit she'd chosen for him fit perfectly, clean lines, dark fabric, formal without being stiff. He tugged once at the collar, then stilled, catching his reflection. I look weird, he muttered. Hotaru turned, eyes sweeping him once from head to toe. No, she said simply. You look appropriate. He flushed anyway. She stepped closer, adjusted his collar with 2 fingers, smoothed the crease at his shoulder. The touch was brief, efficient, intimate without being indulgent. "You represent yourself," she added. "And us." Naruto swallowed and nodded, standing a little straighter without realizing it. Hotaru stepped back, satisfied. "Ready," she said. He looked at her, then nodded again, more firmly this time. "Yeah," he replied. "Ready." Together, they headed for the door, sandals soft against the floor. Confidence settled between them like a shared shadow, already knowing Karin would have something to say the moment she saw them. They stepped through the gate together, late afternoon light stretching long across the path. Hotaru slowed just enough to tug his sleeve. Naruto turned, confused. She rose onto her toes and kissed him. Not teasing, not rushed, just a soft, certain press of her lips to his, brief, deliberate, unmistakable. Naruto froze completely, brain blanking as warmth flared through his chest. By the time he caught up to what had happened, she was already pulling back, expression calm, eyes steady. "For later," she said simply. His face went red in a heartbeat. Hotaru. She slipped her fingers into his sleeve again and started walking, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. Naruto followed automatically, heart pounding, lips still tingling. Behind her, her shadow curved just a little closer around him. Claim made. They didn't have far to go. A short walk later, Hotaru knocked once, sharp and confident. The door opened. Karin stood there already dressed, black dress smooth against her frame, falling neatly to her knees, open-toed heels strapped around her ankles. She leaned casually against the doorframe like she'd been waiting all day for this exact reaction. Naruto blinked. "Nice heels," he said honestly. Karin's smile went slow and dangerous. "Oh," she murmured, and before he could process anything else, she leaned in and kissed him. Quick, light, directly on the lips. Naruto froze again. Apparently this was just his evening now. Karin pulled back with a satisfied hum. "Good, you noticed." Hotaru watched from his other side, unbothered, eyes sharp with quiet amusement. Her shadow flicked once at Karin's feet, not warning, just acknowledgement. Naruto stood there, face burning, mouth opening and closing uselessly. Karin stepped aside, waving them in. "Come on, sushi waits." Hotaru tugged his sleeve gently, grounding him. Naruto nodded, still dazed, and followed them inside, very aware that tonight had officially gone off the rails, and that he wasn't entirely sure he wanted it back on track. They didn't make it 10 steps. Karin hooked her arm through Naruto's right without asking, leaning in with an easy confidence. Hotaru mirrored her on the left, fingers curling around his sleeve, shoulders settling comfortably against him. Naruto stiffened for half a heartbeat, then relaxed. They walked like that down the street, 3 shadows stretching long across the stone. Karin hummed under her breath, heels clicking lightly with each step. Hotaru matched his pace perfectly, calm and sure, her presence steady at his side. Naruto glanced between them, face warm, heart doing something unfamiliar and fast. Neither let go. Anyone watching would have understood immediately. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't temporary. And as they headed toward the glow of lantern light and the promise of sushi, Naruto found himself smiling, caught between them, exactly where they wanted him. Shikamaru Nara sat beneath the porch eaves, methodically wiping down his bow staff. Oil, cloth, slow, practiced movements. He didn't look up as footsteps approached. "So," he said calmly, eyes still on the wood grain, "how did Wave go?" Shikamaru flopped down nearby with a tired sigh. "Troublesome." That was answer enough. But Shikamaru lifted a brow, inviting more. "Gato's dead," Shikamaru continued. "Bridge is getting finished. Zabuza left alive. Naruto did most of the heavy lifting." The cloth paused. Shikamaru glanced up then, sharp eyes assessing his son. "And you?" Shikamaru shrugged. "We survived." Hotaru stuck to Naruto like glue. "Karin too. Akira's already heading to report." A faint smile tugged at Shikamaru's mouth as he resumed cleaning the staff. "I see," he said. "And Naruto?" Shikamaru stared up at the sky. Still clueless. Still stupidly kind. Still dangerous when pushed. Shikamaru nodded once, satisfied. "Good." He set the bow staff aside, rising to his feet. "Eat," he added. "And get some sleep. If the Hokage starts asking questions, I want you rested." Shikamaru groaned but obeyed. Behind him, Shikamaru watched the shadows stretch across the yard, already calculating what wave meant for the boy who'd quietly become part of the Nara family. The sushi place was warm and quiet, lantern light reflecting off polished wood and clean counters. A hostess guided them to a booth tucked along the wall, private, just enough. Karin slid in first, heels tucked neatly beneath her. Naruto hesitated only a second before following, instinctively taking the middle. Hotaru slipped in after him, calm as ever, settling close. Too close. Karin shifted, casual as breathing, and hooked her leg around his, calf to calf, trapping him without pressure, just presence. Naruto stiffened, then forced himself to relax, face warming. Hotaru noticed. She adjusted a heartbeat later, mirroring the motion on his other side, her leg resting against his with deliberate ease. Not competing, not yielding, simply there. Naruto sat very still. Is this normal? He whispered. Karin grinned, leaning her chin into her palm. You're doing great. Hotaru didn't look at him when she spoke. Order, she said calmly. Before you overthink yourself into silence. Menus were passed out. Chopsticks set down. Naruto exhaled slowly, caught between them, heart thudding, acutely aware of every point of contact as the night finally began. Conversation drifted. Plates came and went. Laughter followed. Karin teased him mercilessly, leaning in just enough to steal his attention, smirking every time he stumbled over his words. Hotaru watched it all with quiet amusement, letting Karin do the poking while she waited. Naruto tried to pretend he wasn't aware of every single point of contact. After a while, Hotaru shifted. Slowly, deliberately, she drew her free leg in and gently hooked her calf around his, mirroring Karin's hold on the other side. The motion was subtle, practiced, and she settled in, enjoying the steady warmth through fabric and skin. Naruto sucked in a breath. Hotaru leaned closer, lips near his ear. Relax, she murmured. You're allowed to be comfortable. Karin caught the movement and laughed softly. Look at him. He's turning red again. I am not, Naruto protested weakly. Both girls smiled. Hotaru didn't move her leg away. Instead, she stayed exactly where she was, calm, certain, content, letting him get used to the fact that he wasn't alone, and didn't have to be. For once, Naruto didn't try to pull away. He just sat there, caught between them, heart racing, and strangely, completely at ease. They leaned in almost together. Karin pressed a quick kiss to his cheek, playful and light. Hotaru followed on the other side, softer, lingering just a heartbeat longer before pulling back. Naruto froze, then laughed under his breath, face warm but smiling. Why, you're both impossible, he muttered. Eat, Hotaru said calmly, already reaching for her chopsticks. Before he combusts, Karin added cheerfully. The food arrived in neat rows, fresh fish, steaming rice, the quiet clink of ceramic on wood. Conversation softened as they ate, the earlier teasing giving way to something easier. Karin hummed happily over her plate. Hotaru ate with measured focus, occasionally nudging a piece toward Naruto when she noticed him hesitating. He relaxed as the meal went on. Between bites and quiet laughter, the world narrowed to lantern light, shared warmth, and the simple fact that for once, nothing was chasing him. For tonight, that was enough. Karin hesitated just long enough to look casual. So, she said lightly, chopsticks tapping the edge of her plate, you could stay over tonight. If you want. Naruto blinked. I can? Hotaru answered before he could spiral. She nodded once, calm and certain. Yes. Karin glanced at her, searching, then smiled when she found no hesitation there. We agreed, Hotaru added evenly. Sharing. That includes trust. Naruto's face warmed, but this time he didn't freeze. He looked between them, really looked, no pressure, no games, just an open offer. Okay, he said quietly. Karin's smile softened, losing its edge. Good. Hotaru reached for her tea, satisfied. Then we'll head back after this. They finished their meal unhurried, the decision settling naturally between them. Outside, lanterns swayed gently in the evening air. When they stood to leave, both women stayed close, not trapping him, not pulling. Just walking together. And for the first time, Naruto didn't feel confused about where he belonged that night. Karin's apartment was quiet when they returned, the city's evening sounds muffled behind the door as it shut. Hotaru stopped just inside. She turned, rose onto her toes, and kissed Naruto goodnight, soft, familiar, unhurried. When she pulled back, her forehead rested briefly against his. I'll see you in the morning, she said calmly. Naruto nodded, still a little dazed. Yeah, morning. Hotaru gave Karin a look, steady, trusting. Karin smiled back and lifted a hand in a small wave. Sleep well. Hotaru returned it, then slipped past them and out the door, her shadow withdrawing with her as it closed softly behind her. Karin exhaled, kicked off her heels by the door, and stretched like she'd just finished a long mission. Well, she said lightly, glancing over her shoulder, come on. Naruto followed her inside, the door clicking shut behind them. Okay, she said, eyes bright, and before Naruto could even ask what she meant, she grabbed his wrist and pounced. They landed on the bed in a tangle of limbs, more clumsy than smooth, Naruto yelping in surprise as she laughed outright. Karin, he protested, already losing the fight. She didn't kiss his lips. Instead, she peppered his cheeks and forehead with quick, noisy smooches, laughing the whole time. Naruto tried to squirm away, only to yelp again as she dug her fingers into his sides. Hey, that's cheating, he laughed, breathless. It's called winning, she shot back cheerfully. Naruto dissolved into helpless laughter, face red, hands flailing uselessly as she tickled him without mercy. Okay, truce, he gasped. Karin finally pulled back, still grinning, hair a mess, clearly pleased with herself. She flopped beside him, hands behind her head. See, she said lightly. Much better than brooding. Naruto stared up at the ceiling, still catching his breath, then laughed again. Yeah, much better. Karin leaned in before he could say a word. The kiss she stole was brief but certain, lips brushing his just long enough to steal his breath. She pulled back almost immediately, laughing softly when she saw his stunned expression. Sorry, she said, though she clearly wasn't. Your chakra's just loud. Warm. It's hard not to notice. Naruto blinked, flustered. I don't mean to. I know, she said gently, cutting him off. That's why it's nice. She settled beside him instead, shoulder pressed to his, the energy in the room easing as the excitement bled away. The earlier laughter returned, softer now, comfortable. Karin stretched, tugged a blanket over them both, and yawned. Long day. Get some sleep, hero. Naruto nodded, still warm from the moment, eyes already drooping. Outside, the village quieted. Inside, the night finally did what it was supposed to do, and let them rest. Hotaru moved through the small room by habit alone. She set her sandals neatly by the wall, folded her clothes with care, smoothed the bed once, just to make sure everything was right. Little rituals, anchors. When she lay down, the night felt heavier, not threatening, just full. She stared at the ceiling for a moment, listening to the distant hush of the village. Somewhere across it, Naruto slept. Safe, warm, guarded, even when she wasn't there. Her shadow stretched once along the floor, then eased back beneath her. Hotaru slowed her breathing deliberately, thoughts unspooling. The bridge, the mission, Karin's laughter, Naruto's confusion, the future, complicated, troublesome, already taking shape. We agreed, she reminded herself. And I'd trust her. That was enough. Her mind quieted, muscles loosened, sleep crept in gently, claiming her without struggle. Just before it did, a small, content thought surfaced. Morning will come. And Hotaru drifted under, calm and unafraid, shadow resting easy at her side. Naruto woke slowly. Not to alarms, not to danger, to warmth. Karin was curled against him, one arm slung loosely over his chest, her face tucked beneath his chin like it belonged there. Her breathing was slow and even, hair fanned messily across his shoulder. He froze for a second out of habit, then relaxed. Carefully, he shifted just enough to make sure he hadn't woken her. She only hummed softly and snuggled closer, fingers tightening in his shirt as if anchoring herself. Naruto stared at the ceiling, heart steady, chest full in a way he didn't quite have words for. This is nice, he thought. Outside, the village was already stirring. Morning light crept in through the window, catching on red hair and pale skin, on the quiet proof that he wasn't alone when the day began. Naruto stayed still. For once, he didn't feel the urge to move at all. Karin woke with a quiet laugh already on her lips. Before Naruto could even register that she was awake, she leaned in and smothered his face in quick, noisy kisses, cheeks, nose, forehead, all of them delivered with unapologetic enthusiasm. Good morning, she sang softly. Naruto burst out laughing, trying and failing to turn his head away as her fingers dug into his side without mercy. "Hey, Karin, stop," he protested, breathless. She only laughed harder, tickling him until he was squirming, hands coming up in surrender. "You're too easy," she teased, finally easing off just enough to look down at him, eyes bright and warm. Naruto lay there grinning, hair a mess, chest still shaking with leftover laughter. "You're impossible," he said fondly. Karin smiled and curled back against him, content. "Yeah," she replied, "but you're still here." Karin eventually sighed and stretched, rolling off the bed with a groan. "All right," she said, rubbing her eyes. "I've got errands. Real ones. Food, supplies, things that don't magically restock themselves." Naruto sat up, hair sticking out in every direction. "Already?" She glanced back at him and smiled, softer now. "We'll see each other later." She leaned in, stole one last quick kiss to his cheek, then padded off to get dressed, humming as she went. Naruto took that as his cue. He cleaned up, pulled on his clothes, and made sure he looked presentable before slipping his sandals back on. By the time Karin returned, bags already slung over her shoulder, he was ready. "Going back to Hotaru?" she asked lightly. He nodded. "Yeah, good," Karin said, opening the door for him. "She'll be wondering." Naruto paused at the threshold, then glanced back. "Thanks. For everything." Karin waved him off with a grin. "Go on, hero." The door closed behind him, the morning air cool and bright as he headed out, steps already turning him toward the Nara compound, toward familiar shadows and the calm certainty waiting there. The moment Naruto stepped through the Nara gate, it happened. A shadow snapped to his feet. Cool, solid, certain. It curled around his ankle and tugged once, not hard, just enough to make him stop. Naruto glanced down, already smiling before he even looked up. "Morning," he said. From the porch, Hotaru straightened. She didn't rush, didn't call out. Her shadow did all the talking, stretched, anchored, unmistakably hers. When she reached him, it loosened just enough to allow him closer, never fully letting go. "You're late," she said calmly. He scratched his cheek. "I walked." Her eyes flicked over him, clean, unharmed, steady, and only then did the shadow ease completely, sliding back beneath her feet. "Come inside," Hotaru said, turning toward the house. "Breakfast is still warm." Naruto followed without hesitation. Behind them, the gate closed softly. And the shadow stayed close. Inside, the air was calm and familiar. Naruto slipped into his seat beside Hotaru without thinking. She shifted immediately, scooting closer until their shoulders touched, her movement natural, practiced. Her shadow pooled beneath the table, content. Yoshino laughed softly from the stove. "Honestly," she said, amused. "You'd think the seat was cold without him." Hotaru didn't bother denying it. Shikamaru lifted a hand in a lazy wave from across the table. "Yo." Naruto waved back, sheepish. "Morning." Shikaku glanced up from his tea and gave a single nod, measured, approving, nothing more needing to be said. Hotaru leaned just a little more into Naruto's side. Breakfast resumed like it always did. And for Naruto, it felt exactly like where he was supposed to be. They ate in easy silence for a few minutes. Chopsticks moved, tea steamed. The morning settled into the room like it belonged there. Then Hotaru spoke. "About your dojutsu," she said evenly. Naruto paused mid-bite. Yoshino glanced over with interest, Shikamaru's eyes opening just a fraction more than usual. Shikaku didn't interrupt, he only listened. "I've never seen anything like it," Hotaru continued. "Not in clan records. Not in reports. Not even in theory." Naruto swallowed. "Me neither." "It wasn't Sharingan," Shikamaru added. "Didn't feel like Byakugan either." Hotaru nodded. "It reacted to chakra flow. Movement. Intent." Her eyes flicked briefly to Naruto's face. "And it strained you." Naruto scratched the back of his neck. "Yeah, it hurts if I push it." Shikaku set his cup down softly. "But it answers you." Naruto looked up. "What?" "It didn't overwhelm you," Shikaku said calmly. "It didn't take control. You used it, and it stopped when you did." Hotaru watched Naruto closely now. "Which means it isn't a curse." Yoshino smiled faintly. "Just a troublesome gift." Naruto blinked. "That's not reassuring." Shikamaru smirked. "Welcome to the family." Hotaru reached under the table, her fingers brushing Naruto's hand once, grounding, certain. "We'll learn it," she said quietly. "Together." Naruto nodded, warmth spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with breakfast. For the first time, the unknown didn't feel frightening. It felt manageable. Shikaku's fingers rested lightly against his teacup. "Can you activate it?" he asked. The room stilled, not tense, just attentive. Naruto hesitated. "I think so. It kind of comes when I focus. Or when something's wrong." Shikaku nodded once. "Then don't force it. Just call it the way you would a jutsu you trust." Hotaru turned fully toward him now, her knee brushing his under the table. "If it hurts, you stop." Yoshino smiled gently. "No heroics at breakfast." Shikamaru leaned back. "Yeah, save the dramatic eye stuff for after I've woken up." Naruto huffed a small laugh, then closed his eyes. He breathed in. Slow, steady. Chakra shifted. When he opened them again, the air seemed to sharpen. Lines of flow threading through the room like faint currents. The world felt louder without sound. Hotaru inhaled quietly. Shikaku's gaze sharpened, analytical. "Interesting," he murmured. "It's responsive, not aggressive." Naruto blinked, the pressure already building behind his eyes. "That's about as long as I can hold it without getting dizzy." "That's enough," Shikaku said immediately. Naruto relaxed. The sensation faded, leaving only a dull warmth behind his eyes. Hotaru exhaled, satisfied, and squeezed his hand once beneath the table. Shikaku leaned back, thoughtful. "It's not something to rush," he said. "But it's not something to fear either." Shikamaru shrugged. "Figures. Naruto collects weird powers." Naruto groaned. "Hey." Yoshino laughed, breakfast resuming as if nothing extraordinary had happened. But Shikaku's eyes lingered on Naruto a moment longer than before, already thinking several steps ahead. Shikaku didn't speak right away. He watched Naruto the way he watched shogi boards, patient, letting the pieces reveal themselves. When it was active, he asked calmly, "What did you see?" Naruto hesitated, searching for the right words. "It's hard to explain." "Try," Shikaku said. "No pressure. Just interest." Naruto took a breath. "Chakra," he said slowly. "Not just that it's there, but how it moves. Where it's tight. Where it's leaking. It's like streams. Or lines." Hotaru nodded slightly. That matched what she'd sensed. "I could see all of yours," Naruto continued, gesturing vaguely around the table. "Shikamaru's is lazy," he added quickly. "Hey," Shikamaru muttered. "But it's sharp when it needs to be," Naruto said. "Your dad's is layered. Like it's folded over itself on purpose." Shikaku's brow lifted a fraction. "And Hotaru's," Naruto said, "softer now, hers is calm. Heavy. It sticks close to the ground. Like it's already thinking ahead." Hotaru felt a quiet warmth settle in her chest. "In danger?" Shikaku prompted. Naruto nodded. "That's the weird part. It's louder. Jagged. Like the air around it doesn't fit right." When Zabuza showed up, it felt like the whole world leaned toward him. Silence followed. Then Shikaku exhaled slowly. "That's not just perception," he said. "That's battlefield awareness on a level most jonin never reach." Naruto blinked. "It is?" "Yes," Shikaku replied evenly. "And the strain you feel makes sense. You're processing more information than your brain is used to." Yoshino smiled gently. "Like learning to read all over again." Hotaru's fingers found Naruto's under the table, steady and sure. Shikaku nodded once, decision already forming. "This dojutsu isn't meant to be forced. It's meant to be trained carefully." Shikamaru sighed. "Great. Another troublesome thing to schedule." Naruto let out a nervous laugh, but this time, there was something steadier beneath it. For once, he didn't feel like he was guessing in the dark. He was being understood. The day rolled on quietly, the edge of urgency finally gone. By mid-afternoon, Team 15 gathered at Akira's house. Naruto arrived flanked without ceremony. Karin on one side, Hotaru on the other. Like it was the most natural thing in the world. Karin leaned in as she walked, red hair catching the light, while Hotaru kept an easy, watchful pace, shadows stretching comfortably beneath them. Naruto stayed between them, hands awkward, posture unsure, but not pulling away. Behind them, Shikamaru shuffled along with a lazy sigh. Akira's old bow staff balanced across his shoulders, hands hooked over it like he was out for a stroll rather than reporting in. "Took you long enough," Akira said from the porch. Shikamaru yawned. "Traffic," he replied flatly. "And destiny." Karin snorted. Hotaru ignored him. They stopped in front of Akira, who took them in with a single, assessing look, the closeness, the way Naruto naturally settled between the two kunoichi, the calm that followed him now. Alright, Akira said. Everyone's here. Naruto straightened instinctively. Karin and Hotaru didn't move, but both stayed close. Team 15 was assembled. Akira folded her arms, gaze moving over them one by one. There's something we need to address, she said. The mood shifted, not tense, just attentive. The Chunin exams, Akira continued. This year. Naruto blinked. Already? Shikamaru sighed like he'd been personally wronged by the concept. Troublesome. Akira ignored him. Normally, this would be a three-man cell decision. But there are four of you. That earned her their full attention. If you enter, she went on, you won't be allowed to operate as a single unit. You'll be split into two-man squads. The exam structure won't bend for convenience. Karin straightened slightly. Hotaru's shadow stilled. That means, Akira said evenly, you won't always be paired with who you want. You'll be judged on adaptability, coordination, judgment without familiar crutches. Naruto glanced instinctively to either side of him. Hotaru noticed, and didn't move away. Shikamaru rolled the bow staff on his shoulders. So you're asking how we feel about it, he said. Not whether it's smart. Akira gave him a thin look. Correct. Silence stretched. Akira waited, patient as ever. Think carefully, she added. The exams aren't just about promotion. They're about whether you can function when things don't go your way. Her eyes lingered on Naruto last, not unkindly. So, she finished. How do you feel about entering this year, knowing you'll be split? The question hung there, heavy and unavoidable. Team 15 had survived Wave together. Now they had to decide how much they trusted themselves apart. Hotaru was the first to move. She nodded once, calm and certain. I'll be on Naruto's team. No hesitation. No qualifiers. Naruto turned to her, surprised. Hey, she didn't look at him. It's efficient, she said evenly. Our skills complement each other. Shadow control and chakra pressure work well together. Her shadow brushed his heel, quiet reassurance. Karin followed a beat later, lips curling into a grin. Then I'll take Shikamaru. Shikamaru blinked. Wait, what? You think too much, Karin said brightly. I hit hard. We'll balance. He sighed, resigned. Troublesome. We'll coordinate, Karin added, tone turning serious. Information passes between teams. No ego. No competition. Hotaru nodded again. We move as one unit, even when split. Akira watched them a moment longer, the certainty, the lack of posturing, then nodded. Good, she said. That's a workable structure. Naruto swallowed, chest tight, not from fear, but from the weight of being chosen. Akira straightened. Then that's how we'll prepare. Two teams. One objective. Her gaze sharpened. And if you enter the exams, you do so knowing you're not alone, even when you're separated. Akira reached into her sleeve and produced a thin stack of forms. Sign, she said, handing them out. Names. Team designations. No mistakes. Paper rustled. Naruto hesitated over the lines like they might bite him, then carefully wrote his name. Hotaru signed neatly beside him, precise as always. Karin scrawled hers with a flourish, grinning. Shikamaru barely looked, pen moving on muscle memory alone. Akira collected the paperwork, eyes scanning each page once. Good, she said. Report to the academy tomorrow morning. 7 sharp. Shikamaru groaned. That's criminal. Be late, Akira replied flatly, and you're disqualified before you step inside. That shut him up. Akira tucked the forms away, her gaze lingering on them. 4 shinobi, aligned, no hesitation left between them. Get rest, she added. Tomorrow starts something different. Then she vanished. One moment she was there, the next, the air flickered, and she was gone, already moving to submit her team's entry. Silence settled in her wake. Naruto let out a slow breath. So, tomorrow. Hotaru nodded. Tomorrow. Karin stretched, satisfied. Guess we're really doing this. Shikamaru hoisted the bow staff back onto his shoulders with a sigh. Troublesome. Akira flickered into existence at the edge of the Hokage's office. The air shifted. Paper rustled. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, pipe already lit, eyes sharp despite his age. To one side stood Kakashi Hitaki, hands in his pockets, posture casual in a way that irritated her on principle. Across from them, Iruka Amino was mid-protest. They're not ready, Iruka was saying, voice tight. Sir, Team 7 has barely, I've already accepted their submission, Hiruzen said calmly, cutting him off without raising his voice. Iruka stiffened. Hokage-sama. That's enough, Hiruzen replied, final. Akira watched the exchange in silence, filing it away. Kakashi didn't argue, she noted. Didn't explain. Didn't defend the decision. Interesting. She stepped forward and placed her own paperwork on the desk with a soft, deliberate tap. Team 15, she said evenly. Hiruzen's eyes flicked down, scanning names: Naruto Uzumaki, Hotaru Nara, Karin Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, then up to her face. You're certain? He asked. Yes, Akira answered without hesitation. Iruka turned toward her, relief flickering for just a moment, until he processed the names. His brow furrowed again. They were in wave, he said carefully. They saw real combat. So did Kakashi's students, Akira replied coolly. Kakashi's visible eye shifted to her. Akira met it without blinking. The difference, she continued, is that my team understands the risk. They chose it knowing they'd be split into two-man cells. No illusions. Hiruzen studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. Accepted. Iruka opened his mouth again, then closed it, jaw tight. Akira inclined her head once, already turning away. As she flickered out, she heard Hiruzen speak again, not to her, but to the room. We'll see, the Hokage said quietly. Which teams learn from this? Akira vanished into motion, her thoughts already 3 steps ahead. Wave exposed weaknesses, she reflected. The exams will reveal who corrects them, and who pays for them. The academy yard was already filling when they arrived. Akira stood off to the side, arms folded, posture relaxed, eyes sharp. She saw them before they saw her. Naruto came first, alert despite the early hour, posture straighter than it used to be. No fidgeting, no nervous scanning, he moved like someone who expected the day to matter. Hotaru walked at his side, calm and centered, shadow behaving itself but never truly at rest. Her gaze swept the grounds once, cataloging exits, obstacles, people. Karin followed half a step behind, energy contained but coiled, eyes bright with anticipation rather than nerves. Shikamaru trailed last, hands in his pockets, bow staff slung over his shoulders like always, but Akira noted the difference immediately. He was awake, no slouch, no dragging steps. His eyes were already tracking patterns in the crowd. Good, she thought. They stopped together near the entrance without being told. No chatter, no questions. Naruto glanced between Hotaru and Karin once, drew a breath, and settled. Akira watched them quietly. They looked prepared, not just armed, not just trained, prepared to be separated, prepared to adapt, prepared to think. Around them, other genin buzzed with excitement and nerves. Voices too loud, confidence too thin. Akira ignored them all. Her team didn't need reassurance. They'd already chosen to be here. When the bell rang and the doors began to open, Akira finally stepped forward. Right on time, she said. 4 heads turned instantly. No hesitation, no doubt. Akira allowed herself the faintest hint of approval. Let's begin. Team 15 paused at the academy doors. Naruto glanced back first, catching Akira's eye. He lifted a hand in a small wave. Hotaru followed with a brief nod. Karin grinned openly. Shikamaru raised 2 fingers without breaking stride. Akira didn't respond. She didn't need to. They turned and went inside. The hallway buzzed with voices and nerves, genin crowding the stairwell ahead. Naruto slowed instinctively, then stopped. His eyes narrowed just a fraction. That's wrong, Karin muttered under her breath. Hotaru didn't answer. She simply stepped forward and veered toward the wall instead of the stairs. Shikamaru hummed quietly. Genjutsu, he said. Obvious one. They didn't announce it, didn't warn anyone. Without a word, Team 15 walked through the illusion, straight past the false staircase, and started climbing toward the real second floor. No hesitation, no discussion, no wasted movement. Behind them, confused voices rose as other teams stumbled, argued, or froze. Ahead of them, the corridor opened clean and real. Naruto exhaled once, steady. Akira watched from outside through the academy's windows, eyes following their progress. Good, she thought. They hadn't just seen the trap. They'd ignored it, and that told her everything she needed to know. The room was already crowded when they entered. Too many voices, too much posturing. Genin shouting names and villages like volume could replace confidence. Team 15 slid to the wall without a word. Naruto stood between Hotaru and Karin, shoulders loose but ready. Shikamaru leaned back beside them, bow staff across his shoulders, eyes half-lidded and quietly calculating. This feels intentional, Karin muttered. Filters people, Shikamaru replied. A calm voice cut through the noise. Hey, quiet down. A silver-haired genin stepped forward, glasses catching the light. Kabuto Yakushi smiled mildly as he raised a hand. If you want information, he said, I can provide it. He produced a stack of chakra cards. Across the room, Sasuke Uchiha stepped forward. Rock Lee. Kabuto flipped a card. Chakra flared. Taijutsu specialist. Extreme speed. No ninjutsu or genjutsu. Murmurs followed. And Gaara of the Sand. Kabuto hesitated, barely. Mission history classified, he read. Multiple fatalities. No confirmed injuries. Combat data incomplete. The air tightened. Then Sasuke's gaze shifted. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto felt it immediately. Hotaru didn't move. Karin's expression sharpened. Kabuto activated the card. Text appeared, then stalled. Most entries are restricted, Kabuto said slowly. The card adjusted, revealing only fragments. Confirmed jutsu. Shadow clone technique. Multiple simultaneous instances noted. A pause. Lightning nature techniques observed. Low-level chakra shaping, palm discharge variant, short-range burst applications. The image shifted again. Taijutsu stance. Unorthodox. Hybrid base. Reactive counter style. Not academy standard. A silhouette appeared. Weight carried forward, stance loose, knees bent, built for sudden surges rather than form perfect strikes. Chakra reserves classified, Kabuto added. Assessment notes sealed under Jonin authority. The room went quiet. Shikamaru clicked his tongue softly. That's annoying. Karin smiled thinly. That's very interesting. Naruto scratched his cheek, clearly uncomfortable. Is that bad? Kabuto looked at him for a long moment, longer than he'd looked at anyone else. No, he said finally. It means your file isn't meant to be read by rookies. Hotaru's shadow stirred faintly along the wall. Team 15 didn't say anything else. Hotaru didn't take her eyes off Kabuto Yakushi. Not openly. Not obviously. Just enough. The classified gaps in Naruto's file weren't coincidence. Someone with clearance had touched it. Edited it. Curated what others were allowed to see. Kabuto hadn't explained it away, he'd acknowledged it. That mattered. Her shadow thinned beneath her feet, attention sharpening as the room shifted. Then the door slammed open. A scarred man stepped in, presence alone enough to silence the chatter. Ibiki Morino. Sit. The word hit like a weight. Genin scrambled for desks. Chairs scraped. Panic crept in fast. Hotaru moved without rushing. By sheer chance, or something close enough to count, Karin slid into a seat beside Shikamaru. They exchanged one glance. No words. Understanding passed clean and immediate. Naruto sat where Hotaru guided him, posture loose, eyes forward. Ibiki began explaining the rules. 10 questions. Points deducted per mistake. Team disqualification if one member failed. Fear spread through the room like ink in water. Hotaru didn't react, because she already understood. This isn't about knowledge, she thought. It's about restraint. She caught Shikamaru's eye across the room. He gave the smallest nod. Karin smirked faintly, already cataloging sightlines, angles, chakra signatures. Cheat, Hotaru concluded, but don't get caught. Ibiki's gaze swept the room, predatory and patient. Begin. Pencils touched paper. Around them, Genin froze, trapped by the threat of failure. Team 15 didn't. They settled in. Teams dropped fast. Pencils snapped. Shoulders slumped. A shout here. A curse there. One by one, Genin were escorted out, faces pale as the reality set in. Hotaru didn't look up from her paper. Her shadow stayed still. Her breathing stayed even. When the room settled into that brittle quiet that came right before the end, she finally lifted her eyes. Not to the board, not to Ibiki, but to Kabuto Yakushi. He sat too comfortably. Too calm for someone whose file had gaps that wide. Hotaru's fingers shifted beneath the desk. Subtle. Precise. A short sequence of hand signs, not jutsu, not obvious. Clan shorthand. The kind meant to be seen by people trained to look for it. One of the exam proctors caught it. His eyes flicked to her hands, then to Kabuto, then back again. No reaction. Just acknowledgement. When the exam ended, Ibiki Morino called time. Papers were collected. The tension spiked. Ibiki's gaze swept the room once more. Then, those of you who passed, he said evenly, stay seated. Relief crashed through the survivors. Ibiki didn't smile. Team from the grass village, he continued, eyes locking on them, you're done here. The grass genin stiffened. One tried to speak. Ibiki raised a finger. Cheating is permitted, he said coldly. Getting caught is not. The proctors moved. The grass team was escorted out, protests dying quickly under Ibiki's stare. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Hotaru watched him closely now. When Ibiki's eyes met hers, there was a fraction of a nod, not thanks, not praise. Confirmation. Whatever Kabuto was, it was noted. And as the room settled again, Hotaru leaned back slightly, shadow easing beneath her feet. Good, she thought. The final question came. Ibiki let it hang there, heavy, absolute. One choice. One moment. Team after team broke. Hands went up. Whispers turned to panic. More shinobi were escorted out, shoulders slumped, dreams ended in silence. Team 15 didn't move. Naruto felt the weight of it, the pressure, the implication, and stayed still. Hotaru's presence beside him was steady as stone. Karin didn't even blink. Shikamaru stared at the ceiling like the answer bored him. Ibiki waited. Then he nodded once. Those who remain, he announced, have passed. Relief washed through the room in uneven waves. Proceed to the next stage, Ibiki continued. Report immediately to the Forest of Death. Chairs scraped. Voices rose. Survivors stood and filed out, adrenaline replacing dread. Team 15, Ibiki said. They stopped. Everyone else kept moving. Ibiki's gaze fixed on them, unreadable. You four. Stay where you are. The room emptied around them until only proctors remained. Naruto swallowed. Did we? You passed. Ibiki cut in flatly. He stepped closer, looming without effort. This isn't about that. His eyes flicked briefly. Once, toward the door Kabuto had exited through. Then back to Hotaru. Someone noticed something they weren't supposed to, Ibiki said. And handled it correctly. Silence. Ibiki straightened. You'll receive further instructions shortly. He turned away without another word. Team 15 stayed seated, exchanging brief looks, no panic, no questions. The door opened again. Ibiki Morino stepped back into the room, and he wasn't alone. Two shinobi followed him in, both masked, posture loose in the way only professionals managed. Headhunters. The kind who didn't ask questions unless they already knew the answers. Team 15 straightened instinctively. Ibiki stopped a few paces in front of them. You noticed something, he said flatly, eyes on Hotaru. Tell them. Hotaru didn't hesitate. Kabuto Yakushi, she said. His information card on Naruto contained classified material. Not redacted, flagged. Someone with Jonin level clearance altered the file. One of the masked shinobi tilted his head slightly. You're sure? Yes, Hotaru replied. The restrictions weren't standard academy seals. They were layered. Deliberate. Ibiki nodded once. He also reacted, Hotaru continued, when the restrictions appeared. Not surprised, measuring. He knew what he was showing. The second headhunter shifted, voice muffled behind the mask. And you waited. He hadn't broken protocol yet, Hotaru said calmly. Only revealed intent. Ibiki glanced at Naruto briefly, then back to the hunters. That match your read? He asked. One of them gave a short nod. We already had suspicions. This confirms them. Ibiki crossed his arms. Kabuto left the room before the final dismissals. He won't be entering the forest. Naruto blinked. Wait, he's not. No, Ibiki said. He's being followed. Silence settled. Ibiki looked back at Hotaru. You handled it correctly. You didn't confront him. You didn't alert him. You waited for the right authority. Hotaru inclined her head once. No pride. Just acknowledgement. Ibiki turned to the team as a whole. This doesn't change your orders. You'll proceed to the Forest of Death with the others. The masked shinobi stepped back toward the door. But understand this, Ibiki added, voice lowering. You've already passed a test most genin never even realize exists. His gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment longer than necessary. Then he stepped aside. Go, he said. Team 15 rose together. As they headed for the exit, Hotaru felt it, the quiet weight of being noticed. Kabuto Yakushi didn't rejoin the others. He slipped down a side corridor instead, posture loose, expression already shifting back into something mild and forgettable. Two grass shinobi waited for him near a service exit, faces tense. You were too visible, one of them hissed. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Necessary. The Uzumaki file, he never finished the sentence. Steel whispered. A katana punched cleanly through his throat from behind, precise, silent, fatal. Kabuto's eyes widened in pure shock as blood filled his mouth, his body sagging before he even understood what had happened. The blade withdrew just as smoothly. Two masked shinobi stepped out of the shadows, headhunters. No insignia, no wasted motion. Kabuto collapsed to the floor without a sound. One of the grass ninja reached for a weapon. He didn't get the chance. The corridor was quiet again within seconds. One of the hunters glanced down at Kabuto's body. Confirmed. The other nodded. Cleanup protocol. They vanished. Far away, Team 15 walked toward the forest of death, unaware of how close the blade had come to their future, and how decisively it had been removed. Chapter 23. The gates to the forest of death loomed ahead like jagged teeth under the gray Konoha sky, towering barbed wire fences, warning signs in bold red, and the distant rustle of leaves that hid who knew what horrors inside. Team 15 stood together at the entrance checkpoint, scrolls secured, gear checked, and nerves steady despite the weight of the second exam phase. Akira Kurosawa, their silver-haired sensei, gave the group one last once-over. Her voice was low, clipped, professional, no room for doubt. Remember the briefing. This is a 4-man cell in a 3-man format exam. They split you for a reason, to test adaptability, not just strength. No heroics. Coordinate. Get both scrolls, heaven and earth, and make it to the tower in 5 days. Anything less, and you're out. The team had already hashed out the plan back at Akira's house the night before, over maps and bentos. Yoshino had insisted on packing extras for boys and girls. With the 4 of them, the proctors had mandated the split into 2-man pairs for entry and initial movement. Standard procedure for odd-numbered teams to avoid overcrowding gates and force independent decision-making. But Shikamaru, ever the strategist, had turned it into an advantage. Listen up, Shikamaru had said, hands in pockets, eyes half-lidded but sharp. We enter as pairs, but we don't go rogue. Karin and I take one gate. Naruto and Hotaru take another. We move parallel if possible, use the terrain shadows and Karin's sensing to link up fast. Primary goal. Secure the scroll we don't start with. If we get Earth, hunt Heaven. If Heaven, hunt Earth. No unnecessary fights. Drag them out if we have to, but prioritize the tower. Signal flares only if it's life or death, otherwise shadow birds or Karin's chakra pings. Karin had nodded, arms crossed, her glasses glinting. I can track chakra signatures up to a kilometer if the interference isn't too bad. Shikamaru's shadows can extend reach. I'll cover his blind spots with brute force if something jumps us. She'd shot a quick, trusting glance at Hotaru and Naruto. You two handle the heavy shadow work. Hotaru's possession and Naruto's clones will lock down any ambushes. We'll converge on the tower or midway if we spot the other team's scroll trail. Hotaru had simply inclined her head, her shadow already stretching subtly along the ground like it was listening. Efficient. No wasted moves. Naruto, stay close. Your dojutsu picks up chakra flows better than anyone's. If you see jagged danger lines, we pull back or bind first. Naruto had grinned, that familiar fire in his eyes, but tempered now, less reckless, more grounded from months of Hotaru's guidance and the Nara family's quiet support. Got it. We'll grab ours fast and link up. Believe it. Now, at the gates, the proctors barked final instructions. Enter at assigned points, 5-minute stagger. No exiting until the tower or disqualification. Team 15 split cleanly, Shikamaru and Karin heading left to Gate 12, Naruto and Hotaru right to Gate 8. A quick fist bump chain, Naruto to Hotaru, then a wave across to the others, and they vanished into the undergrowth. Inside the forest, the air thickened instantly, humid, alive with insect buzz and distant roars. Naruto felt the familiar prickle of his new chakra-seeing eyes activating instinctively. Hotaru's aura calm and heavy like coiled ink, steady beside his own wild orange-gold swirl. Shadows are thick here, Hotaru murmured, her hand brushing his arm in silent reassurance. Good for us. Let's move. Pattern recognition says the nearest scroll signatures are northeast. We hunt, we bind, we win. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, Shikamaru sighed as he and Karin slipped through ferns. Troublesome forest, but at least the plan's solid. Karin smirked. Just don't fall asleep on me, genius. I've got your back. Team 15 was already in motion, split but synced, shadows and sensing weaving them together like invisible threads. The forest of death had no idea what was coming. Akira Kurosawa stood at the edge of the checkpoint, arms crossed over her flak jacket, silver hair catching the faint light filtering through the canopy as the last of her genin vanished into the dense green wall of the forest of death. Naruto's black jacket flashed one final time, subtle, matte, a far cry from the old orange he'd worn like a badge of defiance, before the foliage swallowed him and Hotaru whole. Shikamaru and Karin had already disappeared through their assigned gate moments earlier, moving like shadows themselves. She didn't move right away. Instead, she let her gaze linger on the spot where Naruto had disappeared, a quiet exhale slipping past her lips. He used to light up like that every time I showed up at the apartment. The memory hit unbidden, tiny Naruto, maybe 4 or 5, blonde hair a mess, eyes wide and bright the second she stepped through the door for babysitting duty. Back then, the third had quietly assigned her occasional watch over the Jinchuriki when Iruka or the orphanage staff were stretched thin. She'd arrive with a bag of ramen cups, the good kind, a few simple shadow tricks to entertain him, and stories of missions that made his imagination run wild. He'd barrel into her legs, grinning so wide it hurt to look at, babbling about how Akira Ne was the coolest because she beat the snake guy once. Those evenings had been rare, ANBU rotations, headhunter assignments, but Naruto never forgot. Every visit, that same spark. Like she was proof the world wasn't all rejection. Now he was 12, fresh out of the academy, hardened already by months of her tough training, Hotaru's steady guidance, and the Nara family's quiet inclusion. That high-collar green shirt Hotaru and Yoshino had picked out hugged his smaller frame just right, practical, protective, a subtle shift from the kid who'd once dreamed aloud about ramen and Hokage robes. His new chakra-seeing eyes, still raw and untrained, flickered instinctively when he moved, picking up Hotaru's calm ink-like aura beside his wild orange-gold swirl. Hotaru's shadows binding him close, Karin's sensing anchoring the group, Shikamaru's brain keeping them all sharp. And her, pushing them harder than most sensei dared, because she knew what waited beyond the gates. Exams rigged with danger, villages hungry for power, snakes like Orochimaru still slithering in the dark. Akira turned away from the forest, boots crunching on gravel as she headed toward the Jonin lounge tucked behind the exam tower. The room was dim, smelling of old coffee and cigarette smoke, standard Proctor hangout. A few familiar faces nodded as she entered, Anko lounging against a wall with her trademark smirk, Ibiki nursing a mug in the corner. She claimed a worn chair near the window overlooking the forest perimeter, sinking into it with a sigh that carried years. After the exams, she promised herself silently, fingers brushing her smooth, unmarked cheek, no scar to trace. Her victories had always been clean, precise, leaving no trace on her skin. I'll ease up. Let them be kids a little longer. They've earned a better shot than most of us got at 12. She thought of Naruto's grin from those old days, pure, unfiltered joy, and how it still flickered now when Hotaru brushed his arm or Karin teased him. The team had forged something real in the crucible she'd thrown them into. Kabuto's early grave proved they could spot threats and end them. The forest would test the rest. Akira leaned her head back against the wall, eyes half closed, watching the treeline through the glass. Come out stronger, kids. All of you. And when you do, maybe I'll let you see more of the woman who used to sneak extra ramen instead of just the sensei who won't let you fail. She allowed herself the smallest, rarest smile. The wait had begun. The dense undergrowth of the forest of death parted just enough for Team 15 to spot their first real opposition. A trio of Omega Genin, Rain Ninja, crouched low behind twisted roots, Heaven Scroll clutched in the leader's hand. The Rain team's leader, a wiry boy with slicked back blue hair and a bandana half torn, smirked as he signaled his teammates. They burst out in a coordinated rush, kunai flashing, one channeling a weak water bullet jutsu that sprayed toward the Konoha team like a shotgun blast. But Team 15 was ready. They'd heard the rustle of movement 30 seconds earlier, thanks to Karin's sharp sensory pain. 3 signatures, closing fast from the east, 2 flankers, 1 with the scroll. Karin hissed from her position slightly behind Shikamaru, glasses glinting as she tracked their chakra flows. Leaders got Earth Scroll vibes, defensive, not offensive. They're desperate. Shikamaru didn't waste breath. Karin, keep calling. Naruto, Hotaru, bind him quick. I'll cover range. The fight erupted in seconds, but it was over almost as fast. Hotaru moved first, her shadow stretching unnaturally long under the dappled canopy like spilled ink. She didn't need hand seals for the basics anymore. Her sickle chains whipped out from hidden holsters at her hips. Custom Nara forged weapons. Twin curved sickles connected by thin, chakra conductive chains that could extend or retract on command. The chains sang through the air, wrapping around the legs of the 2 flankers before they could close distance. With a sharp yank, she pulled them off balance, sickles hooking into their pants and pinning them mid-leap. Gotcha, Hotaru said calmly, voice low and efficient. Naruto was already in motion beside her, black jacket blending into the shadows as he drew his tanto. A slim, straight-bladed knife with a wrapped black hilt, practical and deadly close range. He blurred forward with a shadow clone feint, 2 clones popping into existence to draw fire, then slipped past the water jutsu spray. His tanto flashed in a precise arc, slashing through the leader's kunai guard and forcing him back. You're done. Shikamaru, hanging back with Karin, extended his bow staff, a sturdy, telescoping wooden staff reinforced with metal bands for extra reach and impact. He spun it once, channeling a touch of shadow manipulation to make the tip stick briefly to the ground, then lashed out in a sweeping arc that cracked against the pinned flankers' arms, disarming them cleanly. The staff retracted with a click as he stepped forward. Troublesome, but predictable. Karin stayed in support, her sensory abilities feeding constant updates. Leader's chakra spiking, earth wall incoming. Left flanker trying to break free, Hotaru tightened the chain. She didn't need to fight directly yet, her role was perfect intel, calling positions and weaknesses so the others could strike without guesswork. The rain team barely lasted 30 seconds after that. Hotaru's chains bound the flankers fully, shadows creeping up to immobilize them in Nara possession style for good measure. Naruto's tanto pressed lightly against the leader's throat, forcing surrender. Shikamaru retrieved the earth scroll with a lazy flick of his staff. Hand it over, Naruto said, grinning but eyes sharp, 12 years old, but already carrying himself like someone who'd learned not to play around in a real fight. The Rain Genin leader spat dirt, defeated. TCH, fine. Take it, just don't kill us. Hotaru retracted her sickle chains smoothly, coiling them back at her hips. We won't, but stay down. Proctors will handle you. Shikamaru pocketed the scroll, exhaling. 1 down. Now we link up and hunt heaven. Karin, any other signatures close? Nothing immediate, Karin replied, adjusting her glasses. But the forest's crawling. Let's move before more show up. The team regrouped quickly, scroll secured, no injuries, bonds tighter from the clean takedown. Naruto sheathed his tanto, Hotaru's shadow brushing his reassuringly as they melted back into the trees toward the tower. Team 15 was just getting started. The undergrowth thinned ahead as Team 15's pairs converged, Naruto and Hotaru slipping through low branches from the east, while Shikamaru and Karin approached from the north. Karin's sensing had pinged the disturbance first, multiple chakra signatures clashing violently, not far from a small clearing. 2 teams fighting, she'd whispered over the subtle hand signal. 1 Rain, 1 Iwa. Looks like a 3-way brawl over scrolls. Heaven and earth both in play, perfect opportunity. Shikamaru had nodded once. We smash in, end it quick. Grab what's ours, leave the rest broken. No witnesses to our moves. They burst into the clearing like a coordinated storm. In the center, a battered rain team, 3 Genin, 1 already down with a kunai in his leg. Trading blows with a tougher Iwa squad, 4 members. Earth-style walls cracked but holding, 1 girl with explosive clay tags ready. Scrolls were scattered, earth on the rain side, heaven clutched by the Iwa leader. The fight was messy, desperate, both sides exhausted from earlier skirmishes. Team 15 didn't hesitate. Karin called it out instantly, voice sharp. Rain leader has earth scroll, low chakra, defensive stance. Iwa has heaven. Leader's arm is injured, Clay Girl prepping tags on the left flank. Hotaru struck first. Her sickle chains whipped out in a wide arc, the curved blades glinting as chakra conductive links extended. One chain snaked around the Iwa Clay Girl's wrist mid-throw, yanking her off balance and forcing the explosive tag to detonate harmlessly against a tree. The second chain hooked the Rain Leader's legs, pulling him into a spin that slammed him face first into the dirt. Bound, Hotaru said flatly, shadows creeping up the chains to immobilize both targets in full possession, arms pinned, movements locked. Naruto blurred in next, black jacket sleeves rolled for mobility, tanto drawn in a reverse grip. He feinted left with a shadow clone that exploded into smoke on impact with an Iwa earth wall, then darted right, slashing through the Iwa leader's guard with a precise tanto strike that disarmed him, blade clattering away, and forced surrender. Give it up, Naruto growled, 12-year-old fire in his eyes but control in his movements. No wasted energy, thanks to months of Hotaru's drills. Shikamaru hung back just enough, bow staff extended to full length. He swept low, cracking the knees of the remaining Rain flanker who tried to counterattack, then thrust the staff tip into the Iwa boy's shoulder. Non-lethal pressure point strike that dropped him gasping. Troublesome idiots, he muttered, staff retracting as he stepped over the downed opponents to scoop the heaven scroll from the Iwa leader's fallen pouch. Karin stayed on overwatch, glasses flashing as she tracked every spike. Clear, no reinforcements incoming yet. Rain's earth scroll is by the leader's hand, Iwa's heaven is secure. Grab him and go. The brief scuffle lasted under a minute. Hotaru retracted her chains with a flick, shadows releasing just enough for the defeated teams to slump in defeat but not escape. Naruto sheathed his tanto, breathing steady, while Shikamaru pocketed both scrolls, their needed pair complete. They're out, Hotaru said, voice calm. Proctors will handle cleanup. We have what we need. Naruto grinned, wiping sweat from his brow. That was smooth. Your chains are killer, Hotaru. Literally bound him before they knew what hit him. Shikamaru sighed, already turning toward the tower path. Yeah, let's move before more show up. Tower's not far, Karin, keep pinging. Karin smirked, falling in step. Already on it. Nice work, team. The four Genin melted back into the forest shadows. Scrolls secured, opponents neutralized, bonds unbreakable. Team 15 pressed on toward the tower, the forest of death yielding just a little more ground. The deeper Team 15 pushed into the forest of death, the heavier the air grew, thick with humidity, the metallic tang of blood, and the low hiss of chakra clashing somewhere ahead. Karin's sensing flared first, a sharp spike, multiple signatures entangled in violence. Big fight, 5 or 6 people, 1 chakra's, wrong. Twisted, like it's rotting. It's near the central path to the tower. Shikamaru cursed under his breath. Troublesome. That's not normal Genin chakra. We detour? Naruto's new eyes, still untrained but sharp enough to catch jagged purple-black lines weaving through the trees, narrowed. No way. That's Sasuke's team, Team 7. I can feel Sakura and him. And that snake vibe, it's bad. Hotaru's hand brushed Naruto's arm, calm, grounding. We enter the fray. Protect our own. Akira would expect it. They moved as one, silent and fast, bursting through a wall of vines into a nightmare clearing. Team 7 was pinned. Sasuke on one knee, Sharingan spinning wildly, curse mark burning black across his neck and shoulder as he fought off convulsions. Sakura knelt beside him, kunai trembling in her grip, tears streaking her face. The source of the horror stood tall in the center, Orochimaru, pale skin gleaming, long black hair whipping in the wind he generated with a casual flick of his tongue. His yellow-slitted eyes locked on Sasuke with predatory hunger. Such delicious potential, come, boy. Let me give you power. Anko wasn't here yet, no proctor intervention. The snake Sannin had ambushed them clean. Team 15 didn't announce themselves. They struck. Karin called positions instantly. Orochimaru's chakra is massive, center mass. Sasuke's mark is feeding it. Sakura's low chakra, defensive. Hit the flanks, don't let him focus. Hotaru's sickle chains exploded outward, chakra links extending like living shadows. One chain whipped toward Orochimaru's legs to bind and pull. The other arced high to intercept a summoned snake that lunged from the grass. The curved sickles hooked scales, yanking the beast off course and slamming it into a tree with a crack. Naruto blurred forward, black jacket sleeves rolled, tanto flashing. He didn't go straight at Orochimaru, too suicidal. Instead, shadow clones popped into existence, dozens in a ring, swarming to distract and buy time. The real Naruto darted to Sasuke's side, sliding between him and Sakura. "Sasuke, snap out of it, we're here." His tanto parried a casual kunai toss from Orochimaru aimed at the Uchiha. Shikamaru extended his bow staff to full length, channeling shadow possession through it, tip stretching like dark tendrils to latch onto Orochimaru's trailing cloak. Got a grip, but it's slippery. Karin, weak point? His left side, chakra flow thins there from an old wound. Karin shouted, glasses fogging slightly from the strain. She stayed back, feeding intel while prepping a chakra chain of her own if needed. Orochimaru laughed, low and amused, tongue flicking out to taste the air. Oh, more children to play with? How delightful. The Nara girl, interesting shadows. And the Jinchuriki himself. His eyes narrowed on Naruto. You've grown since I last saw you, boy. But power calls to power. He shed the cloak in a burst of snakeskin, breaking Shikamaru's hold effortlessly. A wave of summoned serpents erupted from his sleeves, dozens, hissing and coiling toward the newcomers. Hotaru met them head-on. Shadows surged from her feet, merging with her chains to form a net of binding darkness. Sickles spun, severing heads and pinning bodies. Naruto, cover Sasuke and Sakura. Get them clear. Naruto nodded, scooping Sakura up with one arm. She clung tight, stunned, and hauling Sasuke over his shoulder despite the curse mark's resistance. Hang on, Teme. We're not losing you to this creep. Shikamaru spun his staff into a whirlwind defense, cracking snake skulls and buying space. We can't beat him head-on, not yet. Goal. Extract Team 7 and fall back to the tower. Proctors will swarm once they sense this. Orochimaru tilted his head, amused rather than angry. Run along, little ones. I'll collect my prize another day. But his body shifted, Kusanagi sword sliding from his throat in a grotesque reveal, aimed straight at Naruto's back as he retreated with his burdens. Hotaru intercepted. Chains wrapped Kusanagi mid-thrust, shadows possessing the blade's momentum to halt it inches from Naruto. Not today, she said, voice ice-cold. The snake Sanin retracted the sword with a chuckle, vanishing into a swirl of leaves and snakes, retreating for now, but the threat lingered like poison in the air. Team 15 regrouped around Team 7. Sasuke gasping, curse mark receding slightly from the interruption. Sakura shaking but alive. Naruto panting but fierce. Why? Sasuke rasped, Sharingan fading. Naruto grinned through the adrenaline. Because we're not letting some snake freak take you, idiot. Now move, we're getting out of here. The clearing still reeked of snake venom and scorched earth when the air behind Orochimaru rippled like disturbed water. He felt it, a presence that made even his serpentine instincts coiled tighter. Orochimaru turned slowly, tongue flicking out to taste the new chakra signature, sharp, precise, utterly devoid of hesitation. His yellow eyes narrowed as Akira Kurosawa stepped fully into view, silver hair catching the fractured sunlight, expression calm but lit with something dangerously close to joy. Akira's tanto was already drawn, simple, straight, its edge gleaming with the faintest sheen of chakra reinforcement. She tilted her head, voice low and almost playful. Do you remember what I said I'd do to you the next time we met, Orochimaru? Orochimaru's lips curled into a thin, amused smile. Akira Kurosawa, the only one besides the old toad who ever forced me to retreat. I remember your bravado quite fondly. You promised that I'd take something irreplaceable, Akira finished for him, her tone bright with genuine glee. And since you've been collecting children's bodies like trinkets again, she moved. No dramatic wind-up, no hand seals, just a single, blinding step forward, body flicker so fast it looked like teleportation, and her tanto flashed in a horizontal arc. Orochimaru's left arm came away clean at the shoulder. There was no spray of blood. His body simply parted like wet clay, the severed limb hitting the forest floor with a dull thud before it began to writhe and dissolve into a pile of white snakes that hissed and scattered into the undergrowth. Orochimaru staggered half a step, more surprised than pained, his remaining hand pressing to the stump where pale flesh was already knitting closed in grotesque regeneration. Akira stood exactly where she'd struck, blade lowered but still dripping with the faint residue of his chakra. She looked almost cheerful. "Consider that a down payment," she said, eyes locked on his. "The next one will be your head. Now leave my kids alone." Team 15 and Team 7 stared in stunned silence from the treeline. Naruto's mouth hung open, Tanto still half raised. "Akira-sensei?" Hotaru's sickle chains retracted slowly, shadows curling protectively around her and Naruto. Shikamaru exhaled through his nose. Troublesome, but timely. Karin adjusted her glasses, chakra sense confirming the shift. Orochimaru's massive signature was already retreating, slithering away through the trees in a trail of summoned serpents. Orochimaru gave a low, rattling laugh, clutching the stump as it regrew in wet, twisting muscle. "You've grown bolder since our last dance, Akira. But boldness without power is just suicide." Akira smiled wider, genuine, almost nostalgic. "Then come find out if I've gained any power since I beat you last time. Or slither away like you always do." He did the latter. A swirl of leaves and white scales, and the snake Sanin vanished into the forest depths, leaving only the severed arm's dissolving remains and the heavy silence of near death. Akira sheathed her tanto with a soft click, turning to her genin, and the rescued Team 7. "Everyone intact?" she asked, voice back to its usual clipped professionalism, though the gleam in her eyes hadn't quite faded. Naruto nodded dumbly, still processing. "Why yeah, but you just cut his arm off. Like it was nothing." Akira shrugged one shoulder. "He'll grow it back by morning. But he'll remember the stain. Now move, tower's close. Proctors will be swarming any second." She stepped past them, silver hair swaying, and began leading the way out of the clearing, two teams trailing behind her, wide-eyed and a little in awe. Hotaru fell in beside Naruto, shadow brushing his reassuringly. "Sensei's intense." Naruto grinned shakily. "Yeah, but kinda awesome." The forest of death felt a fraction less hostile with Akira walking point. The heavy iron doors of the central tower groaned open as Team 15, now escorting a battered Team 7, stepped into the cool, dimly lit interior. Medics swarmed immediately, taking Sakura, Sasuke, and Sai, the quiet rude replacement, to the infirmary wing for curse mark stabilization and chakra scans. Akira gave the medics a curt nod, then led her 4 genin down the side corridor to their assigned rest area. A small, fortified room with futons, water barrels, ration crates, and load tables. The door clicked shut. The team stood there, adrenaline fading, clothes torn, scrolls secure, still processing the Orochimaru encounter and Akira's casual arm severing. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, probably a dozen questions at once, but Akira stepped forward first. She reached up and ruffled his blonde hair, deliberate, almost fond, fingers messing up the spikes the way she used to when he was 5 and she'd sneak him extra ramen after a babysitting shift. Naruto froze, blue eyes wide under the black jacket that had become as familiar to her as his old grin. Akira looked down at him and actually smiled, soft, proud, reaching her eyes in a way none of them had seen before. "I'm proud of you," she said quietly, voice low and warm in the small room. "All of you. Even you, Karin." Karin blinked behind her glasses, cheeks tinting. "Me?" Akira's gaze swept them, Hotaru calm and attentive, sickle chains coiled at her hips. Shikamaru slouched but listening. Karin still keyed up from sensory overload. Naruto still stunned under her hand, black jacket sleeves pushed up from the fight. High-collar green shirt slightly askew but perfectly suited to the kid she'd known since he could barely reach her knee. "You broke the record," Akira continued. "Quickest team to reach the tower in this exam phase. Ever. 4 days, 17 hours, and change. Proctors confirmed it the second we walked in. No one's touched that, not even the old legends." Shikamaru exhaled. "Troublesome. We just didn't want to drag it out." Hotaru inclined her head. "Efficiency." Naruto finally grinned, rubbing the back of his head where she'd ruffled his hair. "We really did that? Record-breaking?" Akira's hand dropped, but the smile lingered a second longer. "You did. Spotted threats, coordinated under fire, pulled another team out of Orochimaru's grip, and didn't lose anyone. That's not luck. That's you 4. She straightened, slipping back toward her usual clipped tone, though the warmth didn't vanish completely. Rest. Eat. Medics will check you in 10. Then we debrief. No arguments. Naruto laughed, bright, relieved. Sensei, you're kinda scary when you smile. In a good way. Akira snorted softly, almost a laugh. Get used to it, brat. Might happen more often after today. She turned toward the door, pausing only to add over her shoulder, and stay sharp. The prelims are next. The door clicked shut. Inside, the four exchanged glances. Karin adjusted her glasses, hiding a small smile. She's proud of me. Hotaru's shadow brushed Naruto's foot, gentle. We all earned it. Shikamaru dropped onto a futon. Yeah, now eat before she comes back and makes us do push-ups for wasting time. Naruto grinned wider, tugging at the collar of his green shirt like it was second nature now. She's always liked this jacket better anyway. They settled in, record set, pride earned, team unbreakable. The medics arrived right on cue. Akira had flagged them the moment the door shut behind her earlier. Two healers stepped in quietly, scrolls and kits in hand, scanning the team with professional efficiency. They checked for lingering chakra burns from the Orochimaru skirmish, minor cuts from the forest scuffles, and general exhaustion. Hotaru got a quick nod for her chain work. No strain on her coils. Karin for sensory overload, mild headache. Easily fixed with a chakra pill. Shikamaru for nothing major. Lucky as always, and Naruto for the usual post-fight scrapes. He grinned through the ointment like it was nothing. Nothing critical, the lead medic said, packing up. Rest, hydrate, eat. We'll clear you for prelims observation tomorrow. As the medics left, a proctor aide wheeled in a cart. Steaming bowls of miso ramen, Naruto's eyes lit up, grilled fish, rice, pickled vegetables, and fresh onigiri, real food, not just rations. The smell filled the room, chasing away the last of the forest's damp rot. Akira waited until the door closed again, then turned to the four genin sprawled on futons and benches, bowls already in hand. She stepped close to Naruto first, still sitting cross-legged, slurping noodles like he hadn't eaten in days, and ruffled his blonde hair again. This time slower, more deliberate, fingers lingering just a second longer than the earlier ruffle at the door. Naruto paused mid-slurp, cheeks puffed, eyes wide but happy. I'm going to be softer with you lot from here on out, Akira said, voice low but clear enough for everyone to hear. She kept her hand in his hair, almost absent-mindedly petting the spikes flat before letting them spring back. A bit. Not soft, don't get ideas, but softer. You've proven you can handle the hard push. No need to grind you into dust anymore. Karin looked up from her fish, glasses slipping slightly. Softer, how? Akira released Naruto's hair and straightened, crossing her arms. Her expression was steady, but there was a quiet warmth behind it, the same one that had shown when she'd smiled earlier. You're already way ahead of the other teams in skills. Not just raw power, coordination, adaptability, threat detection. You spotted Kabuto's play before anyone else, neutralized him clean, extracted Team 7 from Orochimaru without losing a man, and shattered the tower entry record. Most genin squads are still tripping over basic genjutsu or getting lost in the forest. You four move like a unit that's been together years. Shikamaru chewed thoughtfully on an onigiri. Troublesome to admit, but yeah. We did. Akira nodded. That's why I pushed so hard. Look at Team 7's wave mission. Kakashi's genin got thrown into Zabuza and Haku with almost no prep. Tazuna lied about the rank, Gato's thugs were waiting, and they barely scraped by because of luck and Sasuke's curse mark awakening. Kakashi almost lost Sasuke to that mark. Sakura almost died protecting him. Naruto almost drowned in his own chakra trying to match Haku. They survived, but it was ugly. Close to tragedy. She paused, letting that sink in. Naruto's grin faded a little. He remembered hearing that battle and later briefings. Your first mission, Akira continued, eyes flicking to each of them, was bandits. C rank turned D rank cleanup, organized raiders hitting trade routes near the border. I took you because I knew you'd face real killing intent early. No illusions, no holding back. You had to learn that shinobi work isn't academy drills. It's deciding who lives and who doesn't, fast. You did it clean, no hesitation, no nightmares after. That built the foundation. The hard training after was to make sure when something like Wave or Orochimaru hits you, you're not the ones bleeding out. Hotaru set her bowl down. shadows curling subtly at her feet like they were listening. It worked. Akira's gaze softened further, almost imperceptibly. It did. So from now on, more rest days, more strategy sessions instead of endless sparring, more trust in your judgment. I'll still kick your asses when needed, but I'll let you breathe too. She reached over and ruffled Naruto's hair one more time, gentler, almost playful, before stepping back. Eat up. Prelims tomorrow. And Naruto, keep eating like that, and you'll outgrow the jacket before the finals. Naruto laughed, rubbing his head again, cheeks flushed. Thanks, sensei, for everything. The room settled into comfortable quiet, bowls clinking, quiet chatter, the weight of the forest lifting just a little. The rest area in the tower felt smaller now, cozier, almost, after the medics left and the food cart was mostly emptied. Bowls sat stacked on the low table, steam still curling faintly from the last of the ramen. The four genin had settled onto the futons in a loose circle. Naruto cross-legged in the center, still grinning from Akira's rare affection. Hotaru to his immediate right, legs tucked neatly under her. Karin scooting in on his left without a word, her shoulder brushing his as she adjusted her glasses. And Shikamaru leaning back against the wall near the narrow window, arms crossed, gaze fixed on the darkening forest outside like it owed him money. Hotaru moved first, subtle, efficient. She shifted closer to Naruto until their knees touched, her shadow stretching lazily across the floor to curl just a little around his ankle, not binding, just there. A quiet claim. Naruto didn't pull away, if anything, he leaned into it, the tension from the forest easing out of his shoulders. Karin noticed. She didn't say anything, just scooted in too, until her side pressed against Naruto's other arm. Her hand rested lightly on his knee for a second, then withdrew, but the contact lingered in the air. She shot Hotaru a quick glance, nothing hostile, just acknowledgement. The triangle wasn't a fight anymore, it was balance. Shikamaru sighed, long and dramatic, finally breaking the comfortable quiet. He didn't turn from the window, but his voice carried clear. Troublesome, he muttered, but since we're here and not dead, we should talk prelims. Exams don't stop just because we broke a record. Naruto tilted his head, slurping the last noodle from his bowl before setting it aside. Prelims? Like, the one-on-one fights? Exactly, Shikamaru said, eyes still on the treeline. They weed out the weak ones before the real tournament. Everyone who passed the forest gets thrown into an elimination bracket, single matches, winner advances. Losers go home, no second chances. And the proctors love making it dramatic, crowd, announcers, the whole show. Hotaru nodded, her fingers absently tracing a small shadow pattern on the floor between her and Naruto. They'll announce matchups soon, probably random draw, but sometimes they seed based on performance. We all passed fast and clean, so expect to be high on the list. Karin adjusted her glasses, voice steady. My sensing picked up a lot of strong signatures in the tower already. Sound Ninja, Sand, a few leaf teams that made it through rough. Gaara's chakra is heavy, like sand pressing down, and that sound team with the bandages, Orochimaru's fingerprints all over them. Shikamaru finally turned his head, half-lidded eyes flicking over the group. Plan's simple, don't lose. But smart, no showing everything in the prelims, save the big stuff for finals. Naruto, your clones and eyes are strong, but don't spam them. Make opponents think you're predictable, then hit hard when it counts. Hotaru, chains and shadows are your ace. Use possession only if you have to. Karin, sensory edge means you know their moves before they do. Play support if you're up against someone fast, or go offensive if it's a chakra-heavy fight. Me, I'll just end it quick and lazy. Naruto grinned, bumping his shoulder against Hotaru's, then Karin's. We got this. Team 15's already the best. Record proves it. We'll crush the prelims and make it to the finals together. Hotaru's lips curved, just a tiny, private smile. Efficiently. Karin smirked, and without anyone getting curse marked again. Shikamaru exhaled through his nose, almost a laugh. Yeah, troublesome, but, yeah. We got this. Outside the window, the forest rustled in the evening wind, but inside the room, the four of them sat close, shoulders touching, shadows mingling on the floor. Plans spoken low and certain. The quiet in the rest area broke with a soft knock on the door. It slid open before anyone could respond, revealing Sakura, bandages wrapped around one arm, hair still messy from the forest, but eyes clearer now. And Sai right behind her, pale and expressionless as always, ink brush tucked behind his ear. Sakura stepped in first, bowing slightly from the waist. Her voice was small but steady. "Thank you," she said, looking directly at Team 15. "All of you. If you hadn't shown up when you did, I don't know what would have happened to Sasuke. Or me." She swallowed, fingers twisting together. "You saved us. Really saved us." Sai inclined his head in a mechanical sort of nod, face blank. "Gratitude," he added flatly. "Your intervention was efficient and timely." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, grinning sheepishly under the black jacket. "Hey, no big deal. Couldn't just leave you guys hanging with that creepy snake guy." Hotaru gave a small nod, her shadow still subtly curled near Naruto's foot. Karin adjusted her glasses, offering a quick, "You're welcome," while Shikamaru just watched from his spot by the window, arms crossed. Sakura hesitated, then glanced toward the corridor. "Sasuke's stable. The medics got the curse mark under control for now. He's resting in the infirmary wing. They said he might wake up soon." Shikamaru finally spoke, voice low and casual, though his eyes sharpened. "How is he? Really?" Sakura's shoulders sagged a fraction. "The mark's quiet, but it's still there. The medics sealed most of the spread, and they gave him suppressants. He's angry. At himself, mostly. Keeps muttering about power and not being strong enough." She bit her lip. "He asked about you guys. Wanted to know who jumped in. I told him it was Team 15, Naruto, Hotaru, Shikamaru, Karin. He didn't say much, but I think he's grateful. In his way." Sai tilted his head slightly, observing the group like they were a painting he hadn't quite figured out. The Uchiha's emotional state is volatile. The curse mark amplifies his desire for strength. Your arrival disrupted Orochimaru's extraction attempt. He will likely seek to repay the debt. Or surpass it. Naruto snorted. "To me's always gotta make everything a competition. Tell him we're not going anywhere. And if he wants to spar later, I'm game." Sakura managed a small, tired smile. "I'll tell him. Thanks again." "Really?" She bowed once more, Sai copying the motion a beat later, and the two slipped back out, door sliding shut behind them. The room settled again. Shikamaru exhaled through his nose, turning back to the window. "Troublesome. Sasuke's gonna be a headache in the prelims if that mark flares up again." Hotaru scooted a fraction closer to Naruto, knee brushing his. "We'll handle it. Together." Karin nodded, her hand resting lightly on Naruto's arm for a second. "He's strong, but so are we." Naruto grinned, leaning back on his hands. "Yeah, and next time that snake shows his face, we'll do more than just chase him off." A few days passed in a blur of rest, light training, and quiet tension inside the tower. The genin healed, bruises faded, chakra reserves refilled, and the proctors kept everyone on lockdown while they tallied scores, healed the wounded, and prepped the next phase. Team 15 spent most of it together in their assigned quarters. Strategy talks over meals, Naruto practicing shadow clone variations under Hotaru's watchful eye, Karin fine-tuning her sensing range, Shikamaru napping but somehow always listening. Then the summons came. Sharp knocks on every door. Proctors barking orders to assemble in the main stadium. The stadium was massive, open to the sky, tiered seats already filling with Jonin observers, village dignitaries, and a scattering of foreign ninja. The central arena floor was sanded smooth, ringed by high walls etched with barrier seals. Team 15 filed in with the other passing squads, about 30 teams total, a mix of leaf, sand, sound, rain, grass, and a few smaller villages. Team 7 was there too. Sasuke still pale but upright, curse mark suppressed under fresh seals. Sakura at his side, more composed, Sai trailing like a shadow. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, stood at the center podium on a raised platform, flanked by proctors and examiners. His robes rippled in the breeze, pipe smoke curling lazily as he waited for silence to fall. When it did, his voice carried clear and steady across the stadium. "Congratulations to all who have passed the second exam," he began. "You have proven yourselves worthy of advancing. But before we proceed to the finals, I will explain the purpose of these Chunin exams, and why this year they will be different." He paused, letting the weight settle. These exams are not merely a test of skill. They are a substitute for war. In times of peace, villages settle rivalries, demonstrate strength, and secure alliances through combat rather than bloodshed on battlefields. Victors bring prestige. Prestige brings contracts. Contracts bring money, missions, trade, resources, to feed our villages and our people. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some nodded knowingly. Others, especially the younger Genin, looked surprised. Hiruzen continued. This year, the daimyo and the Cage Council have agreed to a format change. The traditional one-on-one preliminary matches and month-long wait for the finals will be replaced. He raised a hand, silencing the rising buzz. There will be no individual prelims. Instead, after a one-month break for rest, recovery, and preparation, the finals will be conducted as team versus team elimination rounds. Full squads will face full squads in bracket matches, 4 against 4, or adjusted for numbers, until only one team remains victorious. The winning team will be promoted to Chunin as a unit, and their villages will receive priority mission contracts for the next year. The stadium erupted, gasps, excited shouts, a few groans. Team 15 exchanged quick glances. Naruto's eyes lit up. Team versus team? That's awesome. We get to fight together. Hotaru's expression stayed calm, but her shadow shifted subtly closer to Naruto's feet. Efficient. No weak links exposed. Karin adjusted her glasses, already calculating. Sensory advantage will be huge in group fights. We can track multiple opponents at once. Shikamaru sighed, hands in pockets. Troublesome, but it plays to our strengths. Coordination over solo flash. Still a drag having to deal with the whole bracket. Hiruzen raised his hand again for quiet. The one-month break begins now. Use it wisely. Train, heal, strategize. Return here in 30 days for the finals bracket draw. Dismissed. The proctors began herding teams out. As Team 15 filed toward the exit tunnel, Akira fell in beside them, silver hair catching the stadium lights. She spoke low, just for them. This changes nothing about our plan. We train smart, rest hard, and come back sharper. Team versus team means we fight as we always have, as one. No one gets left behind. Naruto grinned, bumping fists with Hotaru and then Karin. We're gonna crush it. Month to get even stronger, believe it. Shikamaru muttered, yeah, just don't make me run laps the whole time. Akira's lips twitched, almost a smile. No promises. The teams dispersed into the village proper, the weight of the new format settling in. 1 month. Team battles. Glory or elimination. Akira led Team 15 through the quieter streets of Konoha, away from the bustling exam crowds and toward a modest district lined with specialty shops. The 1-month break had just begun, and while most genin scattered for family time or intense training, she had a different idea. They stopped in front of a small, unassuming jewelry shop tucked between a tea house and a scroll merchant. The sign above the door read, Eternal Bonds Forge, in elegant, flowing script, subtle, no flashy displays in the window, just a few polished wooden stands holding rings, pendants, and bracelets that caught the afternoon light like quiet promises. Akira pushed the door open, the bell chiming softly. The interior smelled of polished metal, faint incense, and aged wood. An older craftsman behind the counter, gray hair tied back, hands steady with a tiny hammer, looked up and nodded in recognition. Welcome back, Kurosawa-san, he said. The usual? Akira gave a small smile. Something new this time. For the team. She turned to the 4 genin clustered behind her. Naruto in his black jacket and high-collar green shirt. Hotaru at his side with her chains coiled neatly. Karin adjusting her glasses curiously. Shikamaru slouching with hands in pockets. This is for all of you, Akira explained, voice low but firm. Not medals, not rewards. Something to mark what you've built. A team bond. Something you carry, something that reminds you you're not alone out there. Pick what speaks to you. Matching if you want, or individual pieces that tie together. My treat. Naruto's eyes widened, darting around the shop. Whoa, like matching stuff? For real? Hotaru stepped forward first, calm as ever, scanning the display cases. Her gaze lingered on a set of slim silver bracelets, simple bands etched with faint, swirling shadow-like patterns that evoked Nara clan techniques without being overt. One had a small black onyx bead embedded, another a subtle green jade accent. These, she said quietly. Efficient, unobtrusive, but connected. Karin moved next, drawn to a row of necklaces. She picked up a delicate chain with a small red coral pendant shaped like a stylized whirlpool, Uzumaki-inspired, subtle enough not to scream clan heritage but meaningful to her. This one, she murmured. For sensing and roots. Shikamaru sighed, peering at a display of rings. He chose a plain matte black band with a tiny engraved cloud motif, lazy, understated, but a nod to Nara's strategy and his own laid-back nature. Troublesome to wear jewelry, but fine. This one's not flashy. Naruto grinned, bouncing between cases before settling on a sturdy leather cord necklace with a small silver pendant. A simple spiral swirl. Uzumaki echo. Intertwined with a faint shadow outline. Nara tie-in. And a tiny flame-like etch for his own fire. It's got all of us in it, kinda. Swirly for Karin and me, shadow for Hotaru, and, well, the fire's for the team spirit or whatever. Akira watched them browse, arms crossed, a faint warmth in her expression. The craftsman began pulling out trays for customization, engraving options, chain lengths, subtle chakra-conductive threads that could link the pieces if they chose. Decide on sets or singles, Akira said. We can have them linked, chakra signature sync so they warm slightly when another teammate's nearby. Practical reminder in the field. The Genin exchanged glances, Naruto already hyped, Hotaru nodding approval at the linking idea, Karin smiling faintly, Shikamaru shrugging like it was inevitable. They spread out around the counters, pointing, debating quietly, the shop filling with low murmurs and the soft clink of metal. The craftsmen at Eternal Bonds Forge worked quickly. Custom engravings added tiny intertwined symbols, a subtle shadow swirl for Hotaru, a whirlpool ripple for Karin, a lazy cloud for Shikamaru, and a small flame spiral for Naruto, plus the optional chakra sync threads woven in so the pieces warmed faintly when a teammate was close or in danger. They left the shop with their new items. Hotaru, slim silver bracelet with onyx bead and shadow etchings. Karin, delicate chain necklace with red coral whirlpool pendant. Shikamaru, matte black ring with engraved cloud. Naruto, leather cord necklace with silver pendant blending spiral, shadow, and flame. Akira paid without fanfare, giving the old man a nod of thanks before turning to the team. Come on, you've earned more than trinkets today. She led them a short walk away, through a lively market street smelling of smoke and spices, to a bustling barbecue restaurant with a warm wooden sign, Yakiniku Q. The place was packed, smoke curling from open grills at every table, the sizzle of meat and the clatter of tongs filling the air. Choji's parents, Choza and his wife, ran the spot. It was a Konoha staple, famous for generous portions and Akamichi family recipes that could feed even the hungriest ninja. As they stepped inside, Choza Akamichi, massive, red-haired, apron stretched over his broad frame, looked up from the grill and grinned wide. Akira, and Team 15, heard you smashed the forest record. Table for 5? On the house for the record breakers. Akira waved off the, on the house, with a small smirk. No discounts today, Choza. This is my treat. Full spread, whatever they want. Choza laughed, booming and good-natured, and waved them to a large corner table near the window, already set with extra plates and dipping sauces. His wife bustled over with menus and a pitcher of iced tea, giving Akira a knowing wink. Proud sensei mode, huh? The kids look like they could eat a cow each. The team settled in, Naruto sliding into the booth first, eyes huge at the menu's endless meat options. Hotaru beside him, calm but clearly interested in the salted beef tongue special. Karin across, scanning for veggie sides to balance. Shikamaru slouching next to her, muttering, troublesome, but already eyeing the pork ribs. Akira sat at the head, signaling Choza for the works. Platters of marinated beef, pork belly, short ribs, chicken skewers, grilled vegetables, rice bowls, kimchi, and endless sides. The grill in the table center heated up fast, and soon the air filled with savory smoke. As the first meats hit the grill and sizzled, Akira leaned forward slightly. Eat up, no holding back. You four just faced Orochimaru, saved another team, and set a record. One good meal won't ruin training. Naruto dove in immediately, tongs flashing as he flipped beef slices, grinning through a mouthful. This is awesome. Sensei, you're the best. Hotaru methodically built a perfect bite, thin sliced tongue, a dab of sauce, wrapped in lettuce, then passed one to Naruto without a word. He accepted it with a muffled, thanks, and a warm glance. Karin piled her plate with veggies and pork, savoring slowly. This beats rations by a mile. Thanks, Akira-sensei. Shikamaru took his time, but even he couldn't resist the ribs. Not bad, for a treat. Akira watched them eat, her own plate modest. A few skewers, rice. But she looked more relaxed than usual, silver hair loose for once, no tension in her shoulders. Every so often she'd reach over to add more meat to Naruto's plate or nudge the sauce closer to Hotaru. Choza swung by midway, refilling the platters with a grin. You lot are eating like Akamichi already. Keep it up. You'll need the energy for whatever training Akira's got planned this month. Akira snorted softly. Don't tempt them, Choza. The meal stretched on, laughter, clinking tongs, stories from the forest retold between bites. Naruto's necklace pendant warmed faintly when Hotaru leaned close to pass him more beef. Karin's chain did the same when Shikamaru grumbled something sarcastic but fond. Small reminders, but they worked. By the end, plates empty and bellies full. Akira paid the hefty bill without blinking, then stood. All right, lunch done. Back to the compound. Rest tonight, light training tomorrow. We've got a month to get unbreakable. Naruto patted his stomach, grinning. Best day ever. Jewelry, barbecue, and team stuff. Thanks, sensei. The others murmured agreement, Hotaru's quiet nod, Karin's small smile, Shikamaru's lazy thumbs up. Akira ruffled Naruto's hair one last time as they stepped out into the afternoon sun. You earned it, all of you. Team 15 walked back together, full, bonded tighter than ever, ready for the month ahead. As Team 15 stepped out of Yakiniku-Q into the warm afternoon sun, bellies full and new jewelry glinting subtly under their collars and sleeves, the street felt lighter than it had in days. Naruto was mid-laugh, something about challenging Shikamaru to an eating contest rematch, when they nearly collided with another group rounding the corner. Team Guy, or what was left of it during the exam break, Neji Hyuga leading, arms crossed, white eyes sharp and unreadable. Tenten at his side with a bag of weapon supplies slung over her shoulder. Rock Lee bouncing on his toes, green jumpsuit as vibrant as ever, thumbs up already forming. The two teams stopped short. Neji's gaze swept over them. First Hotaru, a brief flicker of assessment, then dismissal, then Karin. A slight narrowing at her red hair and glasses. Shikamaru, barely worth a glance, and finally Naruto. Contempt settled openly on Neji's features. His lips pressed into a thin line, Byakugan not active but the disdain clear in the tilt of his head. So, Neji said, voice cool and cutting, the record breakers. I heard your little team managed to stumble into the tower faster than anyone else. Impressive, for a group carrying dead weight. His eyes locked on Naruto. The word, dead weight, hung in the air like a thrown kunai. Naruto's grin faltered for half a second, then hardened. He stepped forward instinctively, black jacket shifting as he squared his shoulders. Got something to say, Neji? Spit it out. Neji didn't flinch. Only that fate has already decided the outcome of these exams. Some are born to greatness. Others. His gaze raked Naruto again, lingering on the whisker marks, the necklace pendant, the high-collar green shirt that no longer screamed, loud orphan. Are born to drag others down. Your sensei may have carried you through the forest, but in team battles? The weak link snaps first. Tenten shifted uncomfortably, glancing between them. Neji, Lee, ever the spark of energy, stepped in with both hands raised. Neji, that is not the spirit of youth. Naruto has shown great determination. His team's record is proof of hard work and, enough. Lee, Neji cut him off quietly. Hard work means nothing against destiny. Hotaru moved before anyone else could. She stepped to Naruto's side, close enough that her shoulder brushed his. Shadow stretching just a fraction along the ground toward Neji's feet, not threatening, but present. Her voice was calm, low, efficient. Destiny is a chain you wrap around yourself, she said. We break chains. And we don't leave anyone behind. Karin adjusted her glasses, red coral pendant catching the light. Sensory read. Your chakras tense. You're projecting. Afraid we might actually beat your destiny in the finals? Shikamaru sighed, hands in pockets, but his eyes were sharp. Troublesome. You talk big for someone who hasn't seen us fight as a unit yet. Save the monologue for the arena. Neji's expression didn't change, but a muscle in his jaw ticked. We'll see. Fate doesn't lie. He turned on his heel, white robes swirling, and walked off without another word. Tenten gave an apologetic half-shrug to the group before hurrying after him. Lee lingered a second longer, flashing Naruto a bright thumbs up and a whispered, "Do your best, rival," before jogging to catch up. The street quieted again. Naruto exhaled hard through his nose, fists clenched at his sides. That guy, always with the fate crap. Like he's got everything figured out. Hotaru's hand brushed his arm, light grounding. He's wrong. We'll prove it. Karin smirked faintly. His chakra signatures all knotted up. He's not as sure as he acts. Shikamaru shrugged. Let him underestimate us. Makes the finals easier. Akira, who'd been hanging back a step watching the exchange, finally spoke. Her voice was even, but there was steel under it. Neji's got talent, but talent without trust is brittle. You four have both. Remember that when the bracket drops. She ruffled Naruto's hair once, quick, reassuring, then jerked her head toward the path home. Come on. Training starts tomorrow. Let's make sure Fate has a bad day in 30 days. Naruto's grin returned, fierce and bright. Yeah, let's show him what Team 15 can really do. They walked off together, shoulders close, jewelry warming faintly against skin. The encounter just fuel for the fire. The next morning dawned crisp and clear over Konoha, the one-month break already in full swing. Akira led Team 15 to their usual training ground, a secluded clearing deep in the forest outskirts, ringed by tall trees and a small stream for water breaks. The ground was worn from countless spars, shadow patterns etched faintly into the dirt from Hotaru's practice. She stopped at the center, arms crossed, silver hair tied back for once. The team fanned out instinctively. Naruto bouncing on his toes, Hotaru calm and attentive, Karin adjusting her glasses, Shikamaru slouching but alert. Yesterday's encounter with Neji wasn't random, Akira said, voice even. He sees Naruto as dead weight because of fate, bloodline, whatever nonsense the Hyuga clan feeds him. We're going to prove him wrong. Not with words, with results. In the team finals, when we face Team Guy or anyone else, he'll see exactly what this squad can do. She turned to Karin first, gesturing to an open patch of ground. Karin, your sensing is top tier, but your taijutsu needs work. You're strong when you can read moves ahead, but if someone closes the gap fast, like Lee or Neji, you'll get overwhelmed. Today you learned basic stances and counters. Shikamaru, you're her partner for this. Your lazy style complements her predictive edge, slow, precise, no wasted movement. Karin nodded, stepping forward. Got it. Show me. Akira demonstrated a series of stances, low horse stance for stability, crane for evasion, tiger for quick strikes, then moved into simple blocks and redirects. Shikamaru paired with her without complaint, using his bow staff to simulate attacks at half speed. Karin mirrored Akira's forms, glasses glinting as she adjusted her footing, already incorporating her chakra sense to anticipate Shikamaru's lazy sweeps. Good, Akira said after a few reps. Keep drilling. Build muscle memory. Shikamaru, don't hold back too much. She needs to feel real pressure. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome, but fine. Akira then turned to Hotaru and Naruto, her expression sharpening with purpose. You two get something new. Naruto, Neji's smugness comes from his Byakugan and gentle fist. He thinks no one can touch him up close. We're changing that. Hotaru's going to teach you a variant jutsu we've been refining, Shadow Bind Chain. Hotaru stepped closer to Naruto, her bracelet glinting faintly as their pieces warmed in sync. She extended one hand, chakra flowing, her sickle chain uncoiled from her hip, but instead of whipping out normally, the chain links darkened, merging with her shadow until it became a fluid, extending tendril of pure darkness. Shadow Bind Chain, Hotaru explained quietly. Its possession mixed with chain extension. The chain becomes an extension of my shadow, longer reach, harder to see, and once it wraps, full body bind. No escape unless they break my concentration or cut the source. Akira nodded. Naruto, you're learning it too. Your shadow clones make you perfect for this. Create clones, link them with chains, overwhelm from multiple angles. Neji's rotation might deflect one or two, but not a dozen binding chains from every direction. Combine it with your new eyes. you'll see his chakra tenketsu openings and target them directly. Naruto's eyes lit up, pendant swinging as he clenched his fists. Hell yeah, let's do this. I want to wipe that smug look right off his face. Hotaru gave a small, approving smile. Efficient. Start with one clone first. I'll guide the chakra flow. Akira stepped back to observe, occasionally calling corrections. Naruto formed a single shadow clone. Then Hotaru placed her hand on his shoulder, channeling a thread of her shadow chakra into him. The clone's arm extended, a dark chain uncoiling from its palm, wrapping around a nearby training post with a soft thunk. It tightened, immobilizing the post like iron. Naruto grinned wider. That felt weird, but awesome. Again, Akira said. Faster. More clones. Hotaru, push him. We have a month. By the end of it, Neji won't see you coming. The clearing filled with the sounds of training. Karin's sharp exhales as she blocked Shikamaru's staff. Naruto's excited, shadow bind chain. Yells. The soft hiss of dark chains whipping through air. Hotaru's calm corrections. Akira watched, arms crossed, a faint gleam of satisfaction in her eyes. Wipe the smugness off the Hyuga prodigy, she thought. We'll do more than that. We'll show him what real bonds look like. The team drilled on, sweat, focus, laughter between sets, turning the month ahead into something unbreakable. The morning after their barbecue lunch and the sharp exchange with Neji outside Yakiniku-Q, Team Guy gathered at their usual training ground, a wide, open field edged by trees, perfect for Lee's high-speed drills and Neji's precision strikes. The air was still cool, dew clinging to the grass, but the mood was heavier than usual. Lee was already doing one-handed push-ups, counting enthusiastically under his breath, while Tenten unpacked a set of kunai and scrolls from her bag. Neji stood a bit apart, arms crossed, staring at the horizon with that same distant expression he'd worn since yesterday. Guy arrived last, striding in with his typical energetic bounce, but his grin was subdued, eyes scanning the team quickly. He stopped in front of Neji, hands on hips. All right, my youthful pupils. Report. What happened yesterday after the barbecue? I sensed tension in the air thicker than Lee's leg weights. Tenten glanced at Neji, who remained silent for a beat before speaking. We encountered Team 15 on the street, Neji said flatly. I informed Naruto Uzumaki that he was dead weight. That his presence would drag his team down in the team finals. They defended him. Their sensei wasn't present at that moment. Guy's usual sparkle dimmed further. He exhaled slowly, the sound almost a sigh. Neji, you said that to Naruto. In front of his team. Tenten shifted uncomfortably. It was pretty harsh, Neji. They didn't back down, though. Hotaru Nara basically told him destiny was a chain he wrapped around himself. Lee paused mid-push-up, looking up with wide eyes. Naruto's spirit burned bright in response. But, Guy-sensei, why does this feel like a grave matter? Guy's posture straightened, the cheerful mask slipping completely. He looked at Neji with an intensity that made even the Hyuga prodigy meet his gaze. Because it is grave, Neji. A grave mistake, especially if Akira Kurosawa was nearby, or hears of it soon. Tenten frowned. Akira-sensei? The one training that squad? Lee tilted his head. Why would her involvement change things so much, Guy-sensei? Guy crossed his arms, voice dropping to a serious, measured tone, rare for him outside of life or death briefings. Akira Kurosawa is no ordinary jonin. She was a former headhunter, Anbu-level tracker and eliminator. Silent, precise, unstoppable. Missions that others called suicide, she completed without a scratch. And she never failed. Not once. He paused, letting the weight settle. But more than that, she sponsored Naruto through the academy. Quietly. Covered supplies, arranged tutors when no one else would touch him, made sure he had a chance when the village shunned him. And when he was younger, 4, 5 years old, she babysat him. Showed up with ramen and simple shadow games to make him smile on days when the world was cruel. She was one of the few constants in his early life. Neji's jaw tightened imperceptibly, fingers flexing at his sides. Guy continued. And Orochimaru? She defeated him. In open combat. The only one besides Jiraiya to force that snake to flee and regenerate. He still remembers her blade. Avoids mentioning her name in the underworld because he knows what happens when she hunts. Tenten's eyes widened. Lee went still, fists unclenching. So when you called Naruto dead weight, You insulted the boy Akira treats like family. The boy she pushed harder than anyone because she knows what real danger looks like. If Team 15 ends up across from us in the finals, and if Akira is watching. Guy met Neji's eyes directly, serious, almost sorrowful. You'll discover that destiny isn't the only force that can break a man. Akira doesn't forgive threats to her own lightly. Neji shifted his weight, subtle but there. His posture remained proud, but discomfort flickered in the set of his shoulders, the way his gaze dropped for half a second before returning. Tenten and Lee noticed it immediately. Neji, always so composed, looked unsettled. Tenten swallowed. So, we should take them very seriously. Lee nodded vigorously, though his enthusiasm was tempered. Yes, we must train with even greater power of youth, to respect such formidable bonds. Guy placed a firm hand on Neji's shoulder, not punishing, but grounding. Reflect on this, Neji. Destiny is a cage you choose to wear. Break it before someone forces the bars apart for you. He released the shoulder and turned, forcing a smaller, more subdued version of his signature grin. Now, training. Double laps around the field. Burn away doubt with sweat and spirit. As the team moved into drills, Lee sprinting ahead, Tenten throwing practice targets. Neji falling into gentle fist forms with mechanical precision. Neji lagged a step behind, eyes distant. The words lingered like a shadow he couldn't quite shake. And that concludes part 4 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Shadows That Bind, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Dark Knight 1994, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.